guys, what's going on? It's Senpai here, and today I am joined by the one, the only...
Don't you 1962.
And today, we're continuing Doom Eternal Ancient Gods Part 1. When we last left off, I was in pain.
It was fun.
It was like, we played, according to my save file, we played till like 2 in the morning. So that you could tell how fun that was. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, well. He had more fun playing that than he did live streaming on his entire channel.
Yeah, no, this was...
He enjoyed it, guys. He loved it.
Peak comedy.
Peak comedy. Yeah, peak comedy 101. Suffer.
Yeah, I love comedy. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Samuel Hayden, didn't he?
Thumbnail as last time because I was dark. Yeah.
Oh wait a minute, dude, this IT guy looking MF looking at me like.
Dr. Hayden
kind of sus.
He's been with us the entire time.
I am sorry. There's no need for...
You need to see this because he's not well. Something is happening and nobody here knows what's wrong with him.
Well, we don't know yet.
2 people watching your stream, both me and you.
No idea, maybe.
The father's life sphere sits atop.
Oh yeah, so this will happen to Hayden.
Located in the blood swamps of hell. My body
The Seraphim.
is undergoing rapid transfiguration. It is why I need the father. Reach the tomb.
Oh, he has lips.
The father's life
Oh, he has lips. Oh, he.
physical form.
I liked it better.
Do you miss the robotic no lips, one-eyed Hayden?
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, he still has one eye, but he has the lips.
The Seraphim
Go.
cannot
I
enter
wish.
the sphere.
I wish.
It's forbidden.
Disembodied voice,
I have
please.
the Blood Swamp's location online.
Be grateful.
Not my IT
Despite
guy.
your transgressions, you are given the honor to serve the gods yet again.
Doom Slayer's like, I don't know if I wanna. Baka.
You want to know who that Seraphim is, Gavin?
I can just walk around here. Is this our hub world for the DLC?
Yeah.
Oh. I kind of miss my
There's
awesome
nothing-
one in space.
Yeah, there's nothing to explore here.
I'm noticing that.
It's literally just that room and that's it. I mean, you can jump on Samuel.
Oh. Oh. Let me go.
Oh.
No. I can't even shoot in this room. Yeah, I can't even talk to anyone. These guys just stand here. What are you guys supposed to be doing? Like, doing your job or something?
So you want to know who the Seraphim is, Gavin? A little lore dump on you?
Yeah, sure, lore dump on me, why not?
Okay. The Seraphim. Let me just enter Google real quick, because I
The
haven't read
blood
this in a while.
swamps.
The blood swamps.
I'm not gonna lie, I miss my awesome hideout, like, cool-ass space station. I could play original Doom in there.
Okay, here's a simplistic description of the Seraphim to not confuse you.
Okay.
Basically, there's 2 beings in this world, the Father and the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord being the devil himself, and the Father basically being the equivalent of God.
Okay.
And the Seraphim basically is like the person who helps the Father out. He's like a servant to him.
Destroy the sphere,
He does his work for him, and he protects him, and he makes sure the Father lives at all
Not,
costs.
sir, what Dr. Hayden, the Seraphim,
That's
has
basically
requested
what
of
the
us.
Seraphim is, and that's what Samuel Hayden is now.
So, we are going against Hayden's orders for once?
Why did you read the top left, the mission objective?
No, the intern just said, like, that's not what we requested of you to do. And I'm like, problem? Oh my gosh. Oh, I can touch the ground? I didn't know that.
Touch ground simulator. So Gavin, I think it's time for me to bring up the obligatory every stream thing. Flame belts for armor, you have 2 grenades and 2 blood punches. The blood punch gets rid of demons' shields like the Cyber Mancubus. Deals extra damage too.
Wait a minute,
dash,
this
you
isn't
can
an
choose,
arena. This isn't an arena.
No, this is an arena.
This is?
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like one.
Oh, Gavin, you're out of USC facilities. They're done being in buildings made by people. You're now in the blood swamps of hell.
How dare they bring me to a place that's not... How dare they get me out of my comfort zone?
How dare they take liberties and risks of bringing us to new areas in the Doom universe we've never seen? How dare they?
The audacity, really.
The audacity of new creative ideas on these people. Holy shit. Hugo Martin, I want a refund on this game.
Not on the game, not just this DLC. I want my money back. I think I bought the DLC when it was on sale, actually, so I can't complain.
I bought it when it was at full price because I'm confident in this game.
Good for you, man. Is that a marauder? Motherfucker!
You're never gonna escape him, by the way. Never. Let's just say he's gonna pop up in the next level as well.
Let's just say, hypothetically, you want to escape the marauder.
Let's say, hypothetically, the Marauder is your main enemy.
Ah, Marauder. You're the perfect warm-up for the stream.
Did he kill you?
No.
No, not yet.
Hey! Hey, you can't just teleport there! You bastard.
He
You
does what he
sussy
wants.
man. He's sus. Chris, why did you tell me he's sus?
Well, because he is.
I don't feel like the Marauder's among us. This is my commentary.
I do.
Is there a Marauder action figure?
I tried buying it. It's incredibly overpriced.
Gotcha. Never mind.
Yep. I should have bought it when it first released for $30.
30 bucks? That sounds nice.
Yeah, the thing is though, the aftermarket took a hold of them because there's not many in production now. I think they're either out of production or like they're insanely hard to get at cheap price.
Got him. Alright, I didn't die to the Marauder. Let's go.
Nice. Making progress. We're making progress. It's not 2 Marauders, just 1.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck that shit with the 2 Marauders, by the way. Never gonna forget that. That, like, traumatized me.
You know what's one thing you the chat will forget though?
What?
This thumbnail, because I was super lazy and completely forgot to create a new one. And after this stream, hopefully as of tomorrow, I'll create a new thumbnail based on specifically this level and give it to Gavin.
Yeah, so then, you know, so you guys didn't look at this and be like, oh, they're different episodes of the same series, instead of, oh, they have the same thumbnail.
Yeah. Because, let's be honest, I told Gavin this beforehand, too. I feel like each level of DLC may be a separate live stream entirely. Because this level, I told him, is long, if not longer than the last one, depending on how he does. Because this level introduces more and has more to deal with than the last one did. And the last one had 2 Marauders, so...
Yeah, last one was kind of being sus.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say,
that.
Gavin, after this first arena, basically everything you're gonna be doing is like new to you. Yeah, you're gonna have like the occasional things you've seen before, like swimming or something like that.
Like what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, but there's gonna be a lot of new stuff in this level. It's gonna carry over to the next DLC as well.
Alright, so what do I do here? What do I... Oh, I see. I see.
Remember, Gavin, you can also change all the tentacles if you want.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Does it only cost 1?
It only costs us 1, yes.
I guess that's worth it.
It's the equivalent of like Shang-Tsung and Imp.
I thought you were gonna say a
It
sim.
isn't bad. Sim. It's the MVP. Sim. So, how you feeling, Gavin, with this DLC so far? You looking to intro to it?
It's, you know what, maybe I've had some time away from it, but, so I don't mind it, really. Maybe I'm gonna be feeling very different by the end of this stream, or maybe I'm gonna feel even more confident in that statement. Maybe I'm gonna like it.
Let's just say the, let's just say the ending cutscene to this mission is gonna let you know how this, well, I can't put it like that. Let's just say you're gonna see the Seraphim again at the end of this mission, and he'll tell you how he feels about you, not wanting to do his objective.
Dude, fuck the Seraphim guy. He looks like a little bitch. That's not Chad Hayden.
That's not Chad Hayden, he's not a robot anymore. He's a virgin Seraphim, servant of the Father.
That's the key that opens the entrance to the Father's tomb, which, according to our data,
So how do you
should be
feel-
on the crest of a mountain just
How do you
beyond
feel
this
about this
altar.
Lord, Gavin?
That is
The Dark
origin
Lord
of
and the
Father's
Father.
realm.
With the Dark Lord, like I said, being Satan, and the Father basically being the equivalent of God.
Yeah, it's very Doom. I mean, you know,
It is very Doom.
you know, once you do Hell on Earth, what else are you gonna do? Oh, you just gotta go to the source.
Yeah, because I think it was inevitable at this point. We were going to get to a point where we were going to have like a god and devil-like figure in this game.
I mean,
it was-
or in
it
this
was
series in
inevitable.
general.
Series in general, that's where I'm at.
Yep.
It was inevitable. It just so happens we got it in the newest Doom game.
Yep. So I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I'm just curious on who do you want to take sides with, the Doomslayer or the Seraphim? Do you want to resurrect the Father and help the universe, or do you want to resurrect the Dark Lord?
Which one is Doomslayer trying to do right now?
Well, Doomslayer, he's on his own mission.
What's he doing? What's the Slayer doing?
What the Slayer doing?
What is he doing though? I don't even
right
know.
now, without spoiling it, he's as you heard and saw and even commented on in the beginning of this level, this mission, you saw and heard that the Doomslayer is going against the Seraphim's asking, that being to resurrect the Father. So now, Gavin, using your detective brain, using your Ace Attorney brain,
Okay.
think of it. There's two things: Dark Lord and the Father.
We're gonna resurrect
God
the
and-
Dark Lord.
Yep. If he wants to go against Seraphim's wish against resurrecting the Father, that makes me question you, Gavin. Why does the Doomslayer want to resurrect the Dark Lord? I'm not going to give you any options of why he wants to. I just want to know why you think he would want to.
Because
if I give
maybe if
I
they
give you options, I believe you'll instantly figure it out.
maybe because if they resurrect the Father or like bring him here or something, maybe mankind will lose their free will or something.
Okay.
I can see that being a thing.
But you gotta remember, the Father was all about helping his people.
Okay. Maybe the Father's an imposter.
Nah. I'll
Okay.
just say it straight up. No, he's not. There's no imposter.
Okay, so he's just straight up what you told me then.
Yeah. He's the equivalent of God in this universe. Or as a god, if you will.
I know what you're talking about. I
Because
don't
I don't
mind.
want to straight up say. Because I don't want to straight up say it's literally just God, because it's not. But because you know how me and Zach feel.
I
Zach has a
know.
very, yeah.
Trust me.
I have no problem with it though. It's a fucking video game.
It's a work of fiction. I don't care. Hello, Marauder,
Yes.
motherfucker. I can't escape from you, man.
Oh, by the way, the buff totem that you're facing is
Oh my gosh, wait. It buffs the Marauder. I see the red eyes. I see the red eyes. He's got gamer rage. He's got gamer rage.
He's faster, takes less, is less resistant to bullets, And it does more damage. This is awesome.
Extra life, let's go.
I forget, are you on ultra violence?
I think I am, yeah.
Okay, that's okay. So I was gonna say, but you're doing decent for your first time against a buff Marauder. You're not like dying straight away. You're
Done.
passing away, getting distant. Done? Just like that?
Just like that. On the Marauder?
Just like. I'm surprised you had an easier time than I do. And well, admittedly, I did do it on nightmare difficulty.
Yeah, no. You play on nightmare difficulty. I play on ultraviolence. We are not the same.
Yeah, I had a much more harder experience than you did because I pushed myself to the limits, and it fucking beat me to a pulp. But guess what? I rose up from that grave and became a fucking master at the DLC. Well, the game in general, but the DLC especially, when I decided to whoop its ass after it came out. Just takes practice is all. Just takes practice.
You see, I decided the best thing to do against a Marauder, and I'm sure you saw it in the gameplay there, was to use the good old classic tip you taught me even before playing this game. Shotgun, ballista, shotgun, ballista.
Super shotgun, ballista, yeah. If you want to do my combo, which I wouldn't recommend because it's more advanced, sort of.
A spirit?
What you're doing, because you're a bit... Spirit.
When a possessed demon is killed, the spirit becomes expelled, making it vulnerable with the plasma rifle. Okay.
Okay, I didn't think the spirit, I forgot the spirit was this early on in the DLC. Okay, yeah. The spirit. This motherfucker.
I'm noticing, holy shit!
Yep. You don't want to screw around with the spirit. You want to get rid of the spirit right away, Gavin. And if you try to use the ballista against the spirit, like a spirit-filled demon, remember, it does less damage to it. And the plasma rifle and ballista use the same ammo. And you gotta use the plasma rifle to take out the spirit, so don't rely on the ballista, Gavin, when you're fighting the spirit.
Cool, I died for it. I died to the spirit, but not to the Marauder.
There's a pro tip for the spirit, Gavin. This spirit is a Hell Knight. And Hell Knights can die if you just auto-lock onto them with your rockets. So do that. And then after that, I would recommend spamming the Incubus. And then after that, taking out your plasma rifle and killing the spirit. Do you know how to kill the spirit, or do you want me to explain that too?
Spam the plasma rifle on it.
That's wrong. Use the microwave beam on the plasma rifle.
Do I have that equipped?
You do. The DLC gives you all of the mods.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what mod I have on for the plasma rifle. Let me put on the microwave beam.
Yeah, there's 2 of them specifically. You'll know the microwave beam when you got it because it doesn't have 3 bars, like 3 rectangles in the middle. So if you want to do that combo, rocket launcher, spawn the Incubus, and then kill the spirit, go ahead. Makes it easier. You're gonna need this learning experience, Gavin, to kill it. Because after this moment, the spirit is gonna be
got it. Your
enemy.
trick worked.
Yep, there you go. Because you gotta remember, even though the ballista and plasma rifle do way less damage than they normally would against a spirit possessed demon, all the other guns are still max damage. They don't get any nerfs. So guns like the rocket launcher, they're still at the max potential of damage.
I just realized we're going to get a spirit possessed Marauder.
Well, don't get too cheeky, Gavin.
Not in this part. I don't know.
Remember though, the spirit, this is very important. I want you to know this ahead of time. The spirit will fuck you over if you don't have enough ammo for it, because it takes a lot of plasma rifle ammo. So if for some reason you're in an arena and there's like a Baron of Hell and you don't kill the spirit in time, it will take over said Baron of Hell, or an Arachnotron or something like that.
That's gonna fuck me up.
So when you see the spirit,
priority.
Try and survive, but at the same time, prioritize it. Or else you will kill yourself because you forget about the spirit.
I like the eyeball enemies.
Eyeball enemies are fun, especially after you get used to them. The eyeball enemies are, I want to say, the easiest enemies, At the same time, they're more of a nuisance than easy, because they go in the hole afterwards, you shoot them, but you gotta wait then. But at the same time, the demons are still attacking you, so it's in the middle for me.
Their job is chip damage. Like, you can prioritize them,
works.
or you can just, take them out at the end. Either way.
I like to prioritize them. Because Doom Eternal taught me, like, multiple things about playing the game and just FPS games in general of how to play them. And one of them definitely, like, Hugo Martin said this, especially the game's creator, like, the game's director. That being, like, he talked about the Marauder in this specific way before the game came out, which I still find, like, incredibly helpful to this day. Even to any enemy, like a boss or something. The Marauder, or a boss or whatever, is the main opponent you want to take out, right? They would do the max damage, they can kill you fast, that's your main enemy. But, there's, as he put it, there's white belts and black belts. The Marauder is the black belt, but there's gonna be imps, maybe gargoyles even, white belts, surrounding you, that will chip away at damage, and even possibly kill you and be a nuisance. And if you don't take them out, it's gonna make the fight harder, because now you got this extra nuisance on top of you. So I specifically like to focus on that mindset that he talked about. And when I'm fighting a Marauder, when I'm fighting like an eyeball or whatever, I take out that nuisance first.
That's fair enough.
Well, except I guess Marauders nowadays, because I've become so accustomed to them, I just like, fuck you, and just shield bash them to death. But that's me. I do whatever I want with them.
Okay, so what is happening in this area right now? Oh, I see,
so
I
what
see.
You want to do... Okay, you see it? You see it?
I
There's
broke
an
the
extra
bridge
life there
thing.
too. There's a... I'll let you know this. There's a secret extra life in that arena too, if you look for it. I won't spoil where it is, I'll just say it. It's there. If you want extra life, go and grab it.
Oh, great. This guy. Not Big Tentacle Man, other fucking version.
Doom Hunter.
Yeah.
I'll say it again, Gavin. Doom Hunter's the black belt, the tentacles are the white belts. Take out those fucking tentacles. Remember, the Doom Hunter, although powerful, if you dash, you can... It's like this for the Revenants and other missile enemies too. Dash, when the missile lock-on is on, and you immediately, like, the missiles don't hit you. Like, they miss you. So, I'm not sure if you remember that, but take that into consideration when fighting characters like the Doom Hunter or Revenant or whatever. Even if you dash in a straight line, the missiles will miss you. There's also a lot of, how should I put this? Platforming.
I'm noticing.
DLC too.
Which I enjoy.
Good. Doom, Hugo Martin, the game's director, as I said, has said before that he wanted Doom Eternal to be like, I'm not sure if these are his words specifically, but from memory, from what I remember, he wanted Doom Eternal to be a very, unique experience, unlike any other Doom game. He wanted to bring you to areas you've never seen in the Doom universe, like what you're doing in the DLC, and somewhat in the campaign. He wants to have, like, stuff like parkouring, because it breaks up the, combat, so you're not just constantly killing demons and all that, and having to struggle with that or whatever. And it gives you a little break in between, too. Because when you are doing parkour, solving a puzzle, Gavin, doesn't that give you a breather, a relevance, knowing that you don't have to fight like a Doom Hunter or a Marauder or anything like that? You can take your own time at your own pace.
Oh yeah, like I personally enjoy it. Plus, you know, since the game has such good movement, it'd be kind of a waste not to have platforming.
Yeah, this game lent itself to that kind of stuff, and I'm happy they did it. And obviously there's gonna be those people who are like, platforming bad, and they proceed to screw up every platforming section, and they're bad at it themselves.
Game bad.
Game bad because one mechanic. But, Call of Duty players. But, like, I love it. I love the unique, challenges Doom Eternal. I'm starting... Let's see. Oh my lords. Check out my Doom Eternal 1 year later video if you want to hear my thoughts on why I think this game's the best game ever.
Yo, there it is. He said the line.
I said the line. I said the line, Bart. But yeah, honestly, I can talk about this game like on end and on. I can go on tangents for fucking hours on this game. I'll just sum it up. My favorite game ever made. Go check out my 1 year later video if you want to hear my thoughts on why I believe this game is the best game ever made. And I will say it. I believe it has the best editing out of all of my videos.
Really?
Especially the, yeah. I especially like the transitions I do. I try to make it as authentic of a review as you would expect. And like the smaller details, like like when you're finished talking, there's like a brief like 5 or 3 seconds of just gameplay, and then it like cuts to the next thing or whatever, like the next topic. Because reviewers on YouTube do that a lot.
Yep.
And especially the ones I watch. And the topic of having a opening shot of like say like the Marauder or something, and it's like I didn't do this in my review though, but some people did, and I sort of did this with the DLC. That is, that being showing a shot of said thing, and then immediate like, so the DLC as in the background is the DLC, without showing the DLC before that. It's little stuff like that.
Why are they invisible?
They are invisible. Little stuff like that. I try to make my Jumito 1 year later video as authentic of a review as you would expect without you realizing it. I wanted to make it where it was like you watched it, and without realizing it, you knew that this was a review that you would expect to watch. It was like a typical review you'd expect from anyone. And that's what I wanted, and I think I succeeded in that.
Yeah. Also, I didn't even notice. I forgot all about the spirit, and I was like, why is the Arachnotron glowing blue?
And why is he so fast? And why is he killing? Why am I
Why am I struggling with this guy? Doom Hunter, how'd you get here?
You might have read this too, Gavin. I'll just remind you. When a demon is possessed by a spirit, you cannot destroy its weak points. So, in summary, let's say, for example, you get in a... Let's say there's a possessed Arachnotron, you can't destroy its turret. Or there's a possessed Revenant, you can't destroy its rockets. So keep that into consideration. Let's say a demon possesses a Doom Hunter, don't worry, you'll still be able to destroy the sled and all that. It's a specific weak point, like weak points on demons. Which, if you're curious about, you can always pause the game and look at the codex and all that to look at weak points and weaknesses, the demons and all that, whatever.
Also, I really like the fog in this one. It looks pretty cool.
I'm surprised that you like the fog. I like it too. I was just curious what you would think of it, seeing as like sort of what trouble it can get you into.
I mean, it is, I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of hard to keep track of my enemies, but that's the point. You know, like some people are like, oh yeah, this game mechanic is so bad because it did its job and inconvenienced the player. Yeah, no shit, that's the point.
That's a point, to be annoying.
Yeah.
A lot of the demons in this game are made specifically to annoy you, and for you to target them specifically. It makes your brain be like, I want to target a demon, because it's so annoying. But without realizing it, you're taking out one of the most powerful demons in the game. Like say there's a carcass that's annoying the shit out of you because it's spawning shields. In your brain, you aren't thinking of it, but in your brain, you're just thinking like, I'm going to take it out because it's annoying. But in retrospect of what you're doing, is you're taking out a demon that is putting you at a massive disadvantage. And you don't realize it, you just see it as an annoying demon or an annoying occurrence. But the game does it so well, you don't realize that. You're just seeing something that's annoying, and you're like, let's take them out.
Pretty much.
And it rewards you too. Either that be a chainsaw to get ammo, kill them for some health, flame belt them for some armor. It rewards you for that kill. It rewards you for going out of your way to kill that demon. That annoyance, that target that's annoying the shit out of you. It's the genius things in that I love about this game.
Did I kill the Doom Hunter? Where did he go? Oh, I see him. Oh, how the hell did he get stuck up there? Chris, you might want to look at what that just was.
Well, the stream is a bit delayed, so I'm
No, it's okay, it's okay. I'm like, where the fuck did he go?
I'm not sure if I brought this up with you before, Gavin, but would you agree? The game's director said this himself. Would you agree that Doom Eternal is a chessboard?
You know what? It's speed chess. That's what it is.
Holy shit, the fucking Doom Hunter, what the fuck?
Yep.
I've never seen him do that in all my hours of this DLC I put in.
We're learning new things.
We're learning, we do a little trolling. Probably a little tomfoolery. Yeah. The game's, I don't play chess, so I could, like, I don't really care about this analogy. But I could definitely see where he's coming from, Hugo Martin, when he says that Doom Eternal is a complicated platforming game of chess.
Yeah, it's all, just like chess, it's kind of all about positioning and, you know, what pieces you want to use. But instead of pieces, you know, it's your weapons. And instead of, you know, the enemy having weapons as pieces, they just have actual demons as pieces. And you gotta think about how you take out those pieces. But the difference is, you're playing speed chess. You're not playing chess where you just sit down and like, yes. It's a good analogy. Wait, hold on. No, I figured it out. I'm smart. Okay. I play chess.
Did you figure out to go on the monkey bar?
Yes, I did. Me figure out game.
Yeah, like I feel like a good example of that, Gavin, where you said like you gotta figure out one piece to deliberately take out another. That's what you're doing right now. You're using the plasma rifle to take out the spirit. One piece to take out another.
Pretty much.
I don't know. Is it annoying I'm going on tangents like this?
Nah, dude, it's called you're commentating on the game you like.
I gotta use my channel more for this. I just don't.
I mean, normally, your channel, you don't really use it as a commentary platform aside from like an occasional stream or maybe a scripted video.
By the way, I do have a possible stream tomorrow.
Very nice.
Getting over it.
Like, you do like a lot more creative projects with like stop motions, reviews, like sometimes a news update video. Like you do like some more scripted based content, and like you know when you
I am gonna make more of those, by the way, next year.
Mm-hmm.
They're definitely gonna be more in stride.
So like this is kind of just your chance, you know, aside from your own streams, to like sit down and just be like, yo, gamer, here's what I think about this gameplay mechanic. Or this specific thing.
Like you, I don't know. On my channel, like, I deliberately made my channel to showcase myself and my creative process and what I can make. And what I can do in my free time. And obviously, unlike yours, mine is just a hobby. Even though I don't like to admit it, because it's sort of becoming more of like a thing I really enjoy to do. But I still have to call it a hobby, even though it's more like, come on, admit it, you enjoy it.
Oh, that's what's killing me. There's a snake behind me.
Yeah, the Spectre Whiplash, that's invisible.
I just noticed it. I was like, how am I taking so much damage? I'm dodging the attacks.
Yeah, like, I don't know, I feel like my channel, it's very specific in what you want in it. It's not very, I wouldn't consider my channel something that's like, I don't know, what's a good way to put it? It's something that's unique. I like to put my own, twist on it.
Your channel is personal and varied.
It is.
Fuck that snake.
Hashtag fuck that snake.
Hashtag fuck that snake.
Yeah, my channel, I do want to use it as a platform where I can express myself, and like, I've been thinking about this more often than lately, like as in like today I really want to do it. Maybe I'll do it on the Getting Over It stream if I do it tomorrow, which is not guaranteed behind you because I have a lot of shit to do. Like I have a lot of plans. But Because like I said, YouTube's just a hobby. Because I much prefer like stuff like work or whatever. Like if I have to get to work, then I'm getting to work on YouTube. But like I do want to. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and I want your honest opinion about this. Either be a good idea or not a good idea. But I've been thinking, obviously using a mask, so I don't want to show my face, at least as of right now. But I've been thinking, what if I start using my channel for commentary? As in my thoughts on said, like, media. Like, take, for example, my thoughts on a Godzilla movie, or a review, or what I think of this new news about Godzilla, or what I think of, like, this mechanic in Doom Eternal. And I do it in the style of YouTubers where they record themselves in front of a screen talking. They have something in the background or something like that, or gameplay that shows up, or whatever. I want your honest thoughts on that. Do you think that is a good idea, or do you think it's bad and I should just stick with what I have?
Good idea. I think it's like, I don't know. You're just trying to be more, find different formats to like be more personal with yourself, your thoughts, and your audience. You know, I don't see that as a bad idea.
Yeah, because I honestly want to do it because I feel like I want to get, I have a sort of audience already that like isn't like, it's like yours in a way. It's not guaranteed that they'll come to everything.
Yep.
Like for example, I love your channel to death. But it doesn't mean I'm coming to every stream. If I see something like Fire Emblem, I'm gonna be like, what the hell is that? I'm not interested. But if you stream something like Ratchet or Clank or Crash Bandicoot or Doom Eternal, obviously, I'm gonna be like, that I know, that I'm coming. We all have our things we're interested in.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like that's the same with my channel. People are more likely to click on the Godzilla video than my Doom Eternal 1 year later video. And I want to build like an audience. I want to build like a connection to an audience. Because the strongest, in my mind, the strongest and best YouTubers and the most popular, including you now with 300 subs, which congratulations still on, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I feel like the best YouTubers are those who have a personality and a mouth behind that face, like a face behind that mouth that they can show. Even if it be like me, where it's like behind a mask for a while until I show my face. It's though I feel like those are the strongest YouTubers. Those who put a face to their content that the viewers can look at and be like, yes, this is the YouTuber I like. This is the YouTuber I can possibly relate to, and I will come to for certain things or whatever. That is to me the strongest YouTuber. The one who puts a face to the content and the viewers can enjoy and relate to and look at in either desperate times or for just enjoyment in general. Or just for a good laugh or something.
Yeah.
I want to do that with my channel. Because the tough thing about my channel is I can talk about this shit like right now. I can talk about this all day on like the streams I'm in with your channel. On my channel, my viewers have no idea I'm doing this and have no idea what I'm saying right now. So they don't get any of these ideas. And so I want to make it special. I want to make my first video like that special, but I don't know what to do for it. That's my problem. I have all these creative ideas for YouTube videos, but I don't know how to execute them. That's my problem. Great idea, with my best idea ever, but I can't execute it for shit, so it'll never come out or never happen. That's my problem.
Well, in my opinion, that's when you like consult like a creative consultant or like someone to bounce an idea off of. Like, Zach and I are working on a fun little project right now for Christmas this year for the channel. But we are doing that together because, you know, we feel like it would be better to bounce ideas off each other and be like, how are we going to execute this? Or, no, that's a good idea. Or, me trying to be vague right now. But my point is, if you don't know how to execute something, consult other people that have executed like ideas that are similar to yours. Take inspiration while not ripping off, obviously.
Yeah.
Or, you know, just be like, hey, Adam, hey, Duke, anyone, is this a good idea? You know? Simple. It's not that. like, you know, you just talk about expressing yourself through content, and you know, making a connection with your audience and your personality and everything. You can do the same thing when it comes to like helping make that content.
That's a good idea. I like that. But I really want to do this. But I feel like the execution is the most important part. Because if I can do this, but if the execution isn't strong or isn't well received or it's just not what people wanted or not what I should have done, it can easily fall flat on its face.
Well, here's the interesting thing about that. Like, the hardest part about doing anything, and I'm speaking on a personal level here, is starting it. That's the hardest part about doing something. Like, doing something creative, doing something new, something you haven't done before. It's just starting it. Like, for example, with me recently, I uploaded 2 Dudes, 1 Courtroom episode 1 like a month ago. It just did okay. Then I uploaded episode 2 like yesterday, and it's actually doing fairly well. Like, it's getting more traction faster than the first episode. Because I improved the quality of the video, and I reworked my marketing campaign behind it, and learned what went wrong. You gotta start somewhere, even if it's not the best place.
Yeah, I've tried to take those risks too. Like, I was like the Doom Eternal 1 Year Later video and the Final Fantasy Core Collection review. Those were experiment videos. Videos I wanted to do for a long time. They were experiments to see how the audience would react to them. Five Nights at Freddy's did insanely well because I uploaded it at the height of the collection's release, and that was the plan anyways. And it did well. I expected it to do well because it was in the height of the collection's release or whatever. It was all planned and timed. But Doom Eternal 1 Year Later, that was more of a last-minute decision. That was more like a week ahead, like, oh, I should do this for Doom Eternal 1 Year Anniversary. Make a review on the game. And my thoughts and why I believe it's the best game. But instead of doing that, it didn't do... I can actually go look at it right now to prove my point. 5 Nights at Freddy's Core... yeah, I can look at it in my playlist of my best videos. 5 Nights at Freddy's Core Collection did insanely well. That being around 500 to 600 views. The Doom Eternal 1 Year Later, it didn't do too bad per se. But this one got, what was it again? Let me click on it. 26 views. A video I was more passionate about, more intimate about. And I'm not saying it did poorly, I'm not saying it did bad, it did fairly well from the channel. And I'm very happy I made it in the first place. I'm just curious, because I don't want to fuck this up. I really want to do this. I really want to put a face to my channel. I don't want to just be a mindless voice in the fucking, like, wild or whatever.
You don't want to be... You don't want to be that one, like a one-off content, like a one-hit done creator. You don't want to be the one person they just tune into for, like, one video, like that FNAF video. And they're just like, okay, goodbye, have a nice one. You want them to stick around. You want an audience that will actually click the subscribe button and be like, you know what? I like what this guy does. I'm here for his personality. I'm here for his opinions. I'm here for what he does.
Yeah. And I feel like, I will admit it, I will be honest, I feel like it's the best you did that with your channel too. I feel like ever since you put a face to your channel, that happened to you. Because if you stayed like where I'm at right now, which I'm going to change it, but if you stayed where I'm at right now, where it's just a voice, I feel like you would have easily failed and stayed at 100, if not lower than subscribers. Because your content is heavily focused on interacting with the audience, because it's a live stream.
Yepper.
And there is no problem with that. It's better too. You get interact with the audience, and especially streams where the audience can join it. That makes it all the better. That makes it where people can be like, hey, if this person does this again, I'll subscribe and I could possibly join or whatever. Maybe self-promotion for myself on this bigger channel or whatever.
Pretty much.
You putting your face to your channel, I believe, in my personal opinion, made you, like, it cemented your channel into what it is now. And if you didn't do that, you would have just been another void in the YouTube the landscape. You'd have just been another live streamer but without a face to put it to, without a personality, no one would have gave a shit. You probably would have been a one hit, one done, or maybe people would have stayed around for like one series. I'm not saying people can't do that without putting the face to something. They can. Like for example, like there's some YouTubers I watch that don't put the face to anything, but they have such an interesting and good personality. You stick around for them. But I don't have that yet. I have a handful, if not, like I have less than 10 videos on my entire channel that are me putting a personality out there.
That's true.
Sorry. My channel is primarily just me wanting to make content for people to enjoy, which it always will be. My channel will always be for people to enjoy it, and that's that. And I make content for people to enjoy. Stop motion, fan-made FNAF trailer because they never released an official one for that collection. Stuff like that. I make content for people to enjoy. But at the same time, I'm sure you can see where I'm coming from. I want to put a face to that. I want to put a personality to that. That the audience can either be like, hey, that's pretty cool. We got a face, a personality that we can look at. Or two, at least someone we can look at and be like, oh, you almost got yourself fucked over, Gavin, didn't you?
Oh my gosh, big chungus just spawned in front of me.
That's a funny man. But I want people to come to my channel, and when they see those kind of videos, to be like, there's someone behind this that cares about what they're doing, and cares about what the audience thinks. I don't just want to be a mindless, talking void that pops up in like every other video. It's that. Because let's admit it, my content is primarily not featuring me. It's primarily just like stop motion or something, which I have no problem with. I do want to put myself out there, give myself a voice, and show people that I can make content without having to rely on like stop motion or something.
That's fair.
Because I would love to. Because nothing against stop motions. It's just when stop motion. Think of it like this: stop motions. Yeah, they're my favorite things to do on my channel, no doubt in my mind. It's especially how they're like my favorite lasting. They'll probably be like the only lasting thing on my channel because I die. But stop motions, as fun as they are incredibly time consuming. If given the choice to do a stop motion or a video where I give my thoughts on, say, a Godzilla movie or something, I would gladly give my thoughts on said Godzilla movie and let people know what I think of it or whatever, as a Godzilla fan myself, like a lifelong Godzilla fan. Not saying I won't do stop motion, just saying if there's an easier way out and it lets me give away my give my personality and all that, I will gladly do that. I have a hard time starting because I've gained. The thing is, I want to do this before 100 subs. And now that I'm 100 subs right now, it's a bit mixed. It's a bit iffy because people are probably gonna come to my channel and expect a certain type of content that I may not upload all the time. So I want to make a consistent upload, like a series or whatever, where I show my personality, my quote-unquote face, and give my thoughts on stuff. Either that be like a movie or media or whatever that I love and care about. I want to do that.
And you know what? Like, that is not a bad idea. It's genuinely not a bad idea. And I understand the struggles you're having going into it. And you know, but you have the desire to do it. Like,
yeah, I'm not giving up on this idea. I want to do it.
And personally speaking, I think I know you just hit 100 subs, but I still think you're at a point where you could slowly transition your content and have the best of both worlds. Because, like you were talking about, like, with the stop motions, I noticed, like, a lot of those kind of videos that you get on your channel, like, get a shit ton of views, like, everyone watches them, they're like, wow, that's so fucking cool. Clicks the like button, watches the next video.
Yeah, I feel like my channel has that dilemma, where it's a one-off, one-deal thing. People come for one thing that they see in the recommendations or whatever, then go away, and don't check it out ever again. And to the people who actually stick around with my channel, who actually are here for my content, more power to you.
Another bot, let's go. Dead. Anyways.
Yeah, I really want to do this. It's just starting it out. Because I do have the same idea as you, like what you said. Transition it slowly. It's just, it depends on what my first thing is. I'm thinking it can be simple. I don't have to overdo it. It can be simple as a thoughts on, let's say, a Godzilla movie, or the new FNAF game or whatever. Because I will be most likely live streaming my entirety of playing FNAF Security Breach, and that gives me a chance to engage with the audience. Not to say will, because I have significantly lower audience when it comes to live streams. And when it comes to live streams, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to have 0 viewers for most, if not all of it. So it makes it difficult for me, but it's still a chance to engage with the audience, you know? Like, live streaming is your entire, like, YouTube thing that people know you for and will come back for.
Yep.
And let's admit it, it's what you do. You've been doing this ever since you started the channel. And I'm sure you're not going to give it up anytime soon.
Tis what I do.
Yeah. And I that's the thing. My opinion on live streams have changed over time thanks to you and live streaming myself on my own channel. Because, admittedly before, I'm sure you know this, and I said I don't like live streaming. I don't enjoy it. It's lazy content for me. Because I'd rather make an edited video. Which I still agree with. I'd rather make an edited video. Because that's what I focus on. I make edited videos. But live streaming right now, as of right now, is giving me that choice, that option to give a personality to my channel. The only problem is, like I said, that really demotivates me when it comes to that, is, unlike your channel, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna get like no viewers on it. And if I do get 1 viewer, they're probably gonna stay for like 5 seconds and then leave.
Well, here's...
That's the struggle with live streams on mine, compared to yours.
If I had to, like, comment on that right now, like, I can approach what you just told me from 2 different angles. I'm gonna give you angle number 1. So, basically, you're worried that when you go live, that you're not gonna have a consistent viewership. People are just gonna dip in and out, be lurkers or whatever, and do all that different shit. That's completely fair. I still have that happen to me this day. I have, like, take Fire Emblem, for example, with 3 houses. That stream series isn't the most, like, watched stream series. And I understand why. Not many people are interested in the game. But I compensate for the lack of an audience that isn't there at the moment with my passion and love for the game. I commentate and make my personality still known, despite the fact that there's no one there to see it. So that when one day someone does pop into chat, they do see it, and they appreciate my commentary and my love for the game. It literally just happened the other day.
Yeah, like, I tried doing that actually on my June stream recently, which, like, hard failed, because I didn't realize PlayStation wasn't recording the gameplay. But, I still tried doing that, like, I tried doing it myself, kind of giving, like, a talk or whatever, try talking over gameplay or whatever. It just makes it hard for me, because I know in my head that my viewers are coming for, like consistent viewers, that is, are coming for stuff like stop motion or reviews or something like that.
I feel that. But that's why, like, I feel like our channels are kind of reversed, to be honest. I feel like with the streaming content I do, like, I have, like, a consistent audience for this kind of stuff, whereas, like, when I do projects like 2 Dudes 1 Courtroom, or, like, something like those tournament videos that are, like, a little bit more experimental, they don't happen as often, and sometimes they don't do quite as well. Whereas when you do, like, a stop motion or something like that, or a review for a game, like the Core Collection, like, people come there for that, they watch that, it gets a lot of traction, but then when you go live and try to communicate with your audience, they're not there for that. I feel like it's gonna have to take time to get your audience, I don't want to say it like this, but rewired to that kind of content out of you.
Yeah, that's a hard thing with my channel. Like I said, live streaming for me is a lot harder than you, because even though I try to give my personality and all that during a live stream, I don't do it as consistently. So I want to start doing those, like, single-hand videos where it's like giving my personality and talking and all that about what my thoughts are and stuff like that. And it just makes it hard for me because I know it's either A or B situation. Either it's gonna succeed possibly or it's gonna fail.
So here's what you do, and this is gonna be hilarious coming from me of all people. But you give them something to hook onto. You give them a sense of consistency. That's what you gotta do. You gotta like, let's just say for example, you don't want to stream for full time. That's not what you want to do. You want to work on your projects. You want to do your job. You want to live your life. Again, hobby, blah blah blah. Just stream like once a week. Give them one stream a week or one stream every other week. Give them something that they know they could tune into, rather than I don't know, random blank stream of the month. See you guys in like a month and a half. Give them something that, like, something comforting, something they know that's gonna be there.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, I know YouTube's just a hobby for you and everything, but if you want the kind of audience you're talking about, you do gotta put in that effort. Now, that's just me speaking from personal experience, because I used to be that way for a long-ass time. I used to, like, again, the year without a G-Meister, or freaking, another example is just 2017 and 2018, when I just streamed, like, every few months or every random week. Like, it wasn't the greatest for my channel growth, or my audience in general. So now that I'm more open and you guys can at least expect like at least 5 or 6 streams from me a week. You guys know what you're getting now.
At the least.
Pretty much, yeah. Last week was an exception. Last week
was an exception. It was for a cause.
Of course. Whereas, I'm desperately trying. I've been trying throughout 2021 to ensure that my audience has a stream or video or a G-short, at least to watch every day. You don't have to be on that level. You don't have to. You just gotta give them something. Like something consistent.
Yeah, I feel like that's a problem I have for my channel, because seeing as I that's the thing. For my channel, my consistency is off, because I think you can easily agree with this, Gavin. Doing edited videos is harder than making live streams.
Yep.
Because with your live streams, put on the cam on go. That's why I see it as lazy for me, personally, because I want to make something that's edited. Because that's a personal thing, because when I grew up watching YouTube, that's what I grew up watching, edited videos, edited type of content, so that's what I wanted to do. So that's what I do. That's what I take fascinating for YouTube. And it makes it hard, because that means it's going to take longer for a video. Like, I like to promise at least, like, hey, one new video each week, but it's more like, hey, I get a video like possibly every other week, or every 2 weeks, maybe. Because, like, if I look...
No!
You want, get this, Gavin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. The last 3 months, you wanna know how many videos I've made?
How many?
10. How many live streams have you done? Like, I'm not saying off your top of your head, but you probably did.
In this
in the last three months alone. This is the last 3 months.
Well, the last 3 months was Spooktober. November was a normal month, and then this month was holidays and charity. So
you probably did like 30 or 50 streams, probably. Let's say.
Probably.
Let's say you do 5 streams a week. At the minimum 5 streams a week. It's easy 30 streams within 2 months.
Yep.
But that's streaming, and you gotta remember, through all of this, through these 10 videos, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Am I correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 are streams, and 2 of those are part of a series which I'm gonna continue, which hasn't been done in 2 months. This is the Ultra Nightmare ones. Holy shit, fucking... I don't, like, mean to put myself at a level like, oh, look at me, poor me. But no, I'm just saying, making edited videos means it's harder for me to make consistency with my channel. But I'm still decent. I think I'm still decent with it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, with Two Dudes, One Courtroom, I took, like, at least 2 days, 2 different sessions of me just sitting down for, like, an hour to, like, 3 hours, fucking, like, editing that video together, and then everything like that. Editing takes more time, and that's definitely for sure. And, you know, you can't just pump them out, you're right. It's not just turn on the camera or anything. So that's why what I do, and I'm very fortunate to have this, is turn on the camera, do what I do to engage with my audience, and, you know, do what I love, streaming, playing video games, commentating. And then, on the side, I'm very fortunate to have someone like Link, who can, you know, edit a G-short together, or edit a video for when I don't want to stream that day, or something. I'm very fortunate to be in that position.
Yeah. And it's good you have that position. More power to you. It's better that you have these opportunities and chances to do, like, different things and multiple things. Because, I'm sure you can agree with me, both of our channels are great, right? I'm at 100 subs, you're at 300. That's fantastic. That's like a dream come true in a way.
Yep.
But we're small fish in the ocean compared to bigger people. Now, I don't want to say we should compare ourselves to them all the time, try and be like them or whatever. No, let's do our own things. Let's stick to what we're doing. But for what we're doing good with. For example, on my channel, I'm looking at it right now. I'll take three examples, okay? From each of our channels, I'll do. I'll go to yours too as well. I'll do this for you. I'll do my channel real quick first. 3 videos. Final Fantasy Core Collection review, 1,000 views. Doomsayer vs Master Chief stop motion, 76 views.
That's pretty good.
And it is pretty good. I was expecting less, to be honest. And the FNAF 6 ending in a nutshell animatic remake, it's a remake of another person's video, 600 views. And then we go to your channel. I'm just gonna do the same thing where I look at like the most recent, as in, like not going to the most popular, just recent. FNAF 2. Oh yeah, I can see why I got more views because it's shorter, like incredibly short.
Yep.
FNAF 2 animated intro, 108 views. Thank you for gaming all day charity thankness, 86 views. And where is it?
Which one are you looking for?
Hold on, I got an idea of what I was thinking. There you go. Smash Ultimate Open Arena Sora Hype, 60 views.
Not bad.
Both of our channels have our content, and that said content gets said views because they have said audience for them. And I think we can both agree on this. We want to create content that not only do we enjoy making, but the audience will enjoy as well.
Yeah.
And we have our things that we're specifically making stuff about. For example, my channel banner, as imperfect as it is, says everything about what I'm making. We got Doom Eternal, we got Five Nights at Freddy's, and we got Godzilla. My 3 favorite topics in the world that I'll make videos about. But then on your channel, admittedly yours is a bit more outdated than mine.
Yeah, no, I gotta... Actually, funny thing, I'm not gonna spoil anything about this, but funny that we're mentioning channel banners right now. I actually just talked to a pretty good artist about commissioning a custom channel banner.
Because I was gonna say, Gavin, that's pretty interesting. I was gonna say, if you redid your banner, this is the best thing for you. Don't make it specific at all. I would make it, if I was you, I would make it like the G-Meister logo, possibly like since you're commissioning it, let's say hand-drawn or whatever G-Meister, like a cartoony G-Meister. And he's pointing to like a side of the screen. It says like a list of stuff like gaming, live streams, G-Sorts or whatever. You know, all this and more. Stick like stick for more or whatever. Stay tuned. Those kind of banners are genius. Because not only is it eye-catching with the cartoony drawing or whatever, or even if it's PNG of yourself and the logo, but the said person, the viewer will look at it and be like, they're making all that content. I like said content. I'll subscribe, or I'll stay tuned for more, or I'll check the content out to see if I like it. Like for mine, like my channel, The Eternal, Godzilla, Finds of Freddy's. 3 incredibly popular things amongst the world. It just so happened to be my favorite topics that I will make videos on exclusively. Well, not exclusively, because occasionally I'll do like the Rainbow Six Siege or whatever. But those are the main 3 of my channel that you will expect from me, and I will upload and deliver from. Though I will admit I've been lacking with Godzilla. I gotta come back onto that, but still.
Well, that's because, in my opinion, you had your Godzilla hype at the beginning of the year.
I did. I didn't upload the amount of videos I wanted to or planned, but I still did what I did. I'm not proud of this year when it comes to Godzilla content, except for some of the material. I could have done better. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Because admittedly, a lot of stop motions I was going to do for Godzilla were canceled and just canned in general. Because of the lack of ideas, passing or whatever. Because as much love as I have for the Godzilla franchise, seeing as it's my favorite thing, having the opportunity to make content on Five Nights at Freddy's and Doom is something I never thought I would be able to do. Having the opportunity, I'm taking full advantage of. Unfortunately, that means Godzilla sort of got left in the sideline, but I'm trying to, bring it back. After all, it's what my channel is named after. I'm not going to let it just not be Godzilla content included.
I mean, it is the namesake.
It is. That's some interesting topics we've been talking about, Gavin.
A lot of them have been very introspective about, like, I think we at least do this kind of rant once per stream with the series, it feels like.
It feels like, yeah. I feel like, okay. I was thinking about this earlier today, ironically enough. Holy shit, I fucking hate this stuff a lot anyways, but, I was thinking earlier how Duke, before he went to the military, for like the rest of the month, if not more, because you gotta remember Duke's in the reserves, he'll be back anyways.
Yeah. He's just there for 6 months boot camp training.
6 weeks.
Yep.
6 to 8 weeks. You said 6 months.
Oh, that was a slip. That was a misslip.
That would be a long fucking training boot camp for Duke.
Misinput, calm down.
Calm down, calm the fuck down, misinput, fucking input. But, yeah, Duke's in there for 6 to 8 weeks, that max, he told me. And,
oh, gosh!
I think about this often. Duke is you may not have seen it often with them, but I was more like, hang out with them, I would like to say, me and Caleb hang out with them more often.
Fair.
Than basically anyone else. And mainly because we always got PlayStation and all that stuff to play games. And I feel like Duke is a very sincere person when he wants to be.
Yep.
Duke can honestly, if he wants to be a very sincere person, give his honest thoughts on you, and honestly tell you how to do better with your life and what he thinks is better for you.
Yeah.
He can easily do that, and I love that about him. It's one of his best traits for me. And even though we may not see it as often, maybe not even you, because like I said, me, Caleb, and Duke were all sticking together on PlayStation like years ago. Before PC, then we sent PC, now he's in the military, so now it makes it harder, but I'll stay true to this all the way. Duke is a very sincere person when he wants to be. If he wants to, he will gladly tell you how to become a better person, what he thinks you're doing great at, and all that. And it still sticks to me this day. This one comment he made about me. This one comment he made about me in middle school during a lunch line. I'm sure you may or may not know, but I listen to music all the time. I mean, I have a fucking playlist full of 300 songs to listen to daily, basically. And I listen to music all the time, right? I'm a music kind of guy. I love it. And Duke, one time in middle school, like I'm sure he took notice to this because I was always listening to music. And he, out of nowhere, just as I'm listening to music or drawing, whatever, I forget what it was, in the ones I'm waiting, Duke just randomly looks over to me and says, Chris, along these lines, I can't remember it word for word because it's been so long, but says it in this kind of way, Chris, I believe that if you wanted to, you could get into the music industry, or you could make good music. Something along the lines of that. And that stuck with me. Because it was out of the blue. It came out of nowhere. And it made me realize back then how I was sort of taking Duke for granted, because Duke, as a great of a person as he is, because unironically, I'm sure you may know this already from like how he talk and how he hang out and all that, Duke is one of my favorite people ever.
Oh yeah, I know.
No doubt about that. I fucking love Duke. Like, obviously not in a love way, but I love Duke in a way friends love each other.
You love him like a brother.
Yeah, I love Duke all the way. He's one of my favorite people in the world. And if Duke wants to be, he can be sincere and honest, and that's one of my favorite traits about him. And that honesty sort of rubbed on. Yeah, I may not show it, or I honestly talk about it that much, as I'm the funny haha man. You've seen it before, Gavin. I'm not gonna bring it up in stream. I'm just bringing up like the bare minimum when I need to, because this is a stream live and all that. But we've had our. I'm sure everyone can say this. We had our talks in private, where we are sincere and honest with each other.
Oh yeah.
And I'm so you know that when I want to be, I can be sincere and honest.
Oh yeah.
And I, admittedly, got a lot of it from Duke, from his sincereness and honesty. It rubbed off on me. Not saying I was never like that, I've always have been. It's just Duke really showed me it. Without him realizing it, that he did. And I feel like that rubbing off on people is really something that we take for granted. Because I may not show it, I may not talk about it, but I do have a depression. Not, well, a quote-unquote depression. It's not like a bad depression, not like affecting me horribly or anything. I don't need to see a doctor or anything. But I have a sort of depression in that now that Duke's gone in the military for 6 to 8 weeks, that's it. I'm not playing games, I'm not doing anything with Duke for the next 6 to 8 weeks. Which is massive to me, because for the last, I don't know how many years, ever since middle school, I've been gaming with Duke almost every week.
Probably like 5, 6 years.
Yeah, 5 to 6 years of just nonstop hanging out and talking. He's very, very active. Especially on social media. And now that he's gone for 6 to 8 weeks, I can't do any of that. Obviously, it's not like a severe depression or anything, because, you know, he's going to be back. He's going to be okay. It's just a boot camp. He's going to be back with us playing games or whatever. It's all going to be, like, A-okay, back to normal. Sort of, because, you know, he's in reserves. But seeing him gone for that long made me think how we take people for granted, too. Because we've all realized when we take people for granted, either that be with a loved one's death, or just in general, like a loved one's death, or like a celebrity death, like for example, Stan Lee.
Yeah, he's the first one that came to mind.
We take people for granted, and we don't realize it. I took Duke for granted 5 to 6 years. Yeah, like I said, it's just for a month, if not a little bit more, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just boot camp. But that's 6 to 8 weeks. Without talking, without playing games, without doing anything, which we've been doing for 5 to 6 years now, non-stop. And I can't do any of that. And yes, it has been going by fast. We're almost at the end of December, which is fantastic. It gets me closer to seeing Duke again, which I'm super excited about. It makes me think, like, right now what we're doing, Gavin, without going too into it, like I said, I don't get too personal because it's a live stream, but I'm sure everyone can agree that eventually people move on. And my mom has said this to me multiple times before, which I have no problem bringing up because I'm sure people realize this when they grow up or whatever, or their parents will say the same thing, that friends may not stay friends forever. Usually friendships last from middle school, possibly even before then, up until college, if not a tiny bit after college, with only a slight handful possibly staying together, like up to adulthood. And without going too into detail, like I said multiple times, I can't stress this enough. I'm not getting the personal detail because it's a live stream. But because I'm sure you don't want. I'm sure you can agree with me. We don't want to get like, yeah, this is what we have been doing or whatever, personal lives or whatever. Like, because I gladly want to keep my personal life away from YouTube as much as possible. I just want to reveal what I want to reveal. But so everyone can agree that friendships won't last forever. And we take people for granted. So here's a little lesson for you viewers. Don't take people for granted. Don't take your loved ones or anyone like that for granted. Just do what you can do with them. Like, for example, my friend Duke. He's away for 6 to 8 weeks. Not that long, to be honest. Not that long at all. But seeing as I've been in contact with him, and we played games and all that constantly for 5 to 6 years, 6 to 8 weeks feels like a long, long time, even though it's not. It's barely any time in my life, to be honest. It's like nothing. But to me, it's a long time because, like I said, 5 to 6 years, been doing it constantly. So, I'm trying to turn this into a lesson without realizing it. I'm trying to finish off this little tangent, but don't take people for granted. Do what you can do, and do what you want to do with them. Like right now, who knows? Maybe in 5 or 6 years, me and Gavin will no longer be friends for some reason, and these live streams are the last of what's left. And you guys will only have these live streams left to see me and Gavin's friendship. See, we're lucky, and we stay friends for the rest of our lives, and if Gavin's still doing his channel, I'm still on it. I'll gladly come back anytime he needs me, or wants me to.
Fuck! Shit!
That's correct, Gavin. Fuck.
Fuck! Down to the arena! The fucking spirit went into that big man!
You do know you have a BFG shot.
I don't want to waste it.
I don't want to waste it.
I mean, I have 2 shots, but still. Oh my goodness, but...
This isn't the hardest arena, by the way.
Oh, guess I feel like I hear that every stream.
Yeah, there's a harder arena on this level later on.
There's actually a really good quote from fucking Kingdom Hearts of all things that kind of goes with what you're talking about, and I can remember it off the top of my head. Basically, it doesn't matter how much time you spend with each other, it matters what you do with that time you have together.
That is very important. Because I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but I feel this way, that the time we spend together is time of spent. We spend our time doing what we want to do together.
Yep.
That being play games, see movies or whatever, have a fun time. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. And I feel like it's gonna be so weird having people rewatch the stream or whatever. But it's like we're doing what we want to do at the time we have. And what we're doing is we're having a fun time, we're playing games, or, well, we're playing games, it's just Gavin. But still.
He's commentating, I'm gaming.
Yeah. I feel bad, Gavin, because I go on tangents so easily and it's supposed to be a Doom stream.
No, here's the thing. That's the fun part about what we do here. You can be on topic, you can talk about the game if you want, but if something comes to mind, like, I don't know, what you're talking about right now, or someone throws up a question in chat, or anything like that, go off. You see, because you're not just here for the game. I mean, you are. I mean, you read Doom Eternal in the title, and you're just like, wow, cool, it's a Doom stream, let's go, baby. But, you know, if they were just here for just the game, you know, they could play the game themselves, or watch any other streamer, or fucking content creator. But if you're here, and you, on, like, the G-Meister stream with Gojira 1962, and, you know, we get to talk about things. Like, different things that no other fucking Doom content creator has done. Like, you're not gonna have the same conversation. So, don't feel bad. It's part of the charm. It's part of the content. It's what makes it makes the channel more personal. It makes us more personal. So, it's fine, dude.
Yeah, like, let's be honest. I feel like a lot of the Doom streams, make it a little stale for some people, because sometimes it's mainly just constant, me reminding you what to do, just, obviously there's nothing wrong with commentating on gameplay, that's what people want, but, like, some of it is mainly just me, like, hey, Gavin, do this and that, or remember this and that, or hey, there's a tutorial, and I'm sort of getting sick of that, because at this point I feel like you know what you're doing, only thing I need a tutorial on is either lore or a new enemy, which I'm gonna have to keep doing because, you know, it's the DLC, it introduces a ton of new shit. So I'm gonna have to do that no matter what. But we've been doing the whole Doom stream series. And I think, is it easy to say you're comfortable with Doom Eternal? You know what you're doing?
Yeah, you know, I still die, but that's whatever.
Yeah. You don't need me constantly, like, in your ear every single stream, like, Gavin, Lane Belt, Gavin, Chainsaw, Blood Punch, Dash, all that shit. Fucking. By the way, Gavin, you have 2 blood punches. But.
Not anymore.
But, not anymore. But, yeah, that's the thing. We can do this constant same thing over
The
and
same
over.
back and forth.
And obviously, to me, the main important thing, at least for the viewers, is you commentating on gameplay, which of course you will do whenever you want to and need to. As of right now, we're just in the same arena. I've been doing it for a while, so no problem with that.
It's kind of what
Obviously,
happens when we stay in the same arena for a while.
Yeah. Obviously, with the cutscene, I'm gonna shut up and let you like react to it or whatever. If you want me to, like the first cutscene, I'll explain lore, like the Seraphim, Dark Lord, Father. I'll explain the bare minimum so you don't get confused, and the viewers too. Because I could easily go into a fucking in-depth lore to confuse the hell out of you, but I won't. I'll just say the bare minimum.
Shit!
Because let's be honest, if I went in-depth lore about the Father and Dark Lord, you would be confused as fuck.
I'm not doubting that.
It is Doom lore after all. By the way, Gavin, remember to chainsaw to get that plasma life blammo for the spirit.
The spirit, Batman. The spirit.
The new Batman really. What about that? How about the new Batman?
Robert Pattinson Batman? Is that what you're asking me about, Reno?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on it? For me, I don't really have any real thoughts on it. I haven't really watched any trailers or anything. I've been sticking away from it.
To be honest, yeah, same. I haven't really been looking too much at it. All I know that I'm definitely gonna see it.
Same. I'm staying away from trailers and all that, specifically because it's such a different interpretation. I want to be surprised.
Yep. Like, I feel like this is a movie that feels big, but at the same time, no one's talking about it. That might just be because of Spider-Man right now, but...
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the most I've been interested in new Batman movies, the Legos at Walmart. But still, like, I'm not gonna lie, the new Batman does look interesting without watching the trailers. A new take on him. The only thing I'm curious about is the actor for Batman.
Robert Pattinson?
Yeah, because that's the thing I'm worried about.
Twilight guy.
I'm sure he'll be a great actor, but under the mask, he looks perfect as Batman. But out of it, I don't think he looks like Bruce Wayne at all. I feel like he'd belong in the Teen Titans live action show.
You think he looks too young to be Batman?
Mm-hmm. Which obviously I want to have a problem with because, you know, different interpretations or whatever. And like maybe like Robin takes over or whatever. We're talking about the Batman. This is the Batman who's been already has been doing it for a few years now.
Actually,
well, he's still new to it.
Yeah. This is like a Batman Year One thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He looks too young to me. Cause I'm always used to the older Bruce Wayne, like in his like, old 20s, young 30s. Admittedly, he's young still, especially for a human. That's still very young. But the looks, the Batman I expect is like from the animated series, kind of, where he looks young, he looks in his prime, but he has that masculine face, he has that masculine features that you can tell that it's a man who means business, even when he's not in the suit. And to me, Patterson doesn't give that off. He looks like an angsty teen to me.
He does look a little edgy. I think he's wearing mascara.
He is.
But personally speaking, I think maybe appearances are going to be deceiving. Because from what I've heard, a lot of people was talking about Patterson. Like, the way they've typed him up to me is essentially, he might be the guy from Twilight, but, you know, he's actually a genuinely good actor. So, I feel like he can pull off a pretty different Bruce Wayne. Because this Batman is supposed to be, I don't know if angsty is the word I want to use, but,
Mature.
He's a lot more brutal. It's Batman Year One right now.
Oh, brutal?
Yeah, that's like in the first trailer. He like just starts beating the literal shit out of a guy.
Worse than Ben Affleck's did.
No, Ben Affleck Batman fucking murdered people. This guy hasn't killed anyone yet. But that's the point of that adaptation.
Ben Affleck literally put a fucking cow stamp on one of them.
Yeah, no, he fucking... yeah.
He branded them.
Yeah, the whole point of that version of Batman was that he's supposed to be at the point where he's like lost himself and everything, and he's supposed to be the villain and everything. It's whatever.
Batman.
It's whatever. Honestly, I could care... I'm at the point where I don't really care about the DCEU Batman. I just don't.
I just don't care about the DCEU.
That's fair. The Suicide Squad was a good movie.
It was. I fell asleep doing it. Because I was so
You were
late at
tired.
night. I was tired.
What? Hello, welcome to chat, Ninja Jaden Gaming. Someone in chat. Wow. I just want to say hi because I'm tired. And what did Harry Glenn and what did Judas Atkin say? Hey, Chris, can you pronounce that? I have no idea what he's saying.
Let me look at that. Ninja Jaden Gaming. I just want to say hi because I'm tired. And what did Harry Glenn and what did Judith Atkins say?
I have no idea. What did they say?
Harry Glenn deleted his message. Last unfortunate for us. I didn't see that before.
Oh, those guys with the bots. Oh, no, they were just bots.
Bots. Oh, okay.
They said that basically they were just bots giving you guys links to bad sites.
Okay.
That's literally what they are.
That's why we have moderators.
Quote unquote moderators. I'm the only fucking moderator here.
Oh, no one's here moderating chat?
No, it's just me.
I didn't even realize that a bot was in chat, to be honest. I'm so focused on the screen.
It's because I kill him so quick. Don't worry, they're just fucking bots. If they said something like against the rules or something, I'd probably just tell you, like, oh yeah, those guys are fucking scuffs. They're sussy. Nah, dude, they're just bots. They're not people.
They're not people. So, I'm curious. Michael Keaton coming back as Batman, do you think that's enough to get you back to DCEU?
No. In fact, here's the interesting thing about Michael Keaton Batman. I did grow up with watching those Batman Returns and Batman 1989. I did enjoy those movies. I watched them. I was like, wow, these are cool movies. But here's the interesting thing about him. Michael Keaton is not my Batman. Kevin Conroy is my Batman.
Yep, the animated series.
The animated series, the Arkham Batman. That's my Batman.
Yep, same. Because as much as we all like to admit, like we all love Michael Keaton, the thing is, we all like the Arkham series and the animated series Batman are so fucking like influential and so famous that those have become the definitive Batman for a lot of people. And those are my definitive Batman.
Like Kevin Conroy is my Batman and Mark Hamill's my Joker.
Yep. Mark Hamill's my Joker as well. Because there's no topping that in my opinion. That Mark Hamill fucking nailed it.
Still does.
Because even though, let's admit it, even though Dark Knight Joker is fantastic, Mark Hamill took that role and made it his own.
Pretty much. Like, a lot of people are actually debating what his most iconic role is. The Joker or Luke Skywalker.
I feel like it'll always be Luke Skywalker, because he's more influential than a Joker will ever be when it comes to Mark Hamill. And Luke Skywalker has more influential and impact than the Joker ever will, because, you know, it's Luke Skywalker, Star Wars, more profitable than Batman is, and all that stuff. And, because I genuinely believe that, I think it's safe to say Star Wars is more popular than Batman. Because as popular as Batman is, Star Wars is a fucking, like, a global phenomenon. Like, they built a whole land around it. And I think for decades and generations to come, Luke Skywalker is going to be the main thing Mark Hamill is known for. Like, even when I brought this up, like, I'm not sure if you've seen this. There's a commercial with Mark Hamill and Stuart Patrick.
Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart, yeah, fucking backwards. Patrick Stewart being known for his role in Star Trek, and Luke, I might as well just be saying Luke, with Mark Hamill being known for Luke. And the thing is, that is an interesting fact. When that ad was played on TV, my father, I audibly said, "Hey, look, Mark Hamill. I know him as the Joker, because I do. That's my most famous role for him. Even though I will admit that Luke Skywalker is more famous." But then my father immediately said, "No, he's not the Joker. He's Luke Skywalker." And I said, "I know, but Gavin."
That's an interesting reaction.
Yeah, I remember. The Batman he knows are the movie Batman. He doesn't watch the animated shows or any of that.
That's fair.
He did play the games where Mark Hamill is the Joker, but here's the interesting fact about that. I proceeded to say that, I was like, I know that, but I know him, like, and he's primarily known on the internet as the Joker, because he was in the games and the cartoon. Because let's admit it, on the internet, he's more known as the Joker. Like, people on the internet are more likely to know him as the Joker than Luke Skywalker. Because it's more like general audience knows him as Luke Skywalker. People on the internet are probably more likely to know him as Mark Hamill's Joker or whatever. Different crowds. And my father proceeded to say after that, which I let him have the last word because I wasn't going to argue about this, because, you know, different takes on different characters of the same actor. But what he said after that was, which I found very interesting, because I wasn't expecting this from him, but he proceeded to say that no one's gonna know him as that clown from Batman, and then he proceeded to say that just because he voiced Joker in the video game, like a video game or two, doesn't mean he's known for that.
Ooh. Which
I found very interesting, because you gotta also think of it from his perspective. He isn't a Batman fan where he's gonna seek out the comics, the animated shows and all that, or even all the games. He'll just maybe watch the latest movie or something, at most. But then on my perspective, I'm gonna look into the comics, I'm gonna look into the animated series and games, and I'm gonna find out, oh, Mark Hamill was the Joker in said cartoons, said games. And over time, I'm gonna be like, that's my Mark Hamill performance. For my dad, he grew up with Star Wars as well. You gotta remember this. He grew up with Star Wars. And who was the main character of Star Wars?
Luke Skywalker. Yep.
Known as Mark Hamill. It's very different. It's heavily based on how you grew up. Yeah?
I hear a knocking at my door. 1 second.
Hello, stream. How you doing? Evan's getting the door right now. In the meantime, I'll try and keep you occupied.
All
So,
right, back
how's your
already.
days going? How's your week's going?
Real quick
Going
before
pretty-
hopping back into that
pretty
conversation, Ninja Jaden Gaming in chat says, okay, thank you, you did that. Okay, I'll stay a little. Because people are not here, and I guess I'll stay for a little bit. Then I'll go to sleep soon. Ninja Jaden Gaming also says, what is your Spider-Man? Tobey Maguire, and his is Tom Holland.
Mine's Tom Holland.
He also says, G-Meister, I'm gonna go to sleep. I just can't stay up. I'm too tired. Have a good stream. Hey, man, it's all good. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for chatting and all that jazz, you know? It doesn't matter how long you're here, just the fact that you showed up. Anyways, back to what you're talking about with your dad and Joker and Mark Hamill.
Yeah. Like I said, you gotta remember, it's very based on what you grew up with. My dad did not grow up with the Joker being Mark Hamill. And he grew up with Mark Hamill being known as Luke Skywalker. He grew up with Star Wars. So, my dad is going to be heavily biased and prefer Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker. And heavily underplay other performances he played. And I do that too. I'll know an actor for one specific thing, But when someone says also known for something else, I'll underplay it because I either, just like my dad, don't care or didn't know about it, and I only know the more popular one. I feel like we can all say something along those lines, that we don't act it for something that they're more popular for, and that will heavily biased over.
Yeah.
And like another role that they played. A good example for me is the original Godzilla actor Haruo Nakajima. Takes great, at least when he was alive, he took great pride in playing the role of Godzilla and how much joy it brought to people. But people underplay what he did. Haruo Nakajima played a ton of fucking kaiju back in the day. He was the man to go to. But here's the thing. Those get underplayed by the general audience, the general public, because he played so many Godzillas. He played the most amount of Godzillas in anyone's career as Godzilla. In total, 12, not counting performances out of film, either that be advertising, commercials, or whatever. He played 12 film Godzillas, which is the most any actor has done. And he's going to be heavily known for that, and he took heavy pride in that when he was alive. And he gladly took pride that he was known for Godzilla. And he devoted his whole life to that because, guess what? That's what got him popular, that's what he has a passion for, and he loves it. But that's what I'm saying. People underplay other performances because they know the more popular one.
That's fair.
And I believe that's what my dad did. He underplayed it because he knew him as Luke Skywalker, not the Joker. That's what I grew up with him as. So that's what he's going to prefer. I think, like I said, I think it's easy. We can all come to an assumption like that for our favorite things. After all, everyone's going to have a bias for something.
That's completely fair. Let me think of an example. I don't know. I guess I never really... I don't really do that with, actors, I guess. Like, everyone... I guess everyone can be like, yo, Tobey Maguire, he was a Spider-Man in the original trilogy, therefore that's what I'm gonna know him as. But, you know, he has plenty of, like, good other movies, you know. He did great in The Great Gatsby and other performances, but everyone always gonna know him, is always gonna know him as a funny piece of time, man. So,
yeah. That's what I'm gonna know him as personally forever.
And, you know, freaking with Tom Holland even right now. Like, he's also gonna be playing Nathan Drake, but, you know, that's Spider-Man, dude.
Yeah, to me, Tom Holland is Spider-Man. And let's be honest, I don't have much confidence with Uncharted film.
Even Tom Holland doesn't have confidence in the Uncharted film.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Tom Holland should have said before the film even came out, before a poster was fucking revealed, decided to say that he said that it's his worst performance, is the least confident in. And that tells me to not have confidence in the movie. So I am not hyped for it at all now.
It's not that I don't have faith in Tom as an actor. It's that probably it's either the director or the script or something else. Or all the above.
I think it might have been the script and his performance. I think that's what he was referring to. Or possibly just he didn't enjoy his performance. Maybe when he was performing it, he just didn't perform it in a way he should have, and he realized that after filming. But ever since he said that, it made me think that maybe the film's going to be good, but when the main actor says that he doesn't enjoy his performance in it, I'm not confident.
Well, here is an interesting thing about, like, creatives and actors and everything like that. Sam Raimi hates Spider-Man 3. He doesn't like that film. He says, like, he feels like he fucked up with that film. Personally speaking,
admittedly,
I like that movie.
And you gotta remember too. I agree heavily with him on that, too, because Spider-Man 3 behind the scenes was fucked up by the studio.
Yep.
It wasn't just Sam Raimi. The studio fucked him over heavily. So I can see why he says it's his weakest movie. Because if you look at the original concepts, and even for Spider-Man 4, Sam Raimi is a genius when it comes to that kind of like stuff of storytelling or whatever. Even if he's not the best at it, he's great at it. And especially Spider-Man, even though it's not my favorite, I won't lie, he does make really good ideas when it comes to Spider-Man. And he does genuinely fit the franchise.
Yep.
Fucking, I'm sure you've seen by now all the Spider-Man 4 canceled stuff. Like
Of course I have. I've seen the animatics with Vulture. I've seen the Bruce Campbell Mysterio. I've seen... I gotta read through the script sometime.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Even his canceled projects are good. Like, that Vulture fight, which was supposed to be the very first fight in the film at the very beginning of the film, after Bruce Campbell's Mysterio, that is a genuinely intense and awesome fight to me. And I would have loved to see that on film.
Like,
and let's not downplay, and that doesn't mean to downplay the Vulture in the MCU, because the Vulture in the MCU easily could have killed Spider-Man if he wanted to. Because, you know, he crushed a fucking building on him. Just because.
Yep.
And so let's not downplay the new Vulture at all, because he's very powerful. It's just the Vulture in the Sam Raimi one, obviously from the animatics, was much more intense. Because the Vulture in the MCU was much more sympathetic. Because Spider-Man saved his daughter, was dating his daughter, and so he held back punches. He held back because he knew Spider-Man, although a harm, like someone in annoyance in his way, at the same time, that's his daughter's love. So he can't just outright fucking kill him. He's got to give him a chance.
What about my uncle? Did you give him a chance? Did you?
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Sam Raimi Vulture, from what we've seen,
Was gonna be
had, like,
terrifying.
yeah, he was not going to have a connection to Peter, if any. Like, his connection to Peter would have most likely, at most, been like, hey, you, I can't think of anything on the top of my head, but maybe it would have been just, like, a pure hatred for Spider-Man. Maybe he didn't like what he was doing. Like, maybe it was, like, levels of, like, JJJ, but on, like if JJJ was a fucking villain, and he wasn't pulling punches. Because he fucking, when Green Goblin came for him, he didn't fucking, call out Peter Parker. Which, as fans like to point out, that's big for him.
Oh yeah,
That's pretty
it's
good.
one of my favorite things about J. Jonah Jameson is, I know the game likes joking about it because, you know, haha, you know, he's hosting a podcast and everything. But J. Jonah Jameson himself in the Spider-Man PS4 game says that the only thing he has is his integrity as a reporter and as a person. And so the fact that he doesn't sell out Peter Parker, you know, it shows integrity.
He could have easily sold out Peter Parker, but he knew that, well, that would put a fucking, at that point, in his eyes, because he didn't know he was Spider-Man, a child, because remember, at that time Peter Parker was like, what, 18 or whatever?
Yeah, no, he just graduated high school.
Yeah, that would have been putting a literal child's life in danger and possible death. And he knew that. As a reporter, you got it, and as a person, like what's the correct word? I forget it now at the top of my head, but as a boss, you gotta look out for your coworkers. Even if you don't treat them that well, like JJJ did. At the same time, like I said, you gotta look out for them. And he looked out for them. He knew that if he sold out to the Green Goblin, and the amount of fucking damage Green Goblin caused just entering the fucking room alone, he could have easily killed Peter Parker for the information. And JJJ would have been responsible for a kid's death. Although admittedly he wouldn't have because of Peter Parker and he was Spider-Man.
But he didn't know that.
Fight. Yeah, he didn't know any of that. In his mind, Peter Parker was just some kid trying to make a wealthy life, well, not wealthy, but a good living for himself. But admittedly he was.
And
Spider-Man does not pay the bills
yeah,
at all.
You know, taking pictures of Spider-Man pays the bills.
Yeah, that pays the bills. But being Spider-Man does not pay the bills.
Spider-Man could have just had an OnlyFans. Fucking.
Oh my, he could.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I kind of think it's weird to think about this now. But the weirdest thing that basically where Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man was at that point in his life and just starting college and finding a job and everything. Like, that's kind of what we're at in life now. Is that kind of weird to think about?
It is. I think everyone can agree with this. You can look at our favorite fictional characters and we may reach the point where they're at a struggle. Like right now, especially in American media, a lot of fictional characters, especially young characters, they'll be relatable because they're like graduating school or going in college or have a job just trying to make well. A lot of Americans, especially us, Gavin, can agree with that. We can relate to that because that's where we're at. That's where the general Americans are at for that type of demographic. And it's very genius in a way. Because, like I said, it's very weird to think about it. We're at the same point Spider-Man was at. But unlike Spider-Man, we're not a fictional universe. This is our world. This is our life. We make our choices. We don't have a script to follow. We don't have a producer to help us. We don't have a director to guide us. It's very different. But at the same time, that doesn't mean we can't look at him for inspiration. Because Spider-Man is meant to be inspirational. So we can look at Spider-Man's story, obviously not follow exactly what he did. He was fucking Spider-Man. But we can look at his story and look at and find inspiration from it. And find things to look at that we can possibly follow. And make ourselves better from.
Exactly. Like, it's about the life... You're never going to be able to perfectly emulate your heroes, but you can learn from your heroes.
Yeah.
You can learn from their struggles. You can relate to them. I think a lot about Spider-Man and Spider-Man media and different adaptations and what each of them mean and everything, and how they portray the character. Like, I don't know. Everyone loves the hero. You know, they root for them, they do this or that. But they
look out for the little guy.
Look, listen, man. Listen, man, if your Spider-Man is not looking out for the little guy, you fucked up. I'm just saying.
You're in the wrong reality, pal.
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man, like, even in the comics, because the films can't be perfect, the films can't do everything the comics do, because, you know, it's meant for the general audience, it has to be quick, snappy, and all that shit. But if you look at the comics, it can take the time, because, you know, tons of issues, but they still gotta be snappy about it. They can sometimes do something that you won't see in the movies. I'd say the movies won't do this, it's just, the movies are more strict than comics will be. And, at least from what I've seen. And the comics, one of the things that some heroes do, even fucking Deadpool did this. I know it's a bit of an extreme example, but it's an example nonetheless. Looking out for the little guy. Like I said, Deadpool even fucking did this. Suicide is something serious, and I'm not gonna joke about it.
Yep.
But comics have shown how heroes can react to said thing. Deadpool, at first he was all jokey, trying to make them laugh and all that. But even, let's admit it, Deadpool's not a good role model at all. As funny as he is, or as cool, as likable or cool as he is, he's not a good role model. Don't follow what he does at all. He may be like a funny, hot character, but he's like deep inside. That's the deep inside that gets you. Like comics, when you find someone that was suicidal, he at first was making jokes and all that, but he eventually was looking for help for them. He was like, hey, let's take it to this place, let's take it to the hospital or whatever. But that person was like saying, no, I don't want to. So Deadpool went along with them, and eventually, when the suicidal person got ready to commit suicide, Deadpool opened himself up. He opened up and talked sincerely looked out for the little person, the little guy, if you will, and made sure they would get the help. And instead of talking, guess what? That person got the help and gave in to Deadpool and went to the hospital. And they didn't commit suicide. And although, like I said, Deadpool's not perfect, he's not a good role model at all. He looked out for the little guy in that situation. He could have easily made jokes and made them want to kill themselves even more, but he didn't. He looked out for the little guy. And Spider-Man, let's admit it, I think we can all agree with this, he's way better at doing this than Deadpool ever will be. Like looking out for the little guy.
It's kind of his whole
Stuff
thing.
like that. Yeah, it's his whole thing. That's the thing in comics that I really enjoy, that comics can tackle that movies can't really do. Is we can look at little insights to these characters that you won't really get in the films.
Oh yeah.
I'm still in canon and lore, the film characters will do this stuff and whatever off screen. Because obviously, like I said, a film has to be snappy and all that. But stuff like that in the comics that I really enjoy. The sincere moments that we get every once in a while.
For sure. Like, you actually made me think about a Spider-Man story initially, but then I came up with another Deadpool story similar to the one you were talking about. Another one where Deadpool was, like, working with this, like, essentially he was hanging out with this, like, drug addict, I believe. And, like, you could have just been lol, lol, random Deadpool humor. But then, like, you know, they were just going out on a night of town, driving around, and then he stopped in front of a rehab place. And then he was like...
The guy he did, or Deadpool made him?
Deadpool made him.
Just like I made that girl go to the hospital.
Exactly. He stopped in front of the rehab place and was like, look, I might not be the best guy, but, you know, I don't want you to go down a terrible road in your life, you know? Like, you can still get help. You could be better, you know? I believe in you. And then, like, then the person was very reluctant and everything, saying that it won't matter or anything, that they don't matter. And then Deadpool, like, you know, he just talked to him, genuinely talked to that person. And then they went inside. And then Deadpool just went off and did his own thing for a bit.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like we were talking about the same story, just mixed up details. Because that sounds exactly the film that I'm remembering.
Are we thinking? I
might be thinking of the same story, but with different details.
Yeah.
Because a suicidal girl that Deadpool makes jokes about at first, not at the girl's expense, but just making jokes in general.
I remember it was like drugs. Huh.
Oh, mine was... Okay, we may actually be... Okay, we may be thinking of separate stories, because mine was a suicidal girl. Okay, I think that's why I'm getting them confused together, because they have similar aspects, similar endings.
Yep.
That's the thing. Because Deadpool's different than Spider-Man. Deadpool will be jokey at first without realizing how intense it is, but when he actually hears what the person's about, he's like, oh shit, I can help them. But he's still trying to pull off that act of, like, funny man Deadpool or whatever. But when the time calls for it, he will be serious. But as Spider-Man, he's always going to be serious with the little guy. Like, I haven't seen many examples of it because I haven't really looked into it. Of Spider-Man helping people in need or whatever. But I remember one of my favorite moments. I'm a bit hazy with memory, but going off of memory, one of my favorite moments was where Spider-Man had to get to his place, like extreme urgency. He had to get there now. And when he was doing it, Spider-Man like swinging web, like building to building to get there. Something happened out of the blue, just out of nowhere. I think it was like a baby's like stroller accidentally like. A mother accidentally let go of it because it slipped out of her hand or whatever and went to the middle of the road. And the woman was starting to freak out. And Spider-Man, although he was in extreme urgency, needed to be at this location now, took the time. Obviously, this is less extreme. It's still as extreme as suicidal, but it's like more. I think it's more like obvious than suicide because there's like a baby in a stroller in the middle of a fucking road. So it was obvious. It was something like it's something that most people could ignore. And Spider-Man, although being in an extreme place of emergency and having to get there, was like, fuck that, I gotta help this person real quick. And did it very quickly. And the thing was, after he helped her out, it wasn't just a quick, you're welcome ma'am, and leaves. It was a little sincere moment where it was like, here's your baby, are you okay? Is there anything you need me to do before I leave? And all that. Because Spider-Man, he could have easily just been like, you're welcome ma'am, be careful out there. Like a little Superman or something.
Like a little Superman.
Didn't. Yeah, because let's admit it, that's what Superman does. Like I said, even though Spider-Man was in extreme urgency, he still, after saving that baby, was like, is there anything else you need from me? Is there, like, any other things I need to help with? Even though, like I said, extreme urgency. I like those moments in comics. They're very interesting to me.
For sure.
Don't get them often, but when you get them, they're nice.
If you want to... Okay, I know you're not much of a comic guy in terms of, like, sitting down and actually reading through them. But here's a really good Spider-Man story if you like stuff like that. Spider-Man Blue. It's one issue. It's not long.
One issue only?
It's not a long story. It's a one-off. But it's about Peter Parker processing his grief and doing some self-reflecting while helping out a kid that is diagnosed with cancer.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's a heavy topic.
That is a heavy topic, and you know what's amazing about it? This isn't a recent book. This book has existed for like almost 30 years now.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. So I'd recommend Spider-Man.
This is something recent.
Yeah, no, it is not. Spider-Man has always been like this. And that's why he's my favorite hero.
Put it on the list.
It's not a long read, but it's a read.
Nice.
It hits you in the feelings. That's what it does, and it makes you like, wow, this is like heroism. This is like, you know, Spider-Man's not punching the Green Goblin. He's not beating the shit out of Venom. He's not doing this or that. He's not saving the city from a bomb or anything. He's just talking to a kid that doesn't have much time left in his life.
Yeah, like, it gets me thinking, like, let's admit it, Gavin, we're going to see Spider-Man No Way Home, we're probably not going to be thinking of this conversation we're having, which is completely fine. There's no problem with that. But, that's the thing. We can take these little moments, these little one-off issue, like you said, of these heartfelt moments of serious topics with our favorite heroes. But, our heroes will always go back to what they're known for. Like this Friday, we're going to go and see them what they're known for. Fighting these villains, seeing this epic conclusion, and seeing this awesome finale with our favorite Spider-Man and all that. But that doesn't mean when we go back home, we can't look at Spider-Man, let's say for example Spider-Man Blue, take a little reflection, and look at how, although Spider-Man is this amazing hero, can make all these awesome fights and all that, he looks out for the little guy, and looks at them equally on the same level as him, and helps them out, even for a small issue.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. Like I said, we're probably not going to be thinking of this at all when we're watching the movie, not even after it, which is completely fine. Let's enjoy the film, let's enjoy that moment, let's not think about all the pressing or whatever. Let's just have fun. But, because that's what the movie is for, it's for fun. At least the one we're seeing. But that does, like I said, it doesn't mean when we get home, or like the next day or whatever, we can take that time to look back and see Spider-Man's simpler moments.
That's why, like, I don't know. Personally speaking, I write a lot in my free time. I write a lot of scenes about heroism and being a decent person and looking out for your fellow man and everything and trying to be your best self. And what it takes to do that. So I've always wanted to, if I ever did get into the industry of the writer, to tackle a Spider-Man story in any medium. I'd take literally anything.
I mean, you've already made it to the point where you got a cameo from Spider-Man himself, Yuri Lau.
Yeah, Mr. Yuri Lowenthal. Yeah.
Lowenthal, yeah. I was gonna say, I think I mispronounced his last name there.
Yeah. That's definitely a highlight for me, getting to actually work with him. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I'll gladly, like, that's something I never want you to live down. That's a big moment.
Yeah, it was nice.
Even if it was just for one thing, that was the Spider-Man himself. Wasn't it the PS4 Spider-Man as well?
He was the PS4 Spider-Man. That's exactly who he is.
Well, we can also say PS5 now because Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2.
True. He's the Insomniac Spider-Man.
Yeah. And in a way, the comic Spider-Man, because he got his own comics, so...
Yeah, from a certain point of view.
Yeah. Because I like to see the comics as canon as well, unless the writers deliberately say they're not.
I haven't heard anything saying the Spider-Man, the PS4 comics aren't canon.
Are they, like, supposed to be prequels?
They are prequels. They're kind of like supplementary backstory material. Like, you know how,
the Godzilla comics for the MonsterVerse.
like in the games, it's just like Peter's just like, you remember the dumpling incident, MJ? Well, they have an entire issue about the dumpling incident because this is a Spider-Man that Insomniac is you already know Spider-Man. Let's just hop into it, man. He's not a teenager. He's a fucking grown-ass man trying to live his best life right now while doing the right thing. That's Insomniac Spider-Man right there. But this supplementary material provides more context behind this universe, behind this Spider-Man. So I think that's exactly what it is, supplementary material. But I think it's nice. Because I always like my character to breathe a little bit.
Yeah. Like I said, it reminds me of the Monster vs. Godzilla. And of course you have prequels and stuff. But they've been doing more supplementary material as of recently. Because it takes a long time for these movies to be made, like 3 or 4 years for these movies to be made. So it takes a while for them to actually come out. Which is way better, because I'd rather have quality over quantity. Godzilla fans know that for a fucking fact. We've gotten tons of supplementary material, a ton of which I still have to read. So I bought a ton of supplementary material as in the last month alone in Christmas shopping. I did some Godzilla shopping for myself. And there's I'll just say the ones I got right now as of recently. I got 4 supplementary material for the Monsterverse. 2 prequels to Godzilla vs. Kong, which basically tell you from a perspective from Kong's perspective of Godzilla, what they were doing during the times between the movies and Godzilla vs. Kong. Like what was Kong doing before Godzilla vs. Kong happened and after Kong Skull Island. And what was Godzilla doing after King of the Monsters and waiting for Godzilla vs. Kong. It tells those stories that fans want to know. It tells them, hey, this is what Godzilla and Kong were doing before versus Kong, but after the movies, you know? But at the same time, I also got 2 other comics, which I still have to read. One being another supplementary material of Godzilla. I think it's Godzilla Aftershock, I believe, which was a prequel to King of the Monsters, or a sequel. And no, it was a prequel. It was a prequel to King of the Monsters, and it even explained how Godzilla got his new dorsal spikes. And then a 5-part series. So it was like a 2-in-1, Aftershock and Kong. A 5-part series of the entirety of Kong and his species backstory of the Monsterverse. Well, not the entirety, but the mass majority of it that was known at the time of Kong Skull Island cities. It's insane. Supplementary material is insane because it can explain these stories the main material will never go into, or if it does, just hints at it or tells a little bit of it. Exactly.
That's kind of what Marvel's doing with Spider-Man freshman year right now. That animated series that's supposed to be Tom Holland Spider-Man's first year as Spider-Man.
I like that.
I like it too. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm honestly super happy they skipped the Uncle Ben plot and everything, because as someone who's seen that plot plenty of times, and as I'm sure everyone can agree, we rewatch movies a ton. People always do, especially Spider-Man. So if you're rewatching the Spider-Man movies, it's always going to be in your mind, Uncle Ben, Uncle Ben. So I'm super happy they just straight up said, fuck it, this is after Uncle Ben, enjoy the movie. I love that. There's a lot of things I love about the MCU Spider-Man, which makes him my favorite. Mainly all the differences about him. Because I've been waiting for a different Spider-Man like this. That one that takes so many risks. That is admittedly very divided. But I like it. He's my favorite.
I used to not like him.
I can see why.
I used to.
Is it... Used to, yeah. Is one of the reasons... Let's just get it out of the way. It's one of the main reasons people don't like him, because it's so heavily focused on Tony.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite aspects of him. But I'm curious, why did you not like it at first? Let us hear your reasoning for why you didn't like him at first, but what are your thoughts on him now?
Okay. I didn't initially like MCU Spider-Man because I felt like if you attach him so much to Stark, it feels like he's almost like a sidekick. And Spider-Man was the first teenage superhero. He was the first teenager superhero to be independent. Like, you had Robin, you had, like, Kid Flash. You had shit like that. That was basically like, oh, they're kids like you, the reader, but you know, they're the sidekick. They're not the you kids can't be heroes. You're insane. But then you had Spider-Man, who broke that mold. He broke the glass ceiling. So I almost found it disrespectful when Spider-Man was being portrayed as little Iron Boy Jr. or whatever the hell you want to call it. But then I looked at it from a different lens. I looked at the MCU's Tom Holland trilogy. It's gonna be a trilogy, but in a different light. I looked at it from the lens of Steve Ditko / Stan Lee's early run of the Amazing Fantasy Spider-Man series. And they essentially, in that series, Spider-Man is already living in a world filled with other heroes. And he's just trying to live his best life while trying to be independent. Because, you know, everyone hates, J. Jonah Jameson hates Spider-Man, and he thinks he's a menace, and blah, blah, blah. MCU Spider-Man is kind of in a similar boat where he's trying to prove himself in this new world, kind of. Like, in this world where he's like, there's heroes already established, I'm not the first one, and I'm kind of young. And Homecoming, like, a lot of people make the jokes of, like, he's Iron Boy Jr. And I did too, for a while. But Homecoming is all about him being like, no, I'm not, Mr. Stark, I don't want to be Iron Man. I want to be your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And then Far From Home, with albeit kind of execution on this one, I kind of wish it was executed a little bit better, but I like the theme of him being like, you're not, I'm happy being like, you're not the next Iron Man, you're not Tony, you're fucking Spider-Man. I think that arc worked for the MCU. And, you know, it adapts a different aspect of Spider-Man that hasn't really been touched before by the other live-action Spider-Man, because they were all independent heroes. So you never had other heroes to collaborate with. So, yeah, that's pretty much... I looked at it from a different lens.
Okay. It's very different. It's a very different adaptation, which I feel like definitely rubbed people the wrong way because they were expecting the same thing. Because that's been happening with up to that point, it was just happening with all the live-action Spider-Man. It was the same thing. Uncle Ben death, great responsibility. I'm Spider-Man, and I'm like independent and all that shit. But when it came to the MCU, it was like independent, but at the same time, Tony Stark giving me technology, helping me out, and all that shit. And I could see that rub people the wrong way. And I could definitely see where people can say like that's not the only problem they have with it. But personally, I love the differences. I love the different route they took with them. I was ready. I wanted a different route for them. And the idea of Spider-Man getting help and suit from Tony Stark to me is genius. You're telling me that the billionaire, the trillionaire, the most genius man in the world who makes suits of armor can make something for Spider-Man and helps him out and teams up with him? That to me is awesome. I love that. I want more of that. And getting that, well, it happened. And Homecoming and Far From Home to me, Far From Home especially being my favorite Spider-Man film, with Spider-Man 2 being a close second. I feel like Far From Home really, I mean, obviously it's not the same with you, but to me, it really struck to the core to me how this is my Spider-Man now. Tobey Maguire, I loved him, one of my favorites, but let's admit it, we all have our different like things we like, and I love this new different route that took on Spider-Man, so it became my favorite. And I've seen a lot of like deep dives into the Spider-Man retrospectives of them, and a lot of people said this, not a lot of people, but the majority of the deep dives I watched said the same thing. If you look back at the original Spider-Man comics by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko,
Yep.
the MCU Spider-Man stays very faithful to him. Yes, it does take its liberties. You know, Iron Man, getting his suits and all that, Avengers. But he does take stuff from that original Spider-Man, like the suits, the what was it? The personality. It's not the exact same, but it's almost there. Because if you look back at it, which I did too, the original Spider-Man is a bit of an asshole.
He's a cunt.
He is a cunt. As good as Spider-Man is, let's admit it, his original start, he started out a bit rough. Yeah, he was everyone's lovable Spider-Man, but he did have a bit of an attitude that we don't associate with him nowadays.
I do not. Like, here's the thing, like, I'm okay with asshole Spider-Man if done right, but, you know, you gotta have him be empathetic still. And sometimes the comics with Steve Ditko, they're on, no offense to Steve Ditko and Stanley. Oh my, sometimes it felt like he was a little bit too much of a little bitch. It was, I tried rereading some of the old comics, and it was a little rough to start, I'm not gonna lie. A little rough.
Well,
What were you saying, though?
I was basically saying, like, the MCU Spider-Man took his liberties, but from what I've seen behind the scenes too, the MCU Spider-Man, although it takes a lot of liberties and is very different, tries to stay true to what Stanley and Steve Ditko's original Spider-Man was, while still trying to create something new. Because if it's just a carbon copy, then who the hell cares? Because, let's admit it, we love Spider-Man, but it's about time we get something new.
Which is why...
If you put it in retrospective, Tobey Maguire, which started the Spider-Man live-action stuff, came out in the early 2000s. It's been over 20 years. Well, right now...
It's almost 20 years. It's almost.
Yeah. But I'd say it's about fucking time we get a new incarnation that's different from the Uncle Ben. Not saying it's never been done before, but I'm saying about live-action Spider-Man movies, like the general audience Spider-Man, what they know him for. Because the general audience Spider-Man is the movie Spider-Man. And I say it's about damn time we get that change. And it's about damn time we get this different take on them. Obviously, not everyone's gonna agree on it. Always gonna be people who have a different opinion. But I personally, I love this. I love this different take. I love this different route. I love what they're doing. And to me, I feel like this is going to stay true to what I believe Spider-Man should be. And that being someone who looks out for the little guy, but at the same time, someone who, if needed or if wants to, can get help via the Avengers or someone. And at the same time, looking from home from what it's going to do, if successful, everyone will forget who he is. So that's going to return Spider-Man to what he was.
The independent hero.
Yeah, which I don't have a problem with, because we had a whole trilogy of what I wanted for Spider-Man. Something new, a different take. And since I got that trilogy now, I'm fine with them going back to how he was originally as the original Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm completely okay with it.
Which, I'm kind of interested to see how Tom Holland's going to do with playing traditional Spider-Man. Because I'm not going to lie, MCU Spider-Man is an adaptation. It's not traditional Spider-Man. You don't have to be traditional Spider-Man. As long as you pay respect to the source material and everything, which it does. But, normal Spider-Man's a bit of a loner.
Yes.
He intentionally does not ask for much help. And when he does, it's either the Avengers or the team up, whoever he's working with, either thinks he's an asshole and doesn't want him around, or he just doesn't want him.
Some sort of kid that's irresponsible.
Exactly. Like, or not even as a kid. Sometimes, like, Spider-Man's a grown-ass man sometimes. Like, some other heroes don't like working with him.
It's interesting with Spider-Man because on his own, he's perfect. But when he's with a team, it can be complicated. Because his personality just rubs off differently on others. Because the general audience, we see him as for what he is. The kind, caring, looking out for the little guy Spider-Man. But when he teams up with stuff like the Avengers, it's really different. Some Avengers may enjoy him. Some may enjoy his company. Some may see him for what he is. But others may just see him as an arrogant kid that knows nothing. Or when he's an adult, some adult that's just trying too hard to be something he isn't, or if not that, just an adult who is irresponsible and doesn't know how to be a superhero or something like that.
Yeah,
it's very different with team ups.
Like, another thing about traditional Spider-Man compared to MCU Spider-Man, and you know what? I'm really happy that they're doing the whole identity wipe thing, like the reset for him, because Spider-Man doesn't reveal his identity to most people. Like, he like you said, he really
knows the risk of it. And we've seen this in the MCU. Yeah, he's gone to public stuff, like in Far From Home, where he did that in the intro of the movie. He did that thing with Aunt May.
Yeah, for Feast.
Yeah, Feast. But the thing was, he didn't take off his mask one bit. He kept it on. And when we saw Happy Hogan coming in, he didn't know it was Happy Hogan, and his mask immediately came up. He knows of the risk. He knows if it gets out, trouble will happen. But due to Mysterio, that was against him. He trusted Mysterio, and he thought, and he was in the right of thinking this, that no one would see it. Because in his mind, from what we saw as the audience, he was completely in the right to take off his mask, and no one would have known it was him. Mysterio would have died knowing it, and the only people who knew him are personal, and like Aunt May and all that, friends, and the Avengers. That was it.
Not.
And of course, Shield. I'm sure. Shield.
Oh yeah, of course. Nick Fury was pretty much there from the entire way at Far From Home. Like, damn. My problem with MCU Spider-Man was that right out of the gate, he wasn't allowed to have his secret identity from the other heroes. Right out of the gate, he really wasn't allowed. Like, Tony Stark tracked him down immediately. Which, you know, makes sense in universe, but...
Yeah. Because if you're Tony Stark and you're used to, like, the Loki and all that, Ultron, and out of nowhere you see on YouTube trending that there's this spider guy who's swinging around, you probably want to take interest in that. Is that a threat or is that a friend?
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's be honest. Who can blame Tony for that?
I don't blame him. Like, no, I'm not saying it's out of character or anything or out of universe.
Yeah, because Tony has fucking he has what was it? What's the word I'm looking for now? He has what's the word I'm looking for? He has it's like a constant fear of like what to come. Who's the word?
Paranoia.
Paranoia, yeah. He has paranoia ever since, like, the original, after he saved everyone in Avengers. He's had paranoia about Thanos and all that. And at the time when Spider-Man was being revealed in the lore and canon in MCU, how the hell was Tony supposed to know that was just some kid? Obviously, via tracking and all that, and he's the smartest man in the world. Obviously, you could find out it was a kid. It wasn't that hard to find out, honestly, if you're Tony Stark and you have all this money and all that shit. And all this, like, tracking technology. It's not hard for him. But, say Tony Stark and he didn't know that, and he didn't know he was a kid, we could be looking at another possible Loki. Maybe someone who's trying to do good to, like, be mysterious and do something, like, under the curtains or whatever. Who knows? But luckily for us, obviously, Spider-Man's a friend. He looks out for the little guy. He helps everyone. I don't know where I'm going with this. It's just very interesting to me. Very interesting to think of it from a Tony Stark's perspective, because we never really get that perspective. We get his thoughts somewhat, and we get where he's coming from. Like, he wants to help out Spider-Man after he finds out who he is. And he does get pissed off at him when he doesn't keep out of trouble, because he causes more trouble than he should by getting himself into things. But I don't know, it's just
honestly is
interesting to
my
think about
favorite
from
part
Tony
of
Stark's
Homecoming.
perspective. Yeah, like how Spider-Man gets himself in more trouble than he usually would.
Yeah, well, basically, after he fucks up with the whole ferry ship and everything and trying to track down the Vulture, normally, like, Tony wasn't really doing anything to stop the Vulture. He wasn't really doing anything, because the Vulture was kind of like a lower, like, down-to-earth threat, kind of.
Yeah, Vulture even said this himself in the film, where he was not an Avengers level threat. But when one of his men said to do so, and I forget what it was, but one of his men like said something, and he said something along the lines of, "We're not an Avengers level threat, and if you do this, Tony will be on us. The Avengers will be on us. Is that what you want? We can't fight them." He knew it. Vulture was smart enough to know that he's not Loki, he's not Ultron, he's not Thanos. At least he didn't know Thanos at the time, but he knew he wasn't an Avengers level threat. And if the Avengers were to track him down, instantly, in jail, wouldn't be able to fucking put up a fight. But Spider-Man, and here's the thing, since he was not a threat, the Avengers and Tony Stark didn't give a shit and didn't look into him. Because he wasn't a menace, he wasn't a threat. But Spider-Man, our good old Spider-Man, looking out for the little guy like he does, found it out, and was like, guys, we gotta look into this. But unfortunately, due to that heroism of him, trying to save everyone, it caused more trouble than he should have. Which I can easily see Tony getting pissed off about. Because to Tony, this guy is just some lower level threat that means nothing. But on the other hand, Spider-Man knows exactly what's going on. At least he tries to.
Like,
I find that interesting.
Yeah. And then when my favorite part of the movie is when he doesn't have the Stark suit. When he's in that homemade suit and going after Vulture on his own. When he gives up, you know, the nice homecoming dance for a responsibility. In order to stop the Vulture. Because, we're stealing stuff from the Avenger Stark Tower thingamabobber. You know? Like, it was like, it's not world ending, it's nothing like that, it's not your big MCU stakes that you're used to. It's a smaller scale story. But that's kind of what Spider-Man is. The little guy. He is there.
Yeah. One of my favorite parts in Homecoming wasn't even a big part. I'm sure you can remember this too. It's such a small part you remember it, that with Spider-Man, there's someone stealing, it's like not even a full, it's not even like fucking 30 seconds. But Spider-Man, there's someone stealing the bike.
Yeah.
Spider-Man stops them and puts a note on it.
Yeah.
I think it's like 20 seconds, 15 seconds at most.
It's really brief, but it's very nice. Like, seeing Peter be like a small town, like, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Like, it's very nice. And honestly, that's part of the reason why I prefer Homecoming over Far From Home. Because Far From Home, you don't really get to see that friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Because he's doing SHIELD shit.
And that's the thing. He tries to do family. He tries to do the basic Spider-Man stuff that you'd expect him to do. Looking out for the little guy and all that. But the thing about Far From Home too, the guy I remember, is he doesn't want to do the SHIELD stuff. He's forced into it via Nick Fury doing stuff behind the scenes to make him get into it without him realizing. And the Spider-Man, all he wants to do is go on a field trip and be normal for a week. That's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to do anything Spider-Man related. And the film is more Peter Parker than Spider-Man. If you actually if you look more into it and look about it, I'm not sure how to describe it, but the film, looking at it, it is objectively more Peter Parker than Spider-Man. It's a Peter Parker film. But due to SHIELD and due to Nick Fury, well, quote unquote Nick Fury because it's a squirrel, but due to SHIELD, Spider-Man isn't allowed to have what he's known for, looking out for the little guy, helping out everyone, like general people. Due to SHIELD, he's forced to do this kind of world-ending kind of stuff or whatever. Like Avengers level threat, even though it's not, it's just a holograms. It's that kind of stuff that just, I don't know. I don't know how to put it, it's just, I don't know.
I understand completely. Like, I know it's like part of the point, I suppose, but I don't know, man. I mean, I do like how he independently has to fight Mysterio. That's always nice. Like, that's good at the ending, where he makes his own suit, you know, more personalized towards his needs and his style, rather than the Iron Spider suit. and then he freaking fights Mysterio, uses his spider senses, and taps into what makes him Spider-Man compared to other heroes like Iron Man or anything like that. Iron Man doesn't have spider sense.
He has money.
Yeah, but fuck, Spider-Man. Listen, man, the Peter Tingle.
I hate that so much.
I hate that too.
I hate that because he clearly had spider sense in Civil War, but everyone ignored it and said he didn't have it. And I was just sitting there like, what?
And then they showed it off at the beginning of
Homecoming.
No, actually, they actually showed it off more in the beginning of Infinity War. Actually, when he was on the bus and his hair was raised up.
That's the thing. They so clearly, even if it's a brief moment, show his spider sense. People are so stupid. They're like, oh no, it's not. And it made me pissed off that they addressed it in Far From Home as the Peter Tingle.
The Peter.
I get it's supposed to. I get it's supposed to be funny. I get it's Aunt May's own little name for it. But fuck off. Spider Sense is such a cool ass name to me.
I'm not gonna lie. Maybe if Peter's like, oh yeah, no, I have my Peter Tingle in No Way Home. Andrew and Toby go like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. Unironic. Like, I get it's supposed to be something cute that Aunt May created, but as much as I love the MCU Spider-Man as my favorite Spider-Man, fuck off with that. It's Spider Sense. That's the name. Stick with it. It's more of a. I see it as more of a badass name. Peter Tingle is something I'd see the fucking executive producers just think of like, oh, this should be funny to the kids.
No, the kids will love the Peter Tingle.
Fucking kill me. I fucking hate that.
Did they even call it Spider Sense in the movie? I don't even remember.
No. They never called it Spider Sense, I believe, from memory. They've never called it that yet. I can definitely see them, like Toby and Andrew and them coming together. And he's like, oh yeah, my aunt may call it the Peter Tingle. And he's like, oh that's, and like Toby or Andrew might just be over, looking at him and be like, that's cute and all that, your Aunt May created it for you. Maybe you should be more mature and use your, say it's Spider Sense or something like that, and he'll like call it Spider Sense or whatever, I don't know. That's the main, like we all have our gripes about our favorite things, and my personal gripe about the MCU Spider-Man is his Spider Sense, and how it's not showcased and how it was made a joke of.
Yeah, I mean,
even though
it was used really well in that final sequence against Mysterio, though.
It really was. But it really pulled me out of the moment, even though I was super into it in theaters still, it sort of pulled me out when he was like, come on, Peter Tingle. And
that's a real line of dialogue.
I cringed so hard in the fucking theater when I heard that. Because I was like, are you fucking serious? This awesome scene, and you're just like, come on.
The Peter Tingle, bro. Like, I get it. I mean, again, it kind of goes hand in hand with the idea of this is adapting early Spider-Man, Steve Ditko comics era. It's a comedy. It's like a sitcom. But, damn it, dude!
Like, we've stayed so true to Stanley and Steve Ditko, but then we're like, the Peter Tingle. Like, fuck off. That's not, no. That's my, but like I said, as much as I love the MCU Spider-Man, that's my main gripe with it. They made such a joke out of the fucking Spider Sense, even though it's, to me, his best ability. Cause, yeah, I love it. I will admit his, like, obviously his web swinging is his best ability, but his Spider Sense is so fucking cool that it just, there's this, like, there's a reaction that, like, knows something is gonna happen, and he can react to it, said sense. It's so cool. Like, especially how they showcased it in Infinity War, how, like, and it was confirmed by, I'm not sure if you may know this, but you wanna know why Spider-Man stayed alive so long compared to the others when he was snapped?
Because his Spider Sense was telling him. Yeah, I know.
No, that's not why he stayed alive longer. Yeah, his Spider Sense told him in advance, but the reason Peter stayed alive for so long compared to others is because thanks to his Spider Sense telling him, and Peter realizing people are getting dusted, he had the will, the strongest will out of everyone, confirmed by the director themselves, that he had such a strong will to survive and live, that made it so he wasn't dusted away right away. And he was able to hold on for a little bit more, which I find interesting. Out of all characters, it was Spider-Man who had the strongest will to survive. For being someone from Brooklyn, that's a pretty
Queens.
strong will, I'd have to say.
Queens. He's the kid's from Queens, Chris.
Oh yeah, sorry, Captain America.
Yeah, Captain America's Brooklyn. Which is
Fuck yeah,
their only, like, interaction they have in the MCU.
it is. It's a cool reaction. I wish there was more, but
Oh, yeah, like...
seeing as how convoluted the MCU is, I'm just surprised they even got an interaction to begin with.
Oh, yeah, like, in Endgame, they're just... Captain America's like, "Hey, Queens, I got you," or something like that.
Yeah, like, it's little stuff like that. I personally think the MCU is like on. How do you feel about that? Okay, don't care about how you feel about this. I'll tell you how I feel. I personally feel the MCU is going on a downward slope, and that after Endgame, I felt this way and still feel about it, and I'm sure others will too. That Endgame was the MCU film they've been waiting for, and after that, they're gonna dip out of the MCU if not quit it, which is what I was gonna do, until the new Spider-Man movie was announced. Well, it was announced before Infinity War, but actually seeing what it is. But at the time that was Far From Home, not No Way Home. But personally, for me, MCU is done. I don't care about it. I'm only sticking with it, watching the new Spider-Man movie, and possible Spider-Man trilogy, and maybe Doctor Strange 2, maybe.
I'm definitely watching Strange too, purely because Mr. Raimi.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm saying maybe, because of Raimi. But for me, the MCU ended with Endgame, and its finale is going to be with Spider-Man Far From Home. Because Spider-Man Far From Home...
With like an epilogue.
Yeah. Spider-Man No Way Home will be the finale for me, where I'm probably going to stop consistently watching these films and stop actually caring about them, or just stop watching them in general. Unless, like I said, there's a new Spider-Man movie. Because, I'm not sure if you feel the same way about me, but... And a lot of people have been saying this, and Tom Holland was even questioned about this. People, including me, are seeing Tom Holland as the new Iron Man. The face of the MCU.
What do you mean by that?
Because-
Please fucking elaborate.
Basically what I mean is, in the MCU, Tony Stark, Iron Man, was the face of the MCU. There was no doubting that. He started it and he's the face of it. And after Endgame, that's that. There's no more Iron Man. The face of the MCU is gone. So obviously people are gonna grab onto something else. They needed another face of the MCU, another person they could look to and be like, yep, that's the MCU's main character. And a lot of people have gravitated towards Spider-Man. A lot of people are saying Spider-Man is the MCU's main character, and that's the new quote-unquote Iron Man sort of character. Not as in like Iron Man like, but as in popularity and what people are coming for.
I'm okay with that, honest. Okay, no, don't make him a leader of the Avengers. Never do that. Keep him away. I don't want him on a team. Keep him away from teams. I want him to...
I'm okay with them being on teams. Just don't, like I said, don't make them a leader.
Like, freaking, I'm okay with him being the quote-unquote face of the Phase 4 and everything. I've actually been enjoying Phase 4 so far from what I've watched. The MCU is, like, Endgame was definitely, like, the end of the Infinity Saga. Now they're just being experimental as fuck. That's literally what it is. And for me personally, I'm okay with them experimenting instead of us getting the same thing. Because, you know, between the Disney Plus shows all feeling very different from each other, you got shit like Shang-Chi, you got freaking The Eternals, which I heard didn't do quite that well, but, you know, was different. You know, we're in a different era from Marvel right now. We're in a transitional phase. And I'm okay with it. I'm okay. Like, we could just tell stories with these characters at the moment, and we don't have to build up to something right now. Kind of reminds me of Phase 1, to be honest, with the MCU. Where, like, it was just a bunch of stories starring, like, some superheroes, and they just so happen to be in the same universe. And Shield is kind of Nick Fury and Shield is kind of like a through line until we get to the Avengers, like the Avengers Initiative. That's like the main plot of part of Phase 1, but and everything.
I've seen a lot of people describe it like that. That we're in like sort of in the Phase 1 again.
That's kind of what we're
after
in.
Endgame was what we built up to since Phase 1. Now that we're done with that, we gotta build up again to a new threat. At the same time, we gotta build up a new team, consisting of new characters. And I feel like the problem with that is, even though they can do that, they still gotta continue the stories of previous characters that are already going through said story. Like Spider-Man, he's going through a massive story that you still gotta continue. You can't just ignore it. So it's difficult in a way that, yes, I would agree, we're sort of in another Phase 1, where we're building up to something and we're building a new team and all that. At the same time, we're not, because we still got characters from previous stories that gotta continue the stories. Doctor Strange 2, Spider-Man No Way Home, stuff like that. So we're sort of in the middle, I think. Like sort of Phase 1, Phase 2 sort of transition, I'd like to say.
Exactly. I said it earlier, but we're in a phase where they can tell independent stories. They can tell independent stories about these heroes rather than building up to something right now. Kind of like the comics, to be honest. That's kind of what it feels like. Like, all these characters occupy the same universe, sure, but that doesn't mean they're always seeing each other. They live their own lives, and they have their own stories. So, like, while Spider-Man No Way Home is happening, WandaVision is happening somewhere out in New Jersey, and Falcon and the Winter Soldier is going on right now, and oh my gosh, Loki's doing time travel stuff. You know, it's a big universe. And, it feels like since we have all these independent stories, that, it's just a universe now. We laid the groundwork, and now we're just living and watching stories that take place in it.
And that's, you know, this is difficult in that people always have different interests and stuff like this, and I personally love this kind of stuff. But this is difficult for me in that I love what they're doing. I love how we've officially built the groundwork and now can just live in what we've been building up to. What's difficult for me is I can't enjoy it.
Because you don't have the characters you're interested in.
Yeah. We grew up, safe to say, with the MCU beginning, and the MCU building up to what was built up. We grew up with the MCU's beginnings, and as we grew up, the MCU grew up as well, and continued the story. And Iron Man is obviously the beginning of it all. No matter what canon lore says, like Eternals or Captain Marvel or whatever, in my mind, Iron Man will always be the star of the MCU, no matter what canon says. And it's hard for me because we built up to Endgame, and that's what I've been looking forward to when it comes to MCU, Endgame, because that's what we're building up to for so long, for a whole decade's worth. And then it's gone. We're done. We did it.
And now we're just living.
So why should I give a shit now about all these characters I don't give a crap about? All these characters that are sort of interesting, like Loki, but I don't give a shit about the stories. I just care about the big plot and the villains or whatever.
Now,
like, it's difficult because I grew up. I don't want to keep saying growing up, but I watched these stories as they progressed, and I looked forward to this one event. And now that it's over, I was never looking forward to anything else. Other than, like, say, like Spider-Man, obviously I'll come for Spider-Man, that's no question, no doubt in my mind. But after this, I'm done. I don't give a rat's ass about Doctor Strange 2, except the multiverse aspect in Sam Raimi. I don't give a rat's ass about fucking Eternals or all these new characters, Ironheart, the new Young Avengers. I don't give a rat's ass. I just cared about the Avengers and their story. And now that's over, I can say I'm done. Well, after Spider-Man, that is.
Let me frame this to you. I'm going to use the framing device I did earlier. I compared it to how it is like with the comics right now. Like how we're just living in the universe, experiencing independent stories with these characters that we like. Now, like the comics, let's just say you're a comic fan, right? You love reading Spider-Man. You love reading about Doctor Strange or the Guardians of the Galaxy. But you're not that interested in what's going on with the Scarlet Witch or the Falcon or freaking anything like that. In the comics, as a comic book reader, you simply don't read those stories. You just read the ones you're interested in. And so, just like with the comics, you just watch the stories that you're interested in.
That's the thing. I thought about that, but it makes it even harder. Because unlike the comics, well, comics do sometimes too, but comics make it easier than this media. MCU sort of feels forced in that you have to watch all previous stories. Like, for example, Spider-Man No Way Home. This movie, let's admit it, is forced. You have to watch the previous Spider-Man movies to understand it, most likely. At least the villain's aspect. And the story of Spider-Man. And Far From Home did this too. You had to watch Endgame if you wanted to understand what was happening with Spider-Man's story and Tony Stark, and why Tony Stark meant so much or whatever. And even if I do this, and even if I do just watch the movies I want to watch, it makes it harder for myself, because if I watch the next Avengers, like say Young Avengers or whatever, I'm going to be completely lost, because I didn't watch all the previous movies, and the MCU is so interlocked with all these movies, and now especially Disney Plus is so interlocked with that, unlike the comics, I can't just pick up fucking Spider-Man issue 17, Spider-Man fights Doc Ock. I can't do that. If I decide to watch, say, like I said, Young Avengers, I have to know who these Avengers are, who the stories are about, what led them up to this, why they're so important, and all that. And it's just so fucking hard. You could easily skip all the MCU1 movies and just go to Avengers. I don't think you can do that anymore. And that's what makes it so hard for me. We aren't living in that time where we can just pick and choose for MCU. It's basically like, if you want to understand it all, watch it all. And if you don't watch the majority, like what I'm going to do, you're not going to understand really anything. You're going to have a hard time liking it. That's what makes it difficult for me. I don't think I'll enjoy these stories anymore, at least MCU-wise. And I'm not interested in such stories anymore, because my stories I was interested are done with. And whatever is happening still is about to end, like Spider-Man.
Well, we do have the college trilogy coming.
Yeah, that's the thing. The college trilogy, I have, like, no doubt in my mind, you don't have to watch anything previous other than Spider-Man to understand that.
Or at least I hope so.
Yeah, I swear to God, if they make it where you have to watch the entirety of Phase 4 and 5 to understand that, because, like, Young Avengers or whatever, I'm going to be pissed.
You know what? Maybe Spider-Man becoming independent again isn't such a bad thing.
Yeah. I'm sure you can see where I'm coming from, right?
I do. Like the MCU is a lot more strict with continuity than the comics.
Yeah. Like I told you guys before, I'm watching the MCU with my grandparents, and I limited it to a certain amount of films. Because I don't want to watch the entirety of it just so much. Which I'm still not doing, by the way. I'm skipping certain films that we don't have to watch.
Which movies have you skipped out of curiosity?
Stuff like, that's a good question.
Have you started watching
Captain
with them yet?
Marvel. Yeah. We've gotten up to the original Avengers so far. I skipped stuff like the original Incredible Hulk, Captain Marvel, all the TV shows, obviously, I'm going to skip. I'm not watching any of those.
I mean, you don't have to watch any of the TV shows until, like, Phase 4, so you're fine.
Yeah. Stuff like that, like, I don't know, like, that's the thing about the MCU is, I made it where we could watch the MCU within, like, 7 weeks, at the bare minimum. But then I went up to 11 weeks, because I realized, oh shit, this character's like Falcon, which I thought I could just introduce him to via Civil War. But when Falcon's introduced in his movie, guess what? That movie also tells us that Bucky's alive. Now I have to watch that. And now I have to watch this other said movie because X character that we thought was alive or something like that, where we have to watch said movie. I fucking hate how strict the MCU is with the continuity. I can't just watch one movie and enjoy it for what it is anymore in MCU.
Well, you can. You just won't.
Spider-Man, No Way Home.
You won't just appreciate the bigger picture. That's all.
Yeah, I have a hard time with the MCU now. After Endgame and no doubt after Spider-Man No Way Home. Because I don't know. I'm going on a tangent, but sort of finish it off. It's just MCU is very strict with continuity, and I fucking hate it for that. And it makes it so much harder for me to enjoy it when I don't give a shit about it anymore. And even if I want to watch a future movie, like in Avengers or something, I'm probably gonna have to watch the entirety of Phase 4 to understand it, which I'm not gonna fucking do. Fuck off, I'm not doing that. So it's just, it's hard.
That's fair. Personally speaking, I don't really mind the interconnectivity shit. I mean, I've just kind of grown with it because that's how Marvel is at this point. But, you know, I can understand how, for a lot of people, especially with the Disney Plus stuff, like, Disney Plus kind of just, like, added a whole nother layer to this. It's not just you gotta watch every movie, you gotta watch every show, too.
Yeah, and that definitely pisses me off, because I'm like, fuck you, I'm not giving my time to MCU, so I'm probably not going to enjoy. Or in the long run, probably not going to remember when it comes to the movies. I'm here for the movies, not the shows.
I mean, I've enjoyed some of them, but I get. It's a lot of time.
I will admit it. Yeah, because it's a lot of time for one thing, and it reminds me that. Okay, so it's a bit of a different perspective, but especially because I'm biased here. But Godzilla, the original Showa Godzilla era from 1954 to 1975 is the original MCU in a way. The Godzilla Showa era did everything the MCU did, but in my mind better and faster, and in a way that helped the audience better. And that Godzilla's original Showa universe, although it may have been created up on the spot as they went, was a connected universe accidentally. It started out simple, just Godzilla. There was no like MCU plans, no comics or anything. It was all brand new. Because during the Showa universe back in 54 to 75, this stuff was all brand new. They had no idea what they were doing. Well, they had ideas what they were doing. It's just they were the first ones to do it. So they were experimenting a lot. This wasn't like we had the MCU to look at or whatever. No, this was the first time ever they were doing this kind of stuff. So they were experimenting. And in the Showa Godzilla timeline, in canon, we got the original Godzilla. And then, after that, Godzilla fighting Geras. Well, no, we got the original Godzilla. Godzilla dies. Then we got Godzilla fighting Geras. Godzilla gets to an iceberg. And he rests. In real life, Godzilla and New Godzilla movie didn't come out for 7 years. And Toho experimented. They did stuff like Mothra, Rodan, Mysterians, like Mogera, Manda, Atragon, whatever. They experimented without Godzilla and succeeded. Varan, they experimented and succeeded. And when they decided to bring Godzilla back in '62, which was my favorite film ever, King Kong vs. Godzilla, they succeeded. Most successful Godzilla movie ever in Japan at that time, and still to this day, I believe. And guess what? After that, they wanted to do a King Kong vs. Godzilla 2, but they couldn't do it in time, or I guess it was like production or whatever. I looked into the whole story, sort of convoluted. But since they couldn't make King Kong vs. Godzilla 2, you know what they did? They decided, how about we do an experiment? We bring in Mothra. Now nowadays this may sound like a no-brainer, right? Make Mothra fight Godzilla or whatever, make another giant monster fight another giant monster. But at that time, like I said, it was experimental. No one's ever done it before. Yeah, I'm saying you've had giant monsters fight giant monsters and famous monsters for other famous monsters. And yeah, I will gladly admit, like Universal's monsters did this.
I was literally just thinking about them the entire time.
But the thing about Universal Monsters is, even though it's more famous and more infamous, Godzilla, I would like to say, I'm personally like obviously biased, but I would like to say Godzilla did it more extreme, because Godzilla was more risky, especially with the budgets they had. And like I said at the time, it was very experimental. They didn't know if they would succeed or not. They decided, we'll just do Mothra vs. Godzilla. What about one turtle creature fighting another turtle creature? Massive success. A fan favorite to this fucking day. And one of the most popular and beloved Godzilla movies ever made. So what happened after that? Ghidorah the three-headed monster. It brought Godzilla and Mothra back together. But then, if you remember, like I said, during that 7-year experimental run, they made creatures like Rodan. So guess what? They brought in Rodan. And Godzilla and Rodan fought each other. Like Godzilla and Mothra fought each other at first. They weren't allies, they were enemies at the beginning. Just like in the MCU, how some of the people who are allies now were enemies in the beginning. Like, for example, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America. They didn't like each other. They were grudgingly teaming up with each other. This is what Godzilla did, and Rodan and Mothra did back in the day. They didn't want to team up with each other, but they had to. And Mothra knew it more than any other kaiju because she's more of like a god, if you will. And that she's like more of a living, she's like a being that knows like what to do and stuff like that. And it was very interesting. And the movie introduced King Ghidorah, Godzilla's most famous villain to this day. And after that, I'm not going to go over every single movie. Now I'm just going to start skimming through them, like the main important ones. After that, we got Godzilla, Mothra. Godzilla, Rodan, King Ghidorah again. Which got, at that point, Rodan and Godzilla became friends. After that, we got Godzilla fighting Ebola, which is a new kaiju, which was like sort of a one-off kaiju, sort of. And Mothra came back, which Godzilla and Mothra were still enemies, but they sort of were friends. Like Godzilla let Mothra help the islanders, but at the same time Godzilla would gladly fight Mothra if he wanted to. Destroy All Monsters is a big one. Destroy All Monsters is the Adventures of Godzilla. When they brought like all the kaiju together, Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, King Ghidorah, Anguirus, Baby Godzilla, Manda, all these kaiju that you never would have thought would see together at the time. And obviously there's stuff behind the scenes, like remaining suits, or production stuff, or changing ideas, or cancel scripts, or whatever. But for what it was, at that time, it was the modern day MCU for what it was. It was experimental. It was doing what they could with what they had. And what they had was very little. And though experimenting succeeded, and brought Godzilla fans and kaiju fans a new genre that would live on to this very day. Giant monsters fighting each other, teaming up with each other, having giant royales together, fighting. It was very influential. And it was even seen at the time with a bunch of like other giant monster movies trying to cast in, with Gamera, Gorgo, whatever. But to shorten it, in conclusion, Godzilla, yeah, like I said, Universal Monsters did it beforehand, but Godzilla popularized it. And Godzilla was able to actually live off of it, and was able to stay alive, unlike Universal Monsters, which is failing now. Godzilla's succeeding. And people like to compare the Monsterverse to the MCU, which I don't blame them, it's a connected universe and all that. But here's the thing, the Monsterverse is just doing what Godzilla's been doing for his entire career. Bringing monsters from different Toho aspects of different universes, from kaiju media, whatever, and putting them together in one universe. The Monsterverse isn't copying the MCU. It's doing what Godzilla has been doing ever since its beginning. Bringing monsters together from the same media, same franchise, but at the same time, some that you wouldn't expect, like King Kong. It's so... I'm sure there's behind the scenes stuff that like copied the MCU to try and like make it successful. Because no doubt if you have a connected universe, copies from the MCU. But they're just doing what Godzilla's been known to do. And it's succeeding. And I find it ironic that Universal Monsters started this craze, but it's failing. Where Godzilla popularized it, and it's succeeding. I find that fucking ironic. But it's something I find curious.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Kevin?
I've never seen that Gordo animation before. Yeah, okay. So, I see where you're coming from. Like, interconnected universes, cinematic universes, you can call them. Like, you know, I don't really view the MonsterVerse as a ripoff or anything. I don't feel like it was trying. I mean, there might have been some like executives behind the scenes that were like you can be like the MCU, you can make money.
Yeah, because you remember, the Godzilla 2014 film wasn't meant to start a universe. It was just a one-off Godzilla movie. And so was Kong Skull Island. It was just a one-off Kong movie. But behind the scenes, they realized Warner Brothers owned both Godzilla and Kong now, at least in America, when it came to movies. They could make something out of it. And guess what? They did. They made a MonsterVerse, which is what the name of it, MonsterVerse is, using Godzilla and Kong. And lo and behold, it's a massive success.
Yeah. Do you think it's gonna continue beyond Godzilla vs. Kong?
It's been confirmed they want to continue it. Even the original studio Toho wants to continue it.
Awesome.
They've had plans. This is not new anyway. This movie's been released back in the 1930s, but they want to do a remake, if not like a reimagining, of Son of Kong as a sequel to Godzilla's Kong. Would you be interested in that, Gavin? It's not confirmed. It's just an idea they have.
It sounds like a cool concept.
Yeah. Like I said, it's not something that hasn't been done before. It has been done before, back in the 30s with the original Kong film. It's just, to see them want to do that again, so soon as a 5th movie, it's something to me. It's something I wouldn't expect them to do, but I'm happy if they do it. It opens a whole new world, the MonsterVerse. That if there's another Kong out there still alive, or if there's another Godzilla out there still alive, who knows? Because both of these kaiju at this moment, as of what we know right now and from what we've been given,
Last of their kind.
and from what the kaiju believe too, they are the last of their species. As of right now, Godzilla is guaranteed, basically like all of his species is dead except him. And Kong is too, but now since he's found that Hollow Earth, there's more of a chance he could possibly find some. But Godzilla doesn't have the opportunity. Godzilla, yeah, he does have the Hollow Earth, he doesn't really use it anymore now, because of what King Ghidorah did or whatever. And it's I don't know, it's something that I like to think about how, yeah, maybe there are more of these species, like at least one more member or whatever. But
I feel like
it's like the MCU in a way, in that, can you agree with me on that, Gavin? Like maybe you agree with me on this. Like in the MCU, I see Godzilla as like the Iron Man of the MonsterVerse, and Kong as the Captain America.
I can agree with that.
Kong is more for like the individual people. He helps out like humans and all that. He looks out for them, the EVs and all that. He cares for the humans. But at the same time, he's all about fighting for the good and protecting them and making sure the evil does not prosper. But Godzilla, on the other hand, he's more like Kong is more like protecting his land, but Godzilla is more about protecting the world. But whereas Godzilla protects the world, he could give a rat's ass about humans. He doesn't care if we die in battle, like during his battles. We're just more of a nuisance to him, especially when we attack him. But he does acknowledge us though. Like in King of the Monsters, he does acknowledge us, he does recognize that we're here, and he does acknowledge the ones who saved his life. And he doesn't take that for granted. But he does know that even though humans can do that, they're more of a nuisance. And especially now that they've caused more problems, they decided to fight him in Godzilla's Kong, like, it's the more, Godzilla is very indifferent about us. I can definitely see him being more like, yeah, they'll die or live, I just want to protect Earth. While Kong's more like, let's protect these humans, but I also want to protect my land. It's very different. It's very different for these kaiju especially, like you've never really seen these before, like aspects of them, and character traits of them before. And I enjoy it. Genuinely I enjoy it. And unlike the MCU, you don't have to watch every movie to understand it. Yeah, there's some slight lore here and there, and maybe some returning characters, maybe even some from the comics. But what I love about the MonsterVerse, you can watch any of the movies. Any of them. Without having to watch the previous ones. Yeah, there may be like an end credit scene that teases something or whatever, but you don't have to watch the entirety of it to understand something. You don't have to watch all the movies to understand Godzilla vs. Kong. It's so beautiful, man. It's like the original Godzilla movies, like in the Solar universe. You can just watch them however the hell you want, no matter even if they're sequels. That's what I miss about movies nowadays. I do love sequels, how they're so connected with the original, but I miss the days, especially Godzilla. Well, Godzilla's still doing it, so I can't really say I miss it, but I miss the days where you could just watch a sequel and not worry about watching the original, or not worry about watching the whole series or a whole phase or something. I miss those days that we're probably never going to get back. You still have some films that do that,
I feel like
but the mass majority are just not doing that anymore.
I actually feel like what you just described is kind of what the DCEU is right now.
And to me, the DCEU is failing at it.
Really?
Yes, heavily.
I feel like you don't have
The
to
DCE
watch the original Suicide Squad to appreciate the new one.
No, that's the thing. I agree with that. The DCEU is doing that. You don't have to watch said movie to understand another movie. Oh, the reason why I say they're failing is because of the movies. The quality. The DCEU, I will gladly say, is trash. And I don't enjoy it. But it's not to say there's some gold to find. The Suicide Squad movie was great. And the upcoming Flash movie looks fantastic. But the DCEU has been filled with so much trash that I don't have, like, any hope for it. I don't enjoy the DCEU films that really. I didn't enjoy the Batman movie. No, they didn't even have a Batman movie.
They just had.
I didn't.
They just had.
Yeah, I didn't
Batman
enjoy.
v Superman.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy Batman v Superman. I didn't enjoy Justice League. I didn't enjoy Snyder Cut. I did enjoy Aquaman, but only slightly. It's to a point. It's tough for the DCEU. There's so much shit I hate, but then they release a movie like Aquaman, which I love. It's like,
Well, it's kind of like what I talked about with Marvel Phase 4. You can just pick and choose what you want to watch.
yeah, which I enjoy. It's just it's weird for me because the DCEU started out so garbage to me, but now it's sort of becoming good, which I don't have a problem with. But so like out of left field for DC to make a good movie all of a sudden now. I'd expect good movies to be like staying in like animation, but live action, I'm all for it. Come on.
I'm like, here's the thing. DC, like with their live action movies, is even like some. Yeah, you have the DCEU. Actually, there's two things I want to touch on regarding like DCEU and continuity. James Gunn himself, after making the Suicide Squad, said that any creative that works on the DCEU and wants to use any of the characters he killed off or, or just like wrote stories for, he said this himself: "You don't even have to consider my movie canon. You can just do whatever you want. I don't care."
That's based.
That is so based. And then you have one-off movies that aren't even in the DCEU, like Joker or the new Robert Pattinson Batman coming soon. And it's like, wow, damn, bro. We don't even need all these fucking... We don't even need continuity like that. We can literally just pick and choose what we want to watch. We are there to watch a story, and once the story's over, it's over. You can continue to watch another story in that universe, or just another DC movie. Like, I think DC is actually kind of doing what Marvel Phase 4 is doing, but kind of better?
Yeah. Like, that's the thing about it. I feel like the continuity movies are garbage, but then when they want to make a good movie,
Shazam.
it's a one-off film. Yeah. Shazam, Aquaman, Joker, possibly the new Batman. All these one-off movies, and no doubt Batman's gonna get a sequel, same with Joker, and Aquaman's already getting... No doubt these movies are gonna get sequels, no doubt. They're all probably gonna get sequels, with some confirmed already. But these one-off movies, these side stories, like, even if they're not connected to it, like Joker, and even if they are, like Aquaman, they're interesting to me. In that, the DCEU to me is shit. But then, out of nowhere, out of left field, they release a great movie. And half the time, it's not even considered to be part of it, like the DCEU. It's so weird to me. Because we've been so conditioned to cinematic universes, thanks to Marvel. And when I see a DC movie, I'm like a live action movie that is, I'm probably going to be thinking like, oh, it's part of the DCEU. But then I watch something like Joker, I'm like, this isn't part of it, and this is genuinely a great film. Like, holy shit. I don't, it's something weird about it. Something weird. I can't put my finger on.
Like, it's almost as if DC, when they first started the DCU, like, again, you know how you just said, like, Godzilla 2014 wasn't supposed to be, like, the Iron Man for the DCU, for the MonsterVerse, and, like, how the studio decided that, you know what, we could do this.
Yeah,
Right.
because they realized, like, Warner Bros. Has the right to both Kong and Godzilla. Let's do this. Let's give the fans Godzilla's Kong.
Well, Man of Steel was kind of similar, except for the fact that instead of like doing it out of like a passion, and holy shit, I finally won this arena. Anyways,
There's another one.
fuck. Anyways, instead of doing it out of passion, I feel like the DCEU before Man of Steel wasn't written to be a cinematic universe starter. It was literally just, you know what? The Avengers just came out. That's really popular. That's making money. Why don't we do the same thing? And then we had Batman v Superman and Justice League and the Snyder Cut. And gosh, the movies that feel like they're trying to be a cinematic universe are fucking awful.
Desperate.
But the movies that are not trying to be like continuity heavy, like hell, I'm even gonna say it, the Wonder Woman movies too. They're not be. She may be in those movies, but hell, her movies have nothing to do with them. Nothing.
Yeah. It's weird that a movie can just be a one-off movie, right?
Yep.
And it can be relevant and all that. Like Godzilla 2014, it was meant to be a one-off film. And so is Kong Skull Island.
all their glory.
But due to behind-the-scenes stuff, or
Scans indicate that hundreds
Just
of
in
warriors
general,
have
because
died
of how
trying
well
to do
received
this
it
just
was.
to meet the father.
behind the scenes, it can be realized that they can do something with it. And something bigger can be built off of it. So, a connected universe is started. Either be for the better, Monsterverse and MCU, or for the worse, DCEU, which is now starting to redeem itself.
And again, like, when we talk about DCU redeeming itself, it doesn't even feel like a cinematic universe anymore. It just feels like a collection of fun movies.
To me, it's what I wanted. Just DC making movies without having to worry about connected universe.
And that's literally all it is, and it's fun.
Because when my favorite media from DC, and I'm sure you might be able to agree with me on this, is the animated stuff.
Yep.
Animated shows, animated films. That's what I was hoping for when they said they'd make live action films. And when they didn't deliver on that, I got disappointed. And then when they said they'd make Justice League, I was all excited. Because I, know the animated stuff. And when they didn't deliver on that kind of stuff, I was like, what the fuck? But now, they're making shit like Aquaman, Joker, Batman, and all that. It's like you're redeeming yourselves after everyone fucking told you you're bad. They're learning from their mistakes, which is fantastic. And it's what I want. I wanted DC to make one-off films, then sometimes a Justice League or two. Because DC to me, unlike Marvel to me feels like you sort of need to be connected and all that. You need the Avengers and all that. With your occasional Spider-Man or whatever, like one-off story, like Spider and Sub-Zero. But DC to me feels like it never has to be connected. It feels like you could just tell these one-off stories. You don't need to care about what the hell Iron Man is or Hulk is doing. You could just have a Shazam movie, just have a Aquaman movie. It's beautiful. And they're actually doing that. It's what I wanted. And even in the movies that are connected, like Joker and Batman, I'm sure Batman's going to succeed and be good. But Joker, let's admit it, Joker is genuinely fantastic. Like, it lives up to all expectations. And it's a great and interesting take on Joker. Not something I'd like to see, like, be the standard, but it's definitely pretty cool.
It's an adaptation. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah.
It's its own thing.
Yeah.
It took the basic concepts of the Joker and then just did a it was like, yo, I'm gonna do my thing.
Yeah, like, I'm sure you can see where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
I want DC to make one-off movies without having to worry about the Marvel syndrome of being connected. Because that's what I see DC as, not connected, just a universe.
Same. Especially with the Suicide Squad and everything that's happened.
Yeah, because that's how the animated series do it, and comics do it, and all that shit. They don't do it as a connected universe. They do it as, yep, all these characters are here and always have been. Not, like we have to connect Iron Man, connect Ant-Man, connect Hulk. No, they've always been connected and always will be. That's what I love about DC. Although I may shit on DC for not being as good as MCU, like I said, they're redeeming themselves. It's genuinely beautiful to see them do that. Because it's what I wanted when they said they'd start making live action films.
I feel like every one of these, I'm always having to get more ammo. But yeah, no. DC, it's kind of weird. Once DC stopped trying to be Marvel, it started doing really well. I had a rough start,
yeah,
but
yeah, definitely rough.
But you know what? There's like now I can name at least 5 movies from that cinematic universe I actually enjoy. So
yeah.
Oh.
We're almost done, Gavin. Just one more arena and then we're done.
Fuck me, bruh!
This is interesting. They changed up the demon placement.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess
You know how it used to be though?
What used to? It was a Marauder.
It was a Marauder.
This entire
Oh, yeah,
game's
but-
balance is based around the Marauder.
This entire fucking... They tried nerfing this to make it easier, and then they made it harder because fans complained that it was too easy. So now they changed up the demon placement in some places. It's genuinely... It's generally the same, like, it's been since launch. But this is, I think, my first time seeing this change. Because this used to be the Marauder. Maybe... No. No. What is it? Was it? Was it? There's one more dog thing you have to do or not. Maybe it's just these demon placements that change. Maybe the Marauder's still there, I'm not sure. But if you don't see a Marauder and it's like dog running through whatever section or whatever, then yeah, they definitely changed it up. I mean, these demon spawns right now are definitely different. These guys weren't here before. I know that for a fact. But I believe this was a Marauder spawn originally, which made it way easier.
That looks cool as fuck.
Dude.
Wolfie, where are we going? What the dog doing?
You. So,
What's up?
we've been talking about connected universes and all this, like Monsterverse, Sword Godzilla Universe, MCU, DCU, all this shit, right?
Yep.
How about we talk about something that's not connected, a little bit different?
Okay. What do you
How
got in
about we
mind?
talk about? How about we talk about some one-off games that you wish had sequels?
Okay. Interesting topic. One-off games that I wish had sequels, huh?
And after you go, I'll tell one of my personal ones I want.
Actually, you know what?
Typically,
You
I
go
mean-
first. You go first. I need time to think about this one.
Okay. I will stick to the day I fucking die on this. It's a game that not most people have heard of, but to me, I played it when I was a kid and still enjoy it. It's a bit dated, admittedly, on the PS3, but it's good still. Jurassic the Hunted. Basically what it is it's a first-person shooter where you go back in time and... Or no. No, you go... Yeah, you do. You go back in time.
Oh, cool, Marauder.
With your ship. Marauder, nice. It definitely changes spawn to a lot. You go back in time, and you crash land your ship, I believe it was, on an island with a bunch of dinosaurs, with the main antagonist being a Spinosaurus. And, which I fucking love the Spinosaurus design in the game, you gotta check it out by the way. The Spinosaurus design is so fucking badass and cool. Basically what happened is, from memory, because it's been so long since I played it, but you basically go through the island, like jungles, a little Call of Duty section where it's like zombies in a way, where you're stuck in this one area and have to defend yourself from raptors.
Rotterdam.
Lava, nice, a volcano, end of like the world kind of situation, final stand with the Spinosaurus. There's a ton of cool stuff in it, and it was a one-off game that came out in the PS3 era, and I genuinely love it. I have it physically. I can still play it if I want to. It's a great game. And I looked it up. I looked up info on it. Supposedly there was a sequel for the PS4 and Xbox that's still being worked on.
No way.
But seeing as the PS5's out for like a whole year and all that new Xbox, I've lost hope, honestly, which makes me sad. Because Jurassic the Hunted has so much potential, so much thought that went into it that could have been done. It's genuinely like sad to me knowing that a potential sequel is either canned or was rumored but never happened. And if it was, like, I would love, if you ever get the chance, look up Jurassic the Hunted. Get your own opinion on it. It's a first-person shooter, but it's like something so different from a first-person shooter that you wouldn't expect. A survival dinosaur hunting game. Like, it's so interesting to me. And actually playing it is a different experience on itself. And I would love, absolutely love, for a sequel of that game to come out. Now, Gavin, did that give you time for you to think of something, or do I need to go on another tangent?
You know, when I really think about it, I play a lot of games that are in series. When I really think about it, like, everything I love is a franchise. And if it's not not like a big franchise, it normally has like at least 1 or 2 games. So, this is a weird topic for me. Like,
well,
I shit you not,
how about
I'm, like,
this? How about...
I'm looking around my room right now, like, from merchandise of things I own, and everything in here is from a damn franchise.
How about I make it easier on you? How about, how about a sequel that you personally think it did not live up to expectations, and how you would have made it instead?
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
It could be anything, any franchise. A sequel that you believe did not live up to expectations, and you believe failed on what it was delivering, and how you would have made it, how you would have done it your way, on how you think it should have been done.
Okay. That's a genuinely good question. My mind just racing through a bunch of Sonic games right now. I'm a Sonic fan, is what I do. I think about all the bad games.
As a Godzilla fan, I think of all the bad movies and I just love them to death.
I suppose, no, what? Fuck yeah, I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about Sonic 06.
Ooh.
Okay.
The one and only, the infamous Sonic game.
The funny haha one everyone in 2012 played on the internet.
And it became every internet reviewer's punching bag.
Yeah, and, you know, yeah, literally just a punching bag, really.
If you're an internet reviewer in the 2012s and didn't have a gun and made fun of Sonic, who even were you?
Who even were you? So to be completely honest, with Sonic 06, what I would really do, before even touching, like, I would have fucking changed the management of the staff, really. Because,
That's interesting.
Sega wanted Sonic 06 out for the launch of the PS3 and the Xbox 360. 2006, around that time. And, you know...
Christmas, wasn't it?
Yes, around Christmas, and for Sonic's 15th anniversary, and blah, blah, blah. We all know they rushed the game. They rushed it.
A lot of, like, let's admit it. Yeah, they did want to possibly get it out for the anniversary of the Christmas season. The marketability around that, the money they could make from that.
Pretty much.
Was probably the main factor instead of anniversary, let's be honest.
And believe it or not,
that money.
Despite how shitty Sonic 06 was, it made money.
It did.
Because it was,
I remember,
it was the next generation Sonic game.
It. Yeah. It was the big Sonic game at the time. It's like, I'm not sure if this is a good comparison, but even, like, well, it's not really a good comparison in quality, but Sonic 06 and, actually no, fuck it, I'm not going to compare it to Sonic Mania. Sonic 06 and Sonic Forces.
That's the comparison.
You hated Sonic games.
For different reasons.
Release. Yeah, different reasons. 2 different games at 2 different releases, but because of when they were released, and because of the time, they were the big Sonic games that sold well. And guess what? As bad as they were, for the reasons, they sold. Wasn't it the same situation with Sonic Forces, where it was an anniversary and it was for a new generation console?
Pretty much. That was actually the first mainline Sonic game we got for a PS4 and Xbox One, despite it being like 2017. Like, holy shit, guys. I blame the contract with Nintendo. After Sonic Generations, with Sega being at an all-time high with the Sonic brand and everything, they got a 3-game contract with Nintendo. That gave Sonic Lost World for the Wii U, Mario Sonic and the Sochi 2014 Olympic Games, which is whatever, and Sonic Boom, The Rise of Lyric. And Sonic Boom is really what fucked over the Sonic image until Sonic Mania. And, you know, it was basically, look, is another glitchy Sonic game. Look, online creators, the Game Grumps, ha ha ha. It was because the developers really got fucked over, because originally the game was going to be a multi-platform game for the PS3, the Xbox 360, maybe even the PS4 and Xbox One, and everything like that. But since Sega had their contract with Nintendo, they told Big Red Button, the studio that just started existing, just to make this game, to switch their switch engines and scrap almost all of their development for a Wii U version of the game. And it didn't run well. It ran like shit. Of course it was glitchy, because Sega needed to make money. And that fucked, and it didn't even sell well, because A, it was on the fucking Wii U, B, everyone and their mother knew how much of a glitchy mess it was. This wasn't like 2006, where the internet was still fresh and everything, and all that jazz. No. Everyone and their mother, especially after the Sonic 06 punching bag era, with the, like, game, with, like, the critics and the, and everything like that. Everyone knew Sonic Boom was shit. And so it didn't sell well. It was literally just there. It just hurt the Sonic image. It hurt the brand. That's really what it did. And they invested a lot of money into this brand, despite the fact that they rushed their fucking game and switched the engines and everything. All for the sake of a fucking contract. It sucks. They had like a TV show with 2 seasons, which is funny. And then they had a whole comic line and merchandise and toys, which I bought.
Ironically, I've looked at the toys and development and stuff, and it's pretty cool, honestly. Like, they have had the duds, like the repaints and stuff, like some repaints, like Oriole Tales, infamously. But I will admit, like, especially the cancel stuff too, they made really good stuff. They had a lot of cool stuff for that show. Even though I didn't watch it, it had a lot of potential, and did a lot of potential.
It was a neat brand. Like, Sonic Boom was supposed to be a sub-brand of Sonic. But no. Instead, now we had to wait until like the 20th anniversary for the 25th anniversary for Sonic to get Sonic Forces and Sonic Mania. And I don't feel like Forces necessarily hurt the Sonic brand. It was inoffensive. It was a very safe and just boring Sonic game. That's what it was. It didn't really hurt the brand because we have Sonic Mania, we have the Sonic movie, we have Sonic's presence in social media and like things like cartoons and animated shorts and everything like that, and the gaming industry at large with a shit ton of collaborations. And now we have Sonic Frontiers and the second Sonic movie coming next year. And as a Sonic fan, I'm excited. Of course, I'm excited for Sonic Frontiers. It looks cool. But fuck, man. I can't say I'm fully hyped because they have to earn my trust. Sonic is a brand I unconditionally have love for, but I don't have unconditional trust in the game's quality. And that's kind of sad.
It is sad. It's obvious to everyone, and especially you. I have an unconditional love with Godzilla. And it's so sad to know you can't have a trust with that franchise, because with Godzilla, I'm in an era, I'm in a renaissance where I can trust what they're doing to Godzilla. Even if I don't like what Toho's doing, the Monsterverse America, they are smashing it with Godzilla. They are making it amazing. I can trust them. And it's sad to know that with your favorite franchise, it's different. They have to earn your trust. That's sad to know that they fucked up like that.
I can trust everything about Sonic in terms of, like, the comics, which they're rocking right now. I can trust their freaking mobile games, of all things.
Unironically, I've heard great things from the comics, and I have played the mobile games. They are good mobile games.
Yeah, I can trust that. I can trust the merchandise, because they have been very great with merchandising in the past few years. Like, the quality of the merch itself.
Yeah, merchandise is a big thing for brands, and Sonic, I'm not a big fan of Sonic, but I will admit I'm more of an outsider who doesn't really play the games, but I just observe it. And the merchandise, unironically, I wanted to buy some for myself, and then I realized, don't do it, Christopher, you're already spending your money on Godzilla and stuff like that, unironically, I've come very close to buying merch, Super Sonic plushie, or Sonic Boom figures. I've come very close. They're so good.
Exactly. It feels like everything about the Sonic brand, even the movies, Sonic is at a point where he's managed to hit the most mainstream media that you can hit, which is the theater, which is film.
And they've succeeded.
Exactly.
It's great.
How the fuck are you...
Knuckles and Tails.
And how the fuck are you fucking up in the one place where you started?
Yeah, games.
Holy shit.
I think it's a rush development. I think it's the big studio line to get that. It's like, okay, it's not, the comparison is a bit off now because of what they've been doing, but it's still sort of the same memo. Activision makes games and they rush them. EA makes games and they rush them. DICE too. Well, not DICE, but EA and Activision make games and they rush them for money. And it's sad to know that Sonic's fallen into that same state, where Sonic now needs to make games but also rush them to get that money to that profitable season of Christmas. Not to say there can't be a good Sonic game. Obviously, Sonic Mania, the mobile games are actually pretty good too. There's good Sonic games nowadays. It's just knowing that the one market where they started in, where Sonic was originated in, is fucking up, is insane. And it's profiting and making a success everywhere else except where it started.
You can see it in my reaction I posted the other day from the Game Awards. You can see my genuine hype that I fucking showed for the movie. For that new movie. I was like, dude, that looks amazing. I am unconditionally trusting that they are going to make a great product. And I'm so hyped for this film. Whereas with Sonic Frontiers, I popped off, but I didn't pop off nearly as hard. Because I'm like, okay, it's a new Sonic game. Is the next Sonic team, the next mainline Sonic game after Forces. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, they can... A Sonic open world can easily be fucked up. Easily.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen videos like fan made productions and all that stuff, like open world Sonic stuff and all that. So I'm very interested in it. And they've tried making ideas, bringing Sonic Mania ideas and Sonic Forces ideas and stuff like that into it. Trying to combine what modern Sonic is, while trying to advance upon it. And these are all fan made projects, by the way, which I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And they failed horribly.
It's because you always see those fan games. No offense to them, but
Yeah.
they never get completed. Because putting Sonic in a 3D open world space, not like a linear stage, but in a 3D open world space while maintaining a super fast speed, is really tough to do.
It's not what the character was made for. It's not. He wasn't made for that kind of gameplay.
And I'm not gonna say it's impossible. I think Sonic
I
Frontier...
mean, Mario did it. Mario successfully went into the open world, even though he wasn't made for it. So I'm sure Sonic can too.
I feel like Sonic Frontiers can be good. I feel like I can say that about literally any product. But with Sonic, I know for a fact that I know it can be good. I know. But
They literally succeeded just a few years ago with Mania.
well, that's because that was the Sonic team.
That was Kristen Whitehead.
That was Christian Whitehead, who had years of fan experience developing his own fan games and making official ports of Sonic 1, 2, and Sonic CD, which are considered the best ports of those games ever.
Yep. And they're on mobile.
They're still trapped there. How the hell? Like,
They're not gonna release them.
like,
They can for money.
here's the thing. They refuse to release those versions of the ports. I don't know why.
It's so fucked how they did that. You got the best ports of the games, and you decided to say fuck it and just not port them to anything else.
Sonic is like your friend that you know can be good. Like, you've seen him be good. You know he can be good. You know he can be better. But fuck, man, when he fucks up, when he, like, I don't know, like, does a bad thing, like, makes his mistake, it hurts more. Because
I can see that definitely, yeah.
because, like, I don't know, everyone compares, like, Sonic 06, for example, to E.T. for the Atari. But I'm sitting over here like, but here's the thing, that's like a one-off bad fucking license game. Fucking Sonic is literally one of the gaming's most iconic icons, especially nowadays. Like, you have kids
And it was
who haven't even played a Sonic game know who he is.
Yeah, the worst part about it too is, if you have one bad dud, that bad dud is gonna stick out and be known by a lot of people, and that a lot of people will think that bad dud is a whole franchise. Like Sonic 06, unfortunately, due to how much of a massive failure it was for the franchise, a lot of people are gonna look at Sonic in a negative light because of Sonic 06. Now I'm sure that might have changed with the movie or anything like that, or Sonic Mania, but for those people who don't really care, they're gonna look at Sonic, see Sonic 06, and just think that's a whole series.
And that's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, like every series I think can have that easily. Every series has that one bad dud where it sticks out like a sore thumb. Oh, I can give a few examples, honestly. Sonic, easily Sonic 06. Star Wars, The Last Jedi. Godzilla in 1998. Or Godzilla's Revenge, depending on how much of a fan you are. But mainly 1998. James Bond. Honestly, that's most objective. Sort of hard not trying to think of it.
The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Amazing Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3. The MCU, Captain Marvel.
Yeah, but here's the thing with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel's inoffensive at best.
Yeah.
Like, you don't care about Captain Marvel.
Honestly, yeah.
Like, I straight up skipped Captain Marvel, and I have not felt the repercussions of that.
I was gonna skip it, but my family wanted to see it in theater, so I just applied. I mean, I'm not gonna deny the theater experience, are you?
I guess not.
I mean, all I gained from it was seeing Stan Lee in front theaters. So you know that, right? How the intro of Captain Marvel went?
Wait, really?
Yeah. The intro of Captain Marvel, since it was the first movie after Stanley's death, was completely, the intro, was the MCU intro, was all replaced with Stanley's cameos.
Aww. I didn't even know about that. What the hell? And maybe I didn't know about that because it was on that movie.
Yep, only that movie. It was the first movie after Stanley's death of the MCU.
Ironic.
Yep. Of all movies they used it on.
You know, Endgame was literally going to release right after that movie.
Endgame almost had it. If Captain Marvel released before that, and it was Endgame that released afterwards, Endgame would have gotten it. Which does get me a bit mad, but in the end, at least they did that for Stanley. Honestly, I highly recommend looking up on YouTube and looking at it. It's pretty good. Stan Lee in the film too.
He was in the film?
Yeah.
What was his
Just
cameo?
like how he was in Endgame.
What was his cameo?
Basically there was this fight scene on like a subway train, not subway train, but a train, and I'll say more like a monorail or whatever. I don't fucking know the proper word. And basically what happened was Captain Marvel was fighting this like character or whatever, and you see this guy just reading like a newspaper or a book, and Captain Marvel, I think it was like, I'm going off of memory. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna look it up. So I can tell you exactly what it is. Since I don't blame you for not wanting to watch the film.
I don't want it.
I don't blame you. Yeah, it's 20 seconds. Let me watch this real quick. Okay, yep, I was correct. Okay. So basically what it is just like Captain Marvel's fighting this character or whatever on this train, and the character like goes into disguise and she has to find him. And you just hear this guy talking, trust me true believer, as he's reading this magazine or book or whatever. Captain Marvel pulls it down. It's Stan Lee, and this nice little cue happens with the music, like a little ding. And both Stanley and Captain Marvel smile at each other. And as Captain Marvel walks away, he goes back to his magazine. He's like, trust me, true believer. Trust me, true believer.
That's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Again, the film is inoffensive at best. You know.
Yeah. Honestly, when I saw it, I didn't enjoy it. At the same time, I didn't have a hatred for it. It was just there. Like, if I had to watch it again, I would. But I don't know. It's one of those movies where, like you say, it's inoffensive. I don't hate it.
I
don't want to watch it again.
Maybe, yeah. There's movies that, like, get you really mad, and then there's movies that just, you feel nothing.
Yeah.
And honestly, sometimes I feel like those type of movies are actually worse, somehow.
They are.
Because
Movies
the point
that
of
make you feel
cinema...
nothing. Yeah, cinema is meant to tell a story, a tale, if you will.
And a story is supposed to
Something
make you
that can't-
feel something.
Yeah, a story that can't exist. Or if it can, it's something that is so unbelievable, you are engaged all the way through. And to have something that falls flat on his face, but at the same time isn't horrible, but at the same time makes you feel nothing,
It was just a waste of
it's
time.
the worst. It's a waste of time, yeah. And a waste of talent.
And yeah. And that's really unfortunate.
Even if you have a movie, let's take for example my favorite franchise. Let's say if you take the worst like what's known to be the worst Godzilla movie ever, 1998, the first American Godzilla movie. As bad as it is, people have found good from it. It spawned the 1998 Godzilla TV show, which is my favorite TV show ever, Godzilla series, which everyone agrees it's way better than the movie. Check it out. You don't have to watch the movie to understand it. It continues off from the movie's ending, but you don't have to watch the movie to understand it. It brought us a decent Godzilla design that people over time have grown to love, if not just enjoy. It brought us the character Zilla, which has shown up in movie and comics afterwards. It's brought us like iconic things like Puff Daddy's "Come With Me" song. In general, people have found good in it, and that's the thing. It's better to have a bad movie like Godzilla 1998 and people find good coming from it or in it. Like people say it's like a cool popcorn flick or whatever. But a movie like Captain Marvel, where it's or not even Captain Marvel, movies where you feel nothing. Those are the type of movies that you strive not for. If you can't get a good movie, at least strive for it's so good, so bad it's good, or something like that.
I can't
Don't
even call
strive for-
Captain Marvel that.
I can't either. But at least Captain Marvel, I can like watch it and just be like, yeah, it's bad. But at the same time, it doesn't annoy me.
It's bad because it's boring.
It's boring, yeah. But at least there's some good in it, like Stan Lee. Like the Stan Lee moments, the intro and the cameo.
And I'm sure
Those are
Samuel
good.
Jackson gave a good performance. I'm sure he did.
Yeah, and the fight scenes are decent, but that's Marvel. They're gonna be decent anyways.
It's kind of
I'd
just a
highly
standard at that point.
Yeah. It's indifferent. I'm indifferent. It's like it has some good in it, but that good is coming from characters we know, like Stan Lee, Nick Fury. I don't know. So. Also remember in this arena you have a free BFG shot.
Man, you know what? Actually, that would give me 3 shots. I should not be as conservative as I am with this thing, huh? I have a question. When you use the BFG, are you conservative with it, or do you just like use it?
If I'm using cheats, I usually just fucking go crazy. If I'm just not using cheats like what you are doing right now, I'm usually conservative about it. If there's a BFG shot in the arena, I will gladly use that BFG if I'm at full ammo.
I feel like I could shoot one off right at the start and just makes this a little easier.
Yeah, usually what I like to do is I usually wait for like a second wave of the arena, because the second wave is usually harder than the first wave. It's up to you, Gavin. It's a free BFG shot anyways. No harm, no foul.
And I already have 2 on me right now.
Yeah, and you can only carry 2, so...
No, I'm just gonna wait for them to get a good position.
Yeah. Remember though, it won't kill a bear in hell, so... So it will weaken them and stagger them, so there's that. This has been a very interesting stream in topics we've been talking about.
It feels more like a podcast.
Doug, honestly, that's what I feel like some of these streams are sometimes. They're just sort of like podcasts in a way, but with visuals.
That's
And
literally
they're also not podcasts.
That's literally what freaking the Final Fantasy VII Remake streams were. Shit you not. It was just Adam and I talking shit. That's all it was. About random things.
What makes it hard for me too is like the delay in stream and actually what you're doing. Because we're talking like just normal, obviously.
Well, I mean, we're
But your
also
stream is delayed.
You talked about this
Yeah.
earlier, but we're also at the point where you don't need to tell me everything all the time. I've kind of grown used to the gameplay loop.
Yeah. And like I said earlier, all I really need to explain to you is lore, like the very minimum, and new enemies or new stuff like that. I will gladly say though, Gavin, remember the flame darts for armor, chainsaw for ammo, and of course, blood punches, Gavin. Yeah, sure.
Just put on a t-shirt.
Put on a t-shirt, yeah. Resource management. Don't be afraid to use that flame dart. Don't be afraid to use your grenades, and don't be afraid to use that chainsaw on a mancubus if you need to, or whatever. After all, next you might die in this next life you better run through the arena, who knows. Now it's gonna be if you decide to play the master levels. Will you?
No idea. Doubt it. Maybe. Who knows?
I would love to see how you would play against a new master level and just fucking Mars core. That'd be hilarious to watch.
Funny moment. Me fucking up. Me dying.
Oh no, because it's new because the new master levels, unlike the original ones that were in the game at launch, the team behind Doom actually invents new stuff for the master levels exclusively, like new demon combos, not Doom demons, but new demon combos that you haven't seen before. New arenas, new gadgets, like new stuff that's like in your way that you have to defeat that won't be in the main campaign or DLC, stuff like that. It's pretty interesting, honestly. Like hell, in the Mars Core Master level, they added fucking turrets. Something you will never see in the main campaign or DLC.
It's kind of sick.
Yeah. The master levels have now become a thing of, like the own thing. That when you play them, not only are you getting high quality, but you're also getting a brand new experience separate from what you would have had before. Pretty cool, honestly. I like it. Like, in Mars Core, I'm not sure if you remember, but there was this one room near the beginning of the level. Like in the beginning of the level, you go down the elevator, you go into a vent, and there's a little ventilation shaft area you're in, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Well, in the master level, they changed it up, so now in that level, you fight two archviles. But at the same time, there's pinkies. But at the same time, there's a carcass. But at the same time, there's zombie soldiers. Have fun.
It seems like Pinkies are one of the more underutilized demons.
And at least Doom Eternal, yeah.
Like, you feel like they just show up on occasion. Like, I see some of the more badass demons way more often than I see a Pinky. I fight more Marauders than I fight Pinkies.
You find more Barret of Hells than Pinkies. I like how you killed the Arachnotron without realizing it was a spirit.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Remember, glowing blue, Gavin, glowing blue. And make sure you have that plasma rifle to take care of it. Oh, I also forgot Archvile.
Uh-oh.
I completely forgot the Archvile was in this arena. Yeah, take him out.
Seems like a lot's happening. They're buff totem. Oh, no, wait, that's not a buff totem. That's the Archvile, like you just said. Oh my gosh. What the hell is happening?
Doom.
Where the hell is that Archvile?
He likes to hide in, like, corners of the map.
Hello, Virgin.
Yeah, if you can never find an Archvile, just look behind cover.
Okay, so there's a spirit and there's an Archvile. There's two different things buffing stuff right now.
There shouldn't be a spirit, it should only be the Archvile.
I thought I saw a spirit. Did I kill the spirit unintentionally?
Oh, the spirit. Oh, I thought you were talking about a buff totem. Oh, never mind.
No. I thought there was a buff totem, but it turned out it was just the archvile.
Yeah, it does the same thing.
Except it's an asshole.
And it also revives them.
Not cool. You know what? I'm gonna save my BFG shot for that guy.
Not a bad idea, not a bad idea. Even if you can't make it land, because it's not an insta-kill even with him. At least you're taking out a lot of demons. You can focus on him for a little bit.
Also, by the way, this is the only level we're playing this stream.
Yep. After this, think of it like this, Gavin. After this arena, it's all, you're done. You're done with the level. Think of it like that. Make it through this arena and you're good.
Make it through the arena and it's yours, my friend.
You've made it through all of Doom Eternal so far. And you've beat the last arena, which took us a while. You've beaten double Marauders.
That took a while,
What
though.
could get to you now? It did. You've done all of this shit, Gavin. I'm sure you can do this. Just a little bit, maybe a few more tries, possibly.
A few more tries,
Also,
dive as soon as you say that.
yeah, I saw it. Also, I don't mean to like do the habit of repeating myself, but remember, swapping mods is important too. You're not just specifically to one mod on a weapon. For example, the assault rifle. Even though the precision bolt is super helpful in taking out weak points, sticky bomb does the exact same thing. And if you want to, like myself, instead of using the precision bolt, you can use micro missiles, which shoots, as the name says, mini missiles. And if you had I believe you should have it equipped because the DLC unlocks everything for you. You should have unlimited missiles on. You should have. Which shoots unlimited missiles until you're out of ammo for that gun. Or like the chain gun, if you don't want to use the shield, you can use the mini sentry, which is 4 sentries put into one. Just remember you have all these things at your disposal. Yeah, options. And if you ever want to look at what they do, just go into your pause and just read them up.
The hell got me there? Probably a projectile I didn't see. Jeez, I just gotta beat this one arena.
Let's just beat the one arena, bring the shield piece to the middle like you did before, and you lost the quest.
Holy fuck, you know what? Maybe 2 BFG shots.
Maybe 2 BFG.
Maybe I just settle down, make these kids settle down a little bit.
Maybe I settle down with the wife and kids and just use 2 BFG shots.
Instead of 1. Because, you know...
Maybe being conservative about my stock all my life is maybe too paranoid.
See, that made me feel much better.
That made me feel much better.
See, I feel a lot safer. Now there's only 2 big muscular men chasing me down.
Unreached Furry security brief releases today at 9 p.m.
9
It
p.m.?
got delayed.
Ooh, that's a little weird.
It was supposed to release around 1, but it got delayed. Only because of last minute patches. Because they want the game to be as good as it can be. Because, this is what they said. The game when it releases, after it releases and after they release a few bug patches or whatever, the team is going to take a break.
Don't
for
blame
the
them.
holiday season. Because they've been hard at work on this game for 2 years now, if not longer, behind the scenes. This game has had the development cycle of a Call of Duty game, and is bigger than Doom Eternal at launch. I'm sure we can give them a break for the holiday season. I mean, it only gives people like me, after they beat the game,
something to look
reasons
forward
for
to.
glitches.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one of the people who made the game, on an interview with Dawko asked the question, like, how long would it take for let's say if someone is going exclusively for, like secrets and all that, how long will it take for them to get all the collectibles? And the person who helped make the game, one of the people, actually said he did this exact experiment himself, and he stayed up from 9 p.m. all the way up until 1 a.m. in the morning, and still wasn't even halfway complete. And that made me super curious, like that's the thing, this security breach, the fucking mall is huge. When making the game, they wanted to make it 2 levels, right? 2 floors. And then they decided, like, they gave it to, like, development or whatever, and design or whatever, and they're like, how about this? We make a 3rd floor. And now we got 4 floors. We got the sewer. It's so fucking big, man. It's 80 gig. It's supposed to be 70, now it's 80. I'm excited. And I'm gonna be buying it this Friday instead of Thursday, because I'm not gonna wait till Thursday.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to stop at GameStop.
No, I'm getting it before then.
Oh.
I just want to stop at GameStop to see what they have.
Fair enough.
Can you blame me? It's right there.
It's literally right outside.
I'm realizing something you've been doing, which I should have brought this up earlier. I did earlier, but I don't think I really talked about it. When you're killing a spirit, remember if you want to ice bomb or sticky bomb near it to get rid of those demons, those nuisances. Make it easier to kill a spirit. About security breach is that since it's 80 gigabytes, I gotta make up that storage on my PlayStation. Even though I know damn well I can get it on my PC and have enough storage, I'm just that stickler who's like, eh, but my PlayStation. Not only do I want that physical copy, but it's my PlayStation.
PlayStation.
It's my console, so. So you said you'll be picking me up around 5, right?
Around there. I'm hoping anyways.
At the latest, like 6 o'clock, let's say.
Yeah.
Because that's 5 is 2 hours before the movie, 6 is 1 hour. So at the latest, 1 hour before the film, which is more than enough time. Because I'm still gonna be picking up Zach first, right? Since he's closer.
Yeah.
Think of it like this, Gavin. I just thought of this. If you pick me up at 5, at the least, which would be genuinely impressive and give us a lot of time just to chill and all that. If you pick me up at 5, right now it is 1 at night, 1 in the morning. We are less than 48 hours from seeing the movie. Think of that. Less than 48 hours from seeing Spider-Man No Way Home finally. No more delays, no more knockbacks or setbacks.
That's true.
Are you ready, Gavin?
I've said it several times. I just need Friday to get this ass over here.
What are you gonna do after Friday, huh?
What am I gonna do after Friday?
What are you gonna look forward to after that?
For the rest.
I got Security Breach for myself, so I'm set. I got FNAF with me.
I have
What
the
do you got?
second Sonic movie in April.
But
aside from
But
that,
I'm talking more as in for the rest of the month.
Christmas, I guess.
Because I got, yeah, honestly, yeah, Christmas is a good answer. Because like I said, I got the new FNAF game to settle me over. But for you, it's more really Spider-Man's the main thing that's happening. Which I don't blame you. It's fucking huge. It's awesome. I can't wait for it.
It's the big thing for me right now.
I can't wait. I can't.
I can't. It's gonna be so cool because like now I can do Spider-Man movie marathons, and instead of feeling like I'm watching 3 separate Spider-Man and 3 different separate stories, now I feel like I can like be like, oh yeah, and then it all comes together.
And I've said it time and time again, and I'll probably say it again tomorrow. I can't stress it enough. When you see it, please, for the love of God, don't see it as a Toby and Andrew film. See it for what it is. Tom Holland finale. Yes, we make it Toby and Andrew. Well, not May, but from what we've seen in the leaks.
No, we're totally getting Toby and Andrew, dude.
But let's not make this a Toby and Andrew film. It's not a Toby and Andrew film. Will they most likely be in the final battle? Most likely, yeah. That's most likely what they're coming for. Because let's be honest, I don't think Tom Holland could take on Sandman in his giant form, the Lizard, Electro, and possibly Green Goblin in the final battle. I don't think he can. Let's admit it, he can't. So he's gonna need the Spider people to help him. And let's be honest, as great as it is to see him on screen, this movie isn't about them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they're just gonna be there to aid his story. That's what I actually think it's gonna be. Cause like I think Tom is going to like hit a low point or something, and then Toby and Andrew are gonna be there for him. Like, you know, I know what you're going through, or he can be like, you know, I don't know. Your theory was that Aunt May was gonna die, right? Isn't that your theory?
Yeah, with Green Goblin, with Doc Ock trying to save her.
Maybe if someone does die in the movie, maybe they could talk to him about the people they lost and how he can cope with it and be better from it.
Dude, this is giving me actual, like, I'm genuinely grinning, like fucking, I'm having a stupid smile on my face, because I know, like, how much we're gonna enjoy this in the theater. Because if that does happen, in the theater, watching Toby and Andrew talk to Tom about their losses, the thought of that alone is insane. Because it can happen. It can happen.
Like, it's gonna be fun, and listen, I'm not gonna lie, dude, if I see Tobey Maguire on screen the first time he comes in alongside Andrew, I'm standing up and applauding in the theater.
I've never audibly applauded, like stood up and did it. I've applauded with Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla King of the Monsters. Godzilla, I'll gladly do it for, but I've never actually stood up and applauded. That's interesting.
Dude, I might cry. You never know.
Honestly, I cried tears of joy after Godzilla vs. Kong. That's the movie I've been waiting all my life for, and it was perfect. It is perfect for me. I cried tears of joy. I didn't visually do it, but I did it, like, I don't want to say on my free time, but as in, like, in my head.
You felt emotions.
In the moment, I felt emotions. It was something I've been waiting all my life for. And as a Godzilla fan, it's something I never thought would happen again. And I feel like this is the same thing that's happening with you in Spider-Man No Way Home. You never thought this would happen. You never thought Toby would come back. Oh, let alone Toby, Andrew, and now Tom Holland. All coming together. And the villains. This is something that no one would have thought would happen.
We live in an amazing time where something like this can happen. And oh my
Unlike
gosh,
Star
dude,
Wars,
we're gonna hear the fucking music.
They aren't skipping out on this opportunity.
They are not. And it doesn't feel like they're half-assing it. Like with Star Wars, there was no direction. They just wanted more Star Wars. With this one, it feels like there's a story to tell.
Yeah. I didn't listen to the spoiler, like, soundtrack. You stayed far from it.
Oh, I'm not as fortunate as you. I listened to that thing. I'm like, what the fuck?
I want your honesty, without spoiling it for me.
Okay.
From what I've heard, there is a Toby and Andrew theme. Is this correct?
Yes.
Now, without spoiling, don't tell me the themes or anything.
Okay.
Just tell me your raw reaction of hearing Toby and Andrew themes.
Okay, so with Toby's theme, it was obviously the main Raimi theme from the original trilogy.
Yep, that's what I expect.
Except it's reorchestrated, and it was blended in with Andrew's theme. I believe Andrew's theme was leaning towards the original Amazing Spider-Man theme. And when I was listening to both of those, I was like, holy shit, dude. Holy fuck, they're here. They are actually gonna be there. There's no way in hell this is in the soundtrack, and they're not gonna be there. And then I'm like, now what's the context? And I don't know the context, but still, man, I'm looking so much forward to this fucking movie. Like,
I think, you want to hear something interesting?
yeah.
I think they cut him from the premiere.
You
Genuinely.
You think they cut Toby and Andrew from the premiere?
Yep. Because from what I've seen, everyone from the premiere, there was even a meme on Twitter that unfortunately got over to me because I was looking at Spider-Man news and all that. Yeah, everyone said the same thing from the premiere. There was no Toby or Andrew in the movie.
They're liars.
Maybe
They're all fucking liars.
Maybe it was a massive meme that I wasn't in on. Everyone was saying the same thing. Toby and Andrew weren't in the film.
Fuck off.
But then but I know that was a lie. But the reason I have this game theory is, let's be honest. If they did cut him from a premiere, that'd be genius. That'd be genius if they cut him from the premiere and only left it in theaters. Because that means people from the premiere would not be able to spoil it. Obviously, when it came to theaters or early Thursday, then yeah, spoilers. But if they cut him from the premiere, that is actually genius. Because you know how big those premieres are and how big the spoilers are from those events. But I don't know, maybe I can easily be insanely wrong and they were just memeing and it was a big joke I wasn't in on. But I could honestly see Marvel doing something like that, where they cut him from the premiere not to reveal the sequel. Because I'm sure Marvel knows how big of the premieres are. He used all of the SC shots.
I sure did.
That's a fucking damn shame.
The hell's the Doom Hunter doing here?
So, okay, tell me what you want from this movie. What you're hoping
I want a
for.
good movie.
Not-
I want a good movie, damn it.
Okay, that's what we can all say. I think it's what we're all gonna get too.
Okay, I want an emotional story. I feel like Tom Holland's movies, what's really been lacking for me that all the other Spider-Man movies I like have, is stakes. I want real stakes. I want real emotions. I want, like, some actual consequences. I want Spider-Man.
And hey, he's on his own without the Spider people. He has his stakes right now, and that his identity revealed.
Exactly. And with and since he's going to be fixing that, but he summons the other villains. And now he's trying to save those villains and prevent them from going back and dying. At least that's what I think it is. Personally, cool. Fuck yeah, man. This looks like the most high stakes out of any of the 3 Spider-Man films, like 3 MCU films. And I am all down for it. And honestly, with the tone this movie's going for, it makes me even more excited for this fucking college trilogy. Because listen, man, you can give me as much Spider-Man action scenes as you want. You can give me as much funny jokes as you want. But if I don't feel engaged in your story, or I don't feel the stakes of it, then what's the point? That's where I'm at, and this movie's hitting that mark for me. It's hitting where like I feel the stakes going in.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think we can say that about everything too. Like, if the stakes aren't there, then why bother?
Exactly, but with Spider-Man, I don't know, man. Maybe we've been spoiled with a lot of stories we've gotten in the past. But
we have been spoiled. PS4, Spider-Verse, everything going on.
Yeah, the
But
Raimi
Spider-Man fans have been
trilogy,
spoiled.
the fucking amazing, even the first Amazing film.
And then, like, adding Spider-Man to the MCU alone was like it just giving Spider-Man fans a big, like, spoiling them. Like, hey, here's your favorite comic character in the MCU. Like, hey, here we go. Like, Spider-Man fans have been spoiled so much in recent years, and now they're about to get the big payoff.
Yep.
I'm saying them as if I'm not one of them, even though I am. Even though I will say this, like, when I was earlier, like when I first met you guys and all that, I was shitting on Spider-Man and all of them. You wanna know my honest reason for doing that?
What?
Edginess. Wanting to be different, wanting to be cool. Because in my heart, I deeply cared about those characters, but I wanted to seem like a cool guy who was different, didn't like them. Even though in my heart I did. I fucking owned a Spider-Man blanket for Christ's sake. Like, for fuck's sake, I love these characters.
You know, here's...
And actually maturing over time, I don't give a shit. I would gladly say I love Spider-Man. Like, I have no fear of saying I'm a comic book fan, or nerd, or whatever. I fucking love these characters to death.
I completely agree with you. I never stopped loving Spider-Man. I never did. I never, like, hid it from anyone. He's always been my favorite hero. And he still is. Like, you know, of course I've had Batman and the Arkham games and everything. I love Batman as well. But Spider-Man, he's my guy. And
the journey Spider-Man's been on is different than Batman and other characters. And seeing how Spider-Man went, like, there's no denying this. The Spider-Man trilogies, Tobey, Andrew, and Tom. Seeing these trilogies combined finally, well, Andrew didn't get a trilogy.
it was a duology, but same feeling, same feeling.
Everyone calls it a trilogy anyways. But seeing these trilogies come together, these characters, these Spider-Men we grew up in love, are finally coming back and paying off. All of these years, all these memories will pay off. Even if it's not like seeing them, even if Tobey and Andrew get like bare minimum screen time, like let's say at the bare minimum, 12 minutes each. They're still coming back. The stories are still being paid off. We're still getting the villain coming back. Like, we're being rewarded for liking these characters and not giving up on them.
Exactly. One of my favorite things about Spider-Man, especially Spider-Man, you can also say this about Batman, but with Spider-Man it feels different. Everyone can say they're a Spider-Man fan, but what being a Spider-Man fan means to one person can be completely different for another. Because of how many different adaptations and how many amazing versions of Spider-Man we've had over the years. Like, you could say you're a fan of Spider-Man because you love the PS4 game, you love the MCU, and you love Spider-Man 2. Well, Jimmy down the street can be like, yo, I read, like, the original Stan Lee, Steve Ditko run, I love Ultimate Spider-Man, oh, and I also love the Andrew Garfield films. And they're both valid ways to like Spider-Man.
Yep.
And
they'll get rewarded for liking those Spider-Man said things, because Spider-Man, that's the thing about Spider-Man. The lore, the canon they do with him in the comics and all that, he has so much interconnectivity with his own storylines and his own universes. You're rewarded for being a fan of anything Spider-Man, basically.
pretty much. And it's awesome. Like, you could say the same thing for Batman, but I don't feel that with Batman. When I look at Batman, like, despite it being a different version of Batman, it kind of feels the same, right? Am I wrong there?
Yeah. No, that's the thing. Here's the thing. When I think of Batman, I think now, no doubt, there's no hate towards Batman. Batman's awesome.
Yep,
like, he's
yep.
fucking awesome.
Arkham-Meister over here.
One of the best characters ever made. But when I think of Batman, I think of one select thing. A boy who lost his parents, became a man, and decided to fight crime because of said loss of his parents. But, that's all I think of him as. But when I think of Spider-Man, thanks to all his interpretations, the comics, and not saying Batman didn't do any of these, it's just Spider-Man did it bigger and better. And now Spider-Verse especially, it's Spider-Man, when you think of him now, isn't just the same old kid from New York helping out the little guy. Yeah, he's still that, but he has so much more. He has so much more to him than just the one Spider-Man we all know and love. He can be like Miles Morales. He can be Penny Parker. He can be all these types of things that is so different that I can't think of Batman as.
Hell yeah.
To Batman, I think of Batman as this one exact thing, which no problem. I fucking love Batman. He's awesome. But Spider-Man is different. I can accept all these different things from Spider-Man because we were given these things in movies and all that, in mainstream media, whereas Batman hides these things, and I don't really see them in the general and all that.
That's
Like, you get what I mean? Like,
no, I completely get what you mean. But it feels like even outside of like the different versions of Spider-Man, right? Like with Miles Morales being an alternative version of Spider-Man, or Penny Parker, or Spider-Man 2099 Miguel O'Hara, I could look at two different versions of Peter Parker, and despite them both having the same premise of Uncle Ben died, and I have to have power and responsibility, I can look at Tom Holland Spider-Man, and I can look at Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, and be like, you know what? You two are very different, but you work in your own different ways, and I can call you both Spider-Man.
yeah, and that's a beautiful thing about Spider-Man 2 is that Spider-Man fights, like, for the same cause, like, no matter what incarnation he is, basically.
But it feels different.
It's always different, though. It's so beautiful in that. Like, I don't know how to put it. It's just... It's so beautiful to see this, and how this stuff is becoming the mainstream now. Stuff like this, which I never accepted and never really cared about, and people like... Okay, is it wrong to assume you cared about this stuff before it was the mainstream, like Spider-Verse and all that?
I cared about it. Like, I read the original Miles run when I was a kid, and, I read plenty of Spider-Man comics and played games. So, like, I was always open-minded when it came to different Spider-Men.
Yeah. And when it came to people like me, the general audience, who cared about Spider-Man, I typically didn't look into Spider-Man too much. I looked into it, but I didn't really, like, care that much. I was just more for, like, the movies and all that. And given the general audience, like me now, especially has, like, the PS4 game, the Spider-Verse especially, and all that stuff, it's given this whole opportunity, this new chance of a new outlet, a new look of Spider-Man that people have never gotten before. That's just opened a whole new world of possibilities. And I can't wait to see where it goes next.
Completely agreed, fam. Completely. Like, I talked to you about this way earlier in the stream, but I feel like, or even, maybe it was before stream, I don't even remember, but No Way Home and Spider-Verse, I feel like are two films that are just gonna blast open what we know about Spider-Man and comic book movies at large.
And guess what character's doing it? Spider-Man.
And guess what character freaking basically brought back the viability of superhero movies in the early 2000s? Spider-Man.
I love what's happening right now, like, knowing that, like, these characters, like characters like Spider-Man, can be seen as a laughing stock to many. Just a boy from New York who's tightens up in spandex and saves people, whatever, haha lol. But seeing what Spider-Man's doing now is really reinforcing to those people that he's different. He's someone who can cause us change, and cause a change in movies alone, like multiverse, and really let, like, a whole new world of film open. I'm excited. The possibilities that Spider-Verse gives for film media in general, like multiverse, to the mainstream media. Spider-Verse did it, but now No Way Home, a live-action film, more mainstream will do it. It's insane. I can't fucking wait to see what film it will be like.
For sure. And I'm also excited because Spider-Man, like, I'm also excited for freshman year. Because Spider-Man hasn't been, like, very strong in the animated front since Spectacular Spider-Man, and that ended in, like, 2009.
Mm-hmm.
So, the fact that we're getting a new Spider-Man animated series funded by Disney in, like, a mainstream kind of way can be like, wow, this is what, like, television-based animation can do. You can tell superhero stories in this format really well with Spider-Man.
Hopefully.
I hope, man. Please. I have faith, though. I have faith. Come on.
I have faith, yeah. I'm scared, though, that let's all hope it's not what Disney did with Spider-Man. Fucking whatever the hell that was.
The 2017 show. I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. I've watched it. I know.
I feel it's gonna have, like, the same animation style.
No, please, for the love of God, please, no.
Okay, I honestly think it's gonna be a different animation style and all that, Imagine they reveal it and it's the same animation style, but it has better stories and writing and all that. That'd be fucking wild.
I would feel very conflicted that day.
I think everyone would. But I don't think they're gonna do that. I feel like they're obviously gonna go a different route with the animation.
I feel like it's gonna be similar to What If animation, but I kind of hope it's not, you know?
And what do you mean by that?
Like,
As in 3D or just in general?
I wouldn't mind if it was a 3D based, like, show, but I wouldn't really mind if it was a 2D animated show either, because the brief amount of art we've seen for the show looks great.
It's 2D.
Yeah.
It does.
That has me so excited.
Oh my, I just thought of this. Have you ever seen Genndy Tartakovsky's Star Wars, The Clone Wars?
Oh, you're talking about like 2003 Clone Wars.
Animated show, the 2D one.
Yep,
Yeah,
I have never watched through it.
Okay, but you've at least seen
Yes,
parts of it, right?
I've
At least
seen
clips.
I've seen clips of it I've seen some Grievous clips. I've seen some freaking.
Yep, Grievous is the strongest part of that show.
He looks so cool. Like that's the best Grievous.
That was before what they knew what they were gonna do with Grievous in the movies. That was his canon backstory before the movies changed it.
And then they changed it once again in the other Clone Wars, and he kind of sucks.
He's my favorite villain, but they fucking cucked him in the films.
I mean, like he's just okay in Revenge of the Sith. I think he's cool, but
Yeah. But I imagine if it has that kind of animation style.
that would be
Not,
amazing.
not exact, but that kind of animation style. Like like it's sort of familiar to it,
like
or at least has a kind of animation style, like the animation movements of it. I could definitely see that happening.
I can see that happening, and I'm all for it.
Honestly, anything that's not whatever the fuck the 2017 show was, I'm all for it.
Like the art they made for the merchandise of the show was better than the actual like show, and holy fuck, man. You know, speaking as someone who's actually watched that show, I feel bad for the voice actor Spider-Man in that show. Because Robbie Damon, he does a great job voicing a young Peter Parker. It's just the script. The fucking script.
Mm-hmm.
That's how...
You can have great voice actors and all that, but if the script is shit, no one's gonna give a crap.
Like, holy fuck, man.
Honestly, like, looking at, like, the 2017 show alone, I just look at it, and I'm just like, no, I don't want to look at this anymore.
I don't want to watch that. Except here's
So
the...
bland.
Like, the animation style is so cheap. But...
The thing is, I don't think you can really blame the people behind it, because...
I blame Disney.
Yeah, Disney's the one who really fucked them over.
I can't blame some of the writers, though.
Yeah, the writers, yeah.
I can't blame the animators.
Of course. Yeah, that's the thing, they were working with what they had.
Exactly.
And I can definitely see I'm like getting fucked over by Disney's like definitely production, like value or whatever. Like, whatever money they gave for production is probably shit compared to what it was with the last show compared to it.
Oh yeah, Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Which had
I feel like
it had like a generic art style, Ultimate Spider-Man, but at least that show had fucking shading. You think I'm joking?
No, I know what you're talking about. It's funny. I'm just thinking about it. It legit, like, holy shit.
Like, I'm not even a big fan of that other show, but at least it had shading, man.
And shading can honestly go a long while.
Yeah. Like, I've seen plenty of fans on the internet recreate shots from the Spider-Man 2017 show and add shading to it, and it looks way better.
It may not, the writing may not be better, but the looks.
Exactly. Kids deserve better than that, man.
That's, oh my lord, that makes me think. Kids, people shit on kids so much, which I don't blame them for, especially nowadays with what kids are doing. Like, we could easily shit on kids nowadays, like, fucking make jokes about them, all that. But people see kids as dumber than they actually are.
Kids deserve good
And
shows, man.
They deserve good shows, yeah. Like back in the '90s, not to compare like '90s and right now that much, but just a little comparison. Back in the '90s, kids got shows like He-Man or G.I. Joe or whatever. Obviously, different times compared to now. But kids got shows that showed them what it was like to. Obviously, it was made for toys and marketing or whatever. That's all TV shows nowadays for kids or whatever. It's always been like that. You can't just say, oh, '90s did it exclusively. No, every era does it. Everything is made to market. But the '90s kids TV shows were definitely something else. Definitely unique. I'm not saying they were perfect, far from it. I've watched some of them, and God, they are not what you would expect a TV show like nowadays. But they had something to them. They had some sort of storytelling and characters that kids that would see them would not only make them be like, yeah, I want those toys, let me buy them, which is perfect for the show, that's what it's going for. But also the characters are generally like pretty cool. Like let's give an example. He-Man, a strong barbaric man who had the power of the universe in his hand via a sword, and fought Skeletor, who wanted to take that power away and do evil with it. A cool show, cool premise and all that. And compared to nowadays, where we're getting shows like Spider-Man from 2017, where guys, look out, I think it was just like, from memory, this is an actual plot, like, guys, look out, Spider-Man's, what was it, fucking...
Go describe it, describe it, I can fill in the holes.
I bet, yeah, fuck. It's so generic, like, I can't even think of it. I can't even think of it. I mean, Bernie Sanders was a taxi driver, I'll give him that.
Yeah, he was Harry's, fucking taxi driver.
But I don't know, it's, people see kids dumber than they are.
Mm-hmm.
And admittedly, yeah, kids can be dumber than they are. Favorite spinners, Fortnite, whatever. They have their trends, they have their fads or whatever. But there are kids out there who genuinely are pretty smart for their age and actually have quality taste and stuff. Not to say they're like Steven Spielberg levels of quality, no, far from it. But there's kids out there who are like 12 and prefer stuff like Adventure Time over Teen Titans Go.
Good. Cool.
And kids who like find good media that they like. Like, it's not to say that kids are perfect, far from it. But kids deserve better. Not saying that we deserve to put, not saying we need to give kids like the best written shows ever. No, far from it. Fuck that. Adults need that kind of shit. But that doesn't mean kids can't at least get something well worth the time.
Something that can actually stick with them. Something that can teach them a life lesson.
And something that they will remember for adulthood. Like, it's... Like, for example, my dad, he grew up in the 90s with stuff like He-Man, G.I. Joe. He remembers He-Man. He remembers Conan the Barbarian. That stuck with him. Kids nowadays, that kind of stuff won't stick with them. The TV shows won't stick with them. Stuff like Fortnite, fidget spinners will stick with them. We need TV shows that will stick with kids, teach them lessons and all that, while not being forceful. And you could say shows like maybe Paw Patrol or stuff like that try and teach them kids lessons. But I don't know, it's tough to put it in a word.
At least, you know, I will say, at least Paw Patrol looks like it has a budget.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Gavin, boss fight. I was joking, by the way. That's not the final stuff. You have a boss fight.
I've noticed Mr. Eyeball over here.
It's called we do a little trolling. Gavin. We tell him there's one more arena to give him hype, and then there's a boss fight, which is the final act of Soul Arena. It's actually the easiest boss fight you'll ever face in Doom Eternal.
I've noticed.
You know, yeah, it's literally just the eyeballs you've been shooting at, but bigger. That's it. Congratulations, you've made a boss fight.
Dude, yes, boss design is my passion.
Boss design is my passion. The only hard part about this boss fight is forgetting there's a Hell Knight. Unironically. That's the only reason I died to this boss fight, for getting to the Hell Knight. Even then, it happened rarely.
Hell no, you jumped in the way of my missile. What the fuck?
Yeah, the cutscene after this is well worth it. It's awesome. It's short, but awesome. The marketing for this DLC was the marketing for all the DLC is insane. Morty. But the marketing for this DLC is fucking insane, and tease this cutscene so much. Like it shows the beginning of the cutscene, which I think you're gonna love. Like you're not gonna expect it, even though it's super obvious. I don't know. Without spoiling it, without pulling a Spider-Man No Way Home, it's pretty cool. And remember what I said, Gavin, about the father being basically God of this universe and Dark Lord being the devil?
Way back at like 3 hours ago.
And the Seraphim being a servant to the father, and Doomslayer wanting to go against the Seraphim's beliefs and all that. Because you gotta remember, Doomslayer knows what's best for humanity, so in the universe. So I'm not gonna reveal to you what the Doomslayer's idea is or his plan, as they'll expand more in the DLC. Especially in the final cutscene of this DLC and the final mission. I think you'll be surprised. I think you'll be surprised about what happens.
Okay.
Because I would want to so badly just tell you what happens, but I don't want to at the same time because I'll spoil it so much for you. You know, you ever have those experiences where it's like you wanted to tell your friend something so badly, but you can't? It's so badly. Evan, Godzilla vs. Kong. I swear to God, if we don't see it before I move, I am literally just gonna lift my spoiler ban. I've tried so hard not to spoil the film.
Would you rather watch it with me, or would you rather just watch it on my own at this point?
Watch it with you.
Didn't we pitch that we're gonna watch some of it at Zach's party?
Zach wants to watch the entirety at his party.
That would actually be awesome.
If we have the time. If we have the time.
I mean, it's not a long movie.
It's not. It's an hour 58. It's the shortest movie out of the MonsterVerse. Because, honestly, Gavin, I won't lie. I haven't been perfect. I have spoiled some of it via memes or whatever, just talking around it. That happens.
Listen, man.
But you are lucky that I fucking have this lift on me, like this ban on me. There's so much in the movie that you will be loud at, especially the final battle, means Zach and me in the theater popped off at the final battle. And Zach can even tell you, looking at my face during that final, like in the theater, just, I had the biggest, stupidest smile on my face watching it. Oh my, I love that movie with all my heart. For you to see it.
I'm looking forward to it.
It might not become your favorite movie ever, but I think you can definitely see after watching it why I love it so much.
I don't blame you. I'll look forward to it, honestly. And if we do watch it at Zach's party, that'll actually work out really well with something I have planned.
I mean, actually, I can't reveal it on stream in case Zach watches this.
Oh.
I almost revealed an idea I had for his party, which I don't want to. Yeah, I'll DM you an idea I have for his party. It's a little surprise. It's a surprise too that help us later.
There's 2 boxes now.
Yeah. This is Doom. You enjoyed this DLC mission though, Gavin? You enjoyed for what it was, even though it was a bit hard?
This was a bit hard, but... Is there already recommending me Sentinel armor? Get out of here. I've enjoyed the general theme of this level, and I feel like some of the arenas, while being super fucking hard and just throwing a shit ton of stuff at you, it was cool.
Yeah.
This boss fight's a little freaking whack.
I would recommend if you want to take these guys out quick, Ballista, Precision Bolt, or maybe just want sticky bombs and Ballista, like spam sticky bombs and then the Ballista shot at the end or whatever. Do what you think is best. Use their powerful weapons.
I'm seeing that the Precision Bolt is so much better than free aiming.
Mm-hmm. The micro missiles are super helpful in battle, I think. Like, they're my favorite mod for that gun. But doing this kind of stuff, especially the eyeballs, if you know what you're doing and you can quick swap Gavin between the two, these guys will go down fast. Just as long as you're not getting yourself killed by the helmet or whatever that's attacking you. Because unironically, this is the easiest boss fight in Doom Eternal. It's just for your first time playing, you won't realize how easy it is.
It's just gimmicky.
It is gimmicky. It's very gimmicky. It's gimmicky, but it's like a little I don't know. It's not disappointing. It's just given what you're gonna have to face in the next mission. Let's just say this is a warm up.
I need HP. I need to kill one of you fuckers.
Did you die?
Yes, I did, because it's mostly because those guys chasing me down.
Well, remember, you have the ice bombs, Gavin, and the grenades to stun them.
Oh, good point.
And the blood punch also.
Oh, don't forget.
The blood punch instantly kills the pinky, by the way. Remember that. So even if it's not facing like a, even if you're facing the pinky face on, like head, like face to face, the blood punch will kill him instantly. Take that as you will. Very useful. Bit delayed, Gavin, on the stream. Just tell me whenever like the cutscene's happening, like the ending cutscene.
Gotcha.
Because I don't want to talk during it. I just want you to experience it. Because like I said, the Father, the Dark Lord, and the Seraphim, and the Doomsayer's motives, it's pretty important what happens in this cutscene. For all of those things. But yeah, I
Fucking those pinky. They just jumped me.
tomorrow.
Spider-Man.
I can't fucking wait. I can't fucking wait, man. Godzilla vs. Kong is my film of the year, but Spider-Man No Way Home is my most anticipated film. Not most anticipated. I shouldn't say that because Godzilla vs. Kong was mine.
It might be
And
due to
will
the fact
always be
that
my film.
Spider-Man is releasing at the end of the year, and we had to wait over a fucking year.
Well, I had to wait fucking all my life for Godzilla vs. Kong, so I have more anticipation for that. But because last time we got Godzilla vs. Kong was 1962, so it's been a while. But I feel like Spider-Man No Way Home. Let's put it like this: Godzilla vs. Kong for me is my most wanted film ever, and my most anticipated film of the year. Well, Spider-Man No Way Home is my most anticipated film with friends.
That's fair. Because this film means something different to each of us, I guess.
Yeah. Whereas Godzilla vs. Kong was more of a personal experience for me, something I've been waiting all my life for, and G fans, Kaiju fans have always wanted another rematch of. Spider-Man No Way Home is more of something you and your friends are interested in.
It's because everyone loves Spider-Man.
Yeah, everyone loves Spider-Man. And everyone in our friend group is different. Not everyone loves Godzilla, or you guys may take a personal interest, hey, cool Godzilla, cool funny lizard, or whatever. Well, to me, it's my favorite franchise in the world. It's we all have our different things. And I can't wait. I can't. Oh my lord. Like I said, unfortunately, I'm not gonna spoil anything, and I haven't been massively spoiled, thankfully. But like I said, those fucking scumbags on YouTube putting stuff in the thumbnails alone while I'm trying to scroll, just finding the video. Fuck them, man. Fuck them. Spoiling shit, But all I'll say is you're gonna love it. Like I said in DMs, it's either gonna be your favorite Spider-Man film or second favorite Spider-Man film. And honestly, from what you're hearing about it, from what we're talking about it, do you think that's true, Gavin? Do you think it'll stay like that?
I have hope.
You have hope? At the least, if you don't enjoy it, you'll at least have like fun battles with classic villains. You get to see Toby and Andrew make a grand return at the least.
Yep.
And Doc Ock fighting Iron Spider, which I'm super excited about.
It's what I talked about earlier. Everyone is a Spider-Man fan, but everyone is a Spider-Man fan for different reasons.
Yeah.
Spider-Man's the only superhero I can talk about from like a billion different angles. And like none of them are the same.
I could feel that.
He's the only hero I can do that with. Like with Batman, I feel like there's always common like ground I can always talk about every adaptation.
Even for as different as the Arkham games are, they follow the same kind of rule. Even though the games are great, it's the same type of rule of Batman that you'd expect. For Spider-Man, it's so unique. It's so different every time. No matter what, Gavin, what happens, we're in the end game now.
This
we're
feels like Avengers. Like I feel more excited for this than I did for Endgame.
I do too. Just because it's Toby and Andrew alone, the villains.
Because it's Spider-Man.
It's a payoff for being a fan. This to me is what I feel like Godzilla's Kong is for Spider-Man fans. This is the film they've been waiting for, and are finally getting it.
Motherfucker!
You died?
I kill those dudes and then they come back.
Oh yeah, they infinitely respawn.
So don't even bother killing them?
I mean, when you kill them, there's a delay between when they spawn back in, so there's a little of that, but... Yeah, I'm watching your stream and I just see in the corner of this fucking screen that Dread Knight just... Hell Knight, I was correct the first time, just running at you full speed. X gonna feel like still. I think he's gonna enjoy it for what it is. From what I'm seeing and from what I've talked to him about and all that, this might be his favorite Spider-Man film.
What'd you say?
Zach.
This might be his favorite Spider-Man film, but he has a huge bias towards Mysterio.
There's no doubt in my mind Mysterio won't return.
Yeah, no, this is all about the amazing Raimi villains.
Amazing Raimi villains, yeah. But I see what you did there.
Poetry.
Poetry Flarker. I still, that might work. It reminds me of that photo I sent you now. That funny meme, haha, where I sent you a photo of like, I'm Peter Parker and it's me holding up a camera and it's
Yeah.
fucking... We're all Peter Parker, we can all put on the mask.
Yeah, no, like the main theme of Spider-Verse is like that everyone can be fucking Spider-Man. But some people seem not to understand that.
Yeah, honestly, I never accepted anyone to be Spider-Man until I saw Spider-Verse. It changed my mind and opened a whole new world for me that I realized, wow, it's not just Peter anymore.
Anyone.
Anyone can do it.
And that doesn't mean we lose Peter Parker. Hell no.
No, Peter Parker's still the main Spider-Man all the way through. We'll continue his story. It just means we'll have extra stories to look at.
Yeah, like Miles.
Like on the sideline. Yeah. This doesn't mean Peter is like gone. No, far from it. He's still the main Spider-Man. We're gonna get his story first. It's just that it means we get extra stories on the side, other than Peter, that sometimes include Peter as well.
Exactly. Like, Miles Morales, like, fucking, Spider-Verse is clearly Miles' story, right? But Peter's still in it.
He's still a main character.
Yeah.
He's not relegated to a side character. He's still a main character. Even though it's Miles' story. It's still Peter Parker and Miles. It's a Spider-Verse, not a Spider-Man movie. It's all about all the Spider-people. which I honestly don't think we're going to get with this new film. This is more of a Tom Holland film, which I have no problem with. This isn't supposed to be Spider-Verse. I'm excited to see what they do with the Spider People. Though, again, like I said, knowing what movies do with old characters, don't expect like Toby and Andrew to be like the main stars.
Oh, for sure, but they are.
Like
Yeah,
Star Wars even did that, where they brought Han Solo back, but they weren't the main. They were main characters, but not the main stars. They didn't have the main priorities. I'm gonna enjoy it for what it is.
I'm gonna enjoy it for what it is, but that does not mean I don't have standards. Just
It
saying.
is what it is.
I guess so.
I'm excited about JJ coming back. I don't fucking know why I keep calling him JJJ, even though I know it's J. Don't think.
I mean, you can call him JJJ.
I can. They call him that in Spider-Man PS4 anyways. Don't they?
They call him JJ. Because JJJ
Ah,
is just like a mouthful.
They just get it mouthful, but it's funny. I'm excited how I love his reaction in this. You've seen his reaction to the lizard, right?
J.K. Simmons?
Yeah.
No.
You want to hear it real quick? So it's in the trailers, or do you want to see it in the film?
What? Wait. He actually looks at the lizard in the film?
Yeah, he actually sees a lizard in the trailers, and you see his reaction.
You know what's really weird about the lizard that I don't know if they're gonna keep or not?
How he's a human, not just a dinosaur.
Well, I think they might explain that away somehow. But in his lizard form in The Amazing Spider-Man, he fucking talked.
Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot about that.
So, are we gonna hear him talk?
Maybe his lizard senses take over and he's fully lizard?
That would save him actors.
I would.
But if they go all the way and make him talk, I'll be like, yo, that's a certified awesome Chad moment.
I mean, they did, people did ask if the original lizard actor if he's coming back. And all he said was, it's best for some Christmas presents to keep wrapped.
Aww.
And to see what we'll get. Instead of spoiling it for yourself. Which I find quite cool, okay to say. Because he might not be in the movie, but it's at least giving hope.
I'm also wondering that in the same regard with the Sandman actor, too.
Dude, if the Sandman isn't in this movie, like the actor himself, I'll be...
Like, if he gets a
I shouldn't
CG...
say pissed, but...
I'll be disappointed.
Yeah, because he's genuinely a good actor, and his Sandman role is fantastic. It's easily my favorite part about Spider-Man 3, to be honest. Sandman is so good. I'm watching the stream and I saw the punch wouldn't connect. I'm curious, since we're still in the perspective of no Spider-Man No Way Home yet, like we haven't seen it, if you could make Spider-Man No Way Home, how would you do it?
You don't want to know.
I don't want to know.
I need to sit down and write a script, Chris.
Well, like at least give us a basic idea.
Okay.
If you could create a Spider-Man No Way Home kind of story, no limits, no regards to any like live action movies exclusively or anything.
So I don't have to worry about like limitations.
If you want to, you can put that limit on yourself. More power to you.
Okay.
If Marvel came up to you and said, "Give us a basic premise
Okay.
of a Spider-Man No Way Home," what would you do?
Well, shit. Am I gonna have to? Do I have to like to come up with a different one from the one they came up with? Because I do like the one they came up with. but I think it's gonna come down to nitty-gritty details.
Just get. Let's make this easier. Marvel comes up to you.
Yep.
They're like, hey, we want a Spider-Man No Way Home plot. Well, not plot, just a premise, a general idea. Tell us what we who the Spider People should be, and who the villains should be. No matter, it can be like the cartoons, it can be the live action. Just tell us who you want.
Same 3 as we got now, right? Because I'm not gonna lie, the live action Spider-Man would all work really well together, and I feel like the animated Spider-Man are better reserved for Spider-Verse anyways. So let's just keep the 3 we have. And
okay,
keep in the...
Tell us the villains you want.
The villain roster? Okay,
It can be any villains, maybe even the canceled villains, like canceled Sam Raimi Vulture.
Nah, we're not using any of those. They have a solid lineup to begin with. They have Green Goblin, Doc Ock, Sandman, which is the best out of the 3 Spider-Man, 3 villains. They have the Lizard and Electro, so that works right there. They don't have the Amazing Spider-Man Goblin or Rhino, but I don't want either of them, to be honest. And maybe if we want to make this a Sinister Six, maybe include, like, Scorpion, because he was teased at the end of Homecoming, or I guess we could save them for a different kind of Sinister Six. I don't know. But maybe we could use a Scorpion plot twist / little ending credit scene that we never got resolved from Homecoming to this day.
Okay.
So, like, maybe... yeah, fuck it. Scorpion would be sick.
Okay.
Okay, so
Cool.
I was gonna say maybe Mysterio, but nah, I don't want Mysterio here.
Okay, then how about this? One final thing about this. Your little Spider-Man No Way Home film, huh?
Yep.
One final thing.
Okay.
We don't have to get into gritty details or anything. What would your general premise be? What would your general plot be?
So I guess assuming I still have to build off Far From Home, so.
Yes. Just have to build off what we gave you.
Yeah. Okay.
But you can just give a general premise. It can be just a few sentences, anything, of what you think it would be.
Peter Parker has to find a way to get rid of his identity. So he still goes to Doctor Strange and everything. And then, boom, the villains are here. But then, each villain is essentially a different trial for Spider-Man. Whether it be a physical trial, a mental battle, an emotional battle, everything like that. Or an empathetic battle. Like, let's just say Electro is empathy, for example, because Max Dillon was a loser back in the Amazing Spider-Man dimension. He felt like a nobody. He felt like nobody cared about him until he became the villain that everyone despised. So let's just say that's a battle of empathy right there. Then we have Norman Osborn. He's a battle of will and fucking, and like, and kind of like brains and emotions and everything. Like, he's testing your morals. That's literally all he's there for. He's there to question you. He's there to put you in your place. He's there to be like, no matter how hard you try, the world's gonna hate you anyway, Spider-Man. You can't get what you want. You can't have everything. You can't have a happy ending, Spider-Man. Doc Ock is gonna be a battle of wits. I genuinely think Doc Ock could be a battle of wits. With Tobey's version, it kind of was a battle of empathy, kind of. But I feel like Doc Ock's character has already got his empathetic moments, and, you know, he's just kind of... I feel like it'd be fun if we had the tech battle. With Lizard, it could be a battle of instincts, you know? Like, let's just say somehow Tom loses his, like, technology for a little bit and is rocking, like, a base Spider-Man suit, or, like, his Homecoming suit or something for a little bit, for whatever reason. He has to fight the Lizard purely based on his instincts, like a primal beast. Wouldn't that be sick?
That's basically what happened in Amazing Spider-Man.
Exactly, but we get to see it from Tom Holland. All of this is coming together to build him up to be Spider-Man, to be... Like, this whole trilogy is kind of building him up to be Spider-Man. Like, in different ways. But I feel like this is
the ultimate Spider-Man that can take on any challenge.
Exactly. he's taking on all these different trials that the previous incarnations took on, but he's doing it in his own way. Like, yeah, sure, it might be a battle of instinct, but what does he do that Andrew didn't? You know?
Well, he certainly has mobility. He certainly has, well, in this battle you're saying he doesn't have the tech, so he's working on instincts and smarts.
And we just saw him master his spider senses in Far From Home.
In Homecoming, we saw him, sort of break open his suit that Tony made for him, and got rid of the little tracking device, so he knows how to work with his suit still.
Mm-hmm.
And in No Way Home, from what we're seeing, he's going to turn his suit inside out, so he's going to have to make that work out somehow, so he's going to work out with the smarts.
And then
I'm sure he can use his environment.
I feel like Sandman can be a battle of traversal. I feel like instead of like being, he can't punch Sandman. He just fucking can't punch Sandman. So
yeah, Toby straight up showed us that he can't.
So he's gonna have to. I feel like the real obstacle there is gonna be testing his skills as a fucking Spider-Man web swinger, wall crawler. I feel like that could be a unique test, and then he comes up with something towards the end to where he can neutralize Sandman. Like, I want to see a really cool swinging sequence for that one, you know? Maybe save some hostages or some people that are in danger. Make that prioritize rescue rather than physical combat. Because the appeal of superheroes is that they save people. And then those are the different trials, you know?
I like it.
But when they all come together, they overwhelm him. And that's when he consults the other Spider-Men as friends and mentor figures, kind of, you know? His last mentor figures, his last ones.
Seeing what No Way Home's doing, that's probably what's going to be true.
And then, because, you know, Spider-Man, I'm okay with him having mentor figures, especially that's like a common thing in this trilogy. Whether it be Tony Stark, Mysterio, etc. Also, I haven't really mentioned Doctor Strange in this movie, in my version of it, but that's beyond, like, him causing them to be here. But, you know, it's a Spider-Man movie.
Spider-Man.
Like, we could just say Strange is busy with some kind of multiversal mumbo-jumbo for a little bit, right?
He's busy with Doctor Strange, too.
Yeah. And then, you know,
Want to get away with?
boom.
He's busy with Doctor Strange, too.
He's just busy with Doctor Strange, too. That's not my problem. I missed the part where that's my problem with the writer.
Isn't it, haven't we already had, like, a Marvel movie that happens while another Marvel movie's happening?
The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, Thor, and the ending of Captain America the First Avenger all happened at the same time. You wrap your head around that one.
No, I don't think I will. I like what you came up with.
Yeah, I didn't come up with an ending there, but, you know, I was just spitballing.
Yeah, it's pretty good for spitballing, too. That's the kind of stuff that gets you places. Spitballing ideas and seeing where it lands.
Yeah. I'm not too happy with what I came up with Ock, but it's whatever.
Honestly, with Doc Ock, it's hard because he already had all his own film about himself.
Yeah.
That showed us his character and what he's about.
And he had a redemption
how he
arc.
Himself. Yeah.
So you can't keep him evil for too long, because, you know, that'll just spit in the face of Spider-Man 2.
That'd spit in the face and, honestly, the paper of the writers and director and all the hard work they did with that character's development. I can definitely see him, like, being evil. Obviously, he's gonna be evil when he comes in. But I can definitely see him going from evil to realizing, oh no, what I'm doing is wrong, this and that, like Toby taught me empathy or whatever. Because, like I said, Alfred Molina straight up says, confirms that Doc Ock comes from the river after he destroys the machine. So, I don't care, so it's gonna go.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be one of the ones that's answered very early for us.
If not the first.
I think Doc Ock's gonna be the first villain he faces, right?
Same. I think it's gonna be the first villain he faces, and the first villain that goes to the good side, if not the only.
He might be the only one, because I don't know why Sandman is evil right now. It kind of feels weird.
Holy shit, I just realized. Who is fighting who?
Okay.
In the final battle.
In the final battle?
Let's get the obvious out of the way. This is what I think.
Okay.
And tell me if you agree. You might agree.
Okay.
The Lizard fights Andrew Garfield.
Obvious.
That's a no-brainer. Tom fights Sandman, while Toby fights Electro. If not the other way around, Tom fights Electro and Toby fights Sandman.
Switch them around. I think Tom should fight Electro because maybe he has an Electro-proof suit he developed or something. And then Toby should fight Sandman, or maybe, like, at least try to distract Sandman since he can't physically hurt him for a bit or something.
Because Toby has dealt with Sandman before.
Exactly.
But he had help.
But would it be boring if they just fought their same villains again from their movies?
I don't think so. I think everyone would agree and like to see a rematch between villains and heroes.
Maybe we can have a rematch for the first half, and then the second half could be a mix-up. Like,
Yeah, because that's the thing. I would love to like. I think can we agree, Gavin? We would love to see a rematch between Toby and Green Goblin.
obviously.
But we already had that fight. We don't want to recycle it. We don't want to repeat it. I want something new. So why not mix it up? Have Andrew fight Green Goblin, or most likely Tom fight Green Goblin.
It seems like Goblin's the main villain of the film, to be honest.
As from what Thomas said in interviews, Green Goblin, it's a struggle. It's a mental battle between him and Tom.
Which is good.
It's very good. It's what he did with Toby. And I can't wait to see that mental struggle he's gonna go through. That mental battle. Of like what it's probably gonna be like what you said, where it was like, you're not good enough, you can't do what you want, you can't get what you want, stuff like that.
Yep, and people hate you. That's literally it. Like, you can't satisfy everyone. And in the end, you lose things, and why bother?
To save the world, but it still hates you for all you've done.
Like, the Green Goblin in Spider-Man in the original Sam Raimi film was a battle of ideologies. That's what that was. So I feel like, Tom Holland Spider-Man hasn't really had much of a ideological battle with any of his villains, really. So I feel
he hasn't had the need to.
He hasn't.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
Like Green Goblin, though. There's no Green Goblin in Tom Holland universe. There's no need for him to do that kind of battle. But now they accidentally brought him into his universe, this battle's gonna happen. This mental battle
Like,
of being better and actually believing in yourself and all that. And not giving into like the worst temptations or the worst urges or believing that you're worse than you actually are. This mental battle is actually gonna happen.
and I'm so looking forward to that. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of dig Hoodie Goblin.
That reminds me, I want to talk about this. On set, you might have heard about this, I think you have. On set, Tom Holland should have said that when Doc Ock and Green Goblin were on set for the very first weeks, or first week I think it was, if not 2 weeks, they were wearing hooded capes, and it was shrouded in shadow the whole time, and walking around. And when Tom Holland accidentally bumped into him, Tom Holland reacted in a way like, hey, who are you, man? Like, be careful next time, okay? Like, in a kind way, of course. But then immediately, he stopped dead in, like, his,
Hit tracks.
fucking, like, speaking. and realized he was just talking to a Sam Raimi villain.
That just showed you how out of the loop Sony and Marvel kept that kid. I call him a kid, but he's like 25.
He's not old. He's somewhat old, but he's not that old.
He's older than you and me.
He's honestly young. Mm-hmm. So Gavin, I want your opinion on this. Us. How do you think the first interaction between all the Spider-Man is going to go with the web suiters, seeing as Toby is the only organic one?
They are going to lose their damn mind, the other two are. Because they're going to be like, what the fuck? I have to make my own. And they're like, how does that even work, scientifically speaking? Because they're all scientists.
No doubt it's going to be like a jokey scene, obviously. But I'm curious how it's going to go.
I think it could be a cute interaction. As obviously it's going to be like a little jokey, but I'm okay with that. It could be cute.
Because admittedly it is a sort of joke in and of itself that two Spider-Men have to make it themselves. But then on the other hand, you just have the one Spider-Man who's just like, yeah, it comes from my body.
Just like...
Which is super fucking weird in retrospective. Because he was the only one who... No. He wasn't the only one. The comics did that. It's just that everyone nowadays just has Spider-Man that had like, oh yeah, he has web shooters that he makes.
Actually, believe it or not, he was always web shooters in the comics. But, in like the early 2000s, they actually had Spider-Man, switched to organic webbing after being reborn by some kind of spider god after being made out with.
I remember that.
It was just a match with the films.
It was so stupid.
It was.
Like, the films had it simple. Spider bite, boom, spider webs. The comics, well, you guys, there's a spider god, a mistress, that gives birth to spider... It's like, fuck you. Just say the spider bite has like side effects that took a while to occur or whatever. I don't give a shit. Just don't make it some being pregnant, whatever. Fuck off.
Honestly, the comics are just weird sometimes. On the other hand, I love them. It's a mixed bag.
I love it when the comics just fucking make no sense and changing like a one thing that, like, oh my lord, I find this hilarious. How comics will go out of the way to make the most random bullshit excuse to one change in a character. It's like It's like, say for example, Batman decides to create a new suit to wear. In the movies, it'll just be like, oh yeah, it's just for tactical use. Otherwise, in the comics, it's just like, well, you see, it reminds him of his parents' murder, so he designed it after the murder and how to protect people. Like, it's like, what the fuck are you smoking, guys? It's just a suit for tactical use. I don't know, something I always found weird. Comics is always just over-explaining things compared to like general media.
I just realized I should be using the precision bolt, motherfucker. Finish this level, Gavin. Finish this level.
That cutscene's worth it. You get to see Doomslayer in third person some more, Gavin. Don't you want to look at that beautiful model of the Doomslayer?
Fair point.
last word per se, since it's the last time you're doing the stream before Spider-Man No Way Home? I'm guessing you're not gonna do a stream tomorrow, right? Because it's so like late. We're gonna see the movie and all that.
No, tomorrow I have an upload plan. That's it.
Okay. But since it's the last stream you're gonna make, then before No Way Home releases, it might be obvious at this point, but I'm trying to get like everything out of you because we haven't seen the movie yet, so I'm like, I want to hear his opinions before the movie, and then come back. The
before and after image.
Yeah, that shit is fun as hell to me to look back at. But I'll continue with it. Just in general, Gavin, what are you hoping for? Just what are you hoping for? Okay.
A movie that teaches about empathy, a movie that teaches about becoming independent, and a movie that questions what it means to be Spider-Man, and what it takes to, and the consequences that come with it.
There's some big consequences. For as much good as he tries to do, it can also cause a lot of fucking problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's one thing I'm worried about? Okay, so I don't think it's gonna be a mass majority. Majority, I think it's gonna be a loud, loud majority of people, whatever. But I feel this will happen. And that people will make the excuse, like a small medium of people, will make the excuse that Tom Holland's Spider-Man is weak because he has to call in help from other Spider people.
Nah.
I feel like there's gonna be a small majority that says that. It's probably not gonna be louder at all.
It's gonna be a bunch of fucking boomers.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think Tom Holland's Spider-Man's weak, and I'm not even the biggest fan of his adaptation. As you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's weak.
But yeah. I mean, this man fucking fought in Avengers, Infinity War, and Endgame. He knows how to fight.
I just think
it's more. Thanos before.
I think it's more like a lesson. It's a mental, emotional battle. That's what he needs the mentoring for.
It is. And let's be honest, like I said earlier, Gavin, he needs these spider people to help him. Because we're talking about Sam Raimi's Green Goblin, 100-foot tall, basically Sandman, which can punch a hole through buildings. The Doc Ock from Sam Raimi. Amazing Spider-Man like Lizard and Electro.
I feel like Electro's gonna be the real threat there.
Electro's fucking powerful. Some of the most powerful villains of all Spider-Man, if not the most powerful live-action Spider-Man villains ever. You really think, like, as cool as I think Tom Holland is, like Tom Holland Spider-Man, I won't be the first to admit it. I don't think it's powerful enough to defeat them all. Maybe one, maybe two. But all of them? No. I feel like he'll definitely be able to beat them all in single-hand fights. Like, maybe, like, here's a theory that I've been seeing on that I support. You've seen how in the trailer, Spider-Man has this, like, like a Doctor Strange thing around his wrist when he fights Electro, like, ready to fight him?
Yep.
And you know how they're being put in prison cells, as we saw Doc Ock was in. Well, this makes me think, and there's been a fan theory going around that I support. What if Spider-Man goes around, he traps all the villains, or at least the villains he can find, and puts them in the Doctor Strange prison cells, using those Doctor Strange things that are on his arm. And captures Electro, captures Doc Ock, captures the Lizard, and maybe catches Sandman if he's like in his normal form.
In a jar. In a jar.
In a jar. Come on it. Come in it.
Finish the fight. Finish the fight.
But I'm not sure if he'll be able to capture Green Goblin. That's the thing.
I think he's gonna be the one that gets away.
Either he gets away, or if he does get captured, he'll be the one who brings up the
cutscene time, by the way.
Enjoy it.
Alright, yeah, let's see what this is. You've been hyping this one up a little bit. Is that a dragon? Is that a fucking dragon?
Titan.
What the fuck?
It's a giant demon.
He's huge.
You saw him in the first mission of this campaign.
Whoa, the color scheme just went really wild and cool. Okay. Blue ball. Is that the chosen guy? Is that the good guy? That our god? Who is this?
Hurry, retrieve the father's
The spheres represent the Father and the Dark Lord.
Verdict from the demons. For the humans' sake. Do it now.
Now, is he going to do it? Probably not, but let's see what he does.
This is the father's sphere. He will save me. Yes.
Ooh, he had like angry eyes.
He can be an angry man if he wants to.
He crushed the sphere right in front of him.
That only leaves what sphere left, Gavin?
The evil one.
You feel
The Dark Lord.
now.
The devil himself.
This is the Dark Lord's life sphere. He'll take physical form if you do this.
What the hell? Is this a cliffhanger?
Is it?
I guess it is technically a cliffhanger for us. That's the end of Ancient Gods 1, or we still got another mission?
Oh, we still got another mission.
One more mission for Ancient Gods 1,
One more.
and then we're on to
Final
2.
mission of the first DLC.
Alrighty. Well, guys, you're gonna have to tune in for that maybe next week. So I hope you guys and gals enjoyed tonight's stream.
And Gavin,
Yes.
before you end the stream, let's get it on the stream first. What your thoughts on the cutscene?
I thought it was a really cool cutscene. I love how it panned over to Doomslayer's eyes. He just looked fucking angry when he was holding that sphere, and then he crushed it. That was cool.
You ready to, as the subtitles and audio said, are you ready to resurrect the Dark Lord?
I'm very curious why we're doing this, but I'm sure it's gonna work out.
It's a Doomslayer. He's got a plan.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. And then I'm just there to shoot stuff.
Yeah. Do the dirty work.
But, yeah. We talked a lot about a variety of topics today, so feel free to just, maybe don't even look at the gameplay sometimes. Maybe just listen to this as a podcast if you guys wanted to.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about a shit ton of different topics today. A lot of them involving Spider-Man. And Marvel, and cinematic universes.
The new film's out tomorrow, so we're a bit excited.
It's called we do a little bit of pre-hype.
A little bit of pre-hype,
So, thank you as always for joining me, Chris. They can find you in the description, and you can do some content there, yeah?
Yep. as I said earlier in the stream, I got a Doom Eternal 1 year later video, which is basically my review of Doom Eternal 1 year after it released, on the 1 year anniversary, about why it's my favorite game I've ever made and how I enjoy it so much. And if you want to, I have a playlist called My Best Videos, where you can check out my favorite videos I've ever made, which is sort of a playlist to show you what my channel is made up of.
That's awesome. I've looked through it and I watched most of the videos in that playlist, so it's good stuff. Trust me, guys. Personal G-Meister recommended. It's good stuff. You guys should check out its content, honestly. Show them love in the link in the description down below. And I hope you guys and gals enjoyed tonight's Doom Eternal stream. If you did, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, click the bell for notifications so you don't miss the ending of Ancient Gods Part 1, which will be happening most likely next week. Maybe you can hear our thoughts about No Way Home after the movie.
Maybe, yeah.
So have a great night, everyone. Thank you for watching the VOD if you got this far. Peace out.